Chapter 1, starting with a cheating system. Zhang Ming woke up, his head buzzing, staring at the unfamiliar bed and the dim room in front of him. He asked, "Where is this?" Zhang Ming thought he was seeing an illusion. As he rubbed his eyes, he realized something was wrong. These chubby little hands and legs, no matter how he looked at them, were definitely not his original body. This was clearly the body of a child. He was just an ordinary person who liked staying up late reading novels. How could he have possibly transmigrated into a child's body? A chaotic memory flooded Zhang Ming's brain. 3 years ago, the strange talk game arrived globally. Winning the game would change the nation's fortune, while losing would bring suffering to the people. Dragon Country had achieved a 6-game winning streak, greatly boosting the country's technology, making it the world's #1. But in the 7th strange talk game, Dragon Country lost, and the previous challenger sacrificed himself. The strange talk game brought down divine punishment, with continuous heavy rain in Dragon Country for a month, countless people dead or injured, and many houses flooded and collapsed. The entire country fell into a slump. To stop the divine punishment, Dragon Country had to win the next game. If they lost, the punishment would escalate. And Zhang Ming was the next challenger. Zhang Ming felt like the sky was falling. How could they send a powerless child to represent Dragon Country in the strange talk game? Is this for real? Wasn't this the start of the end of the world? As Zhang Ming scratched his head, he noticed a system seemed to have appeared in his mind. He briefly understood it, and summarized that it was a cheating system. It could see through all the rules, truths and loopholes, offering perfect suggestions in real time, and also had the ability to enhance one's strength. Wow! Does this mean that he could avoid all risks in the strange talk game in the future and complete tasks smoothly? But this body was that of a child, fragile and weak. If only he could switch to a stronger one. Zhang Ming thought regretfully. Zhang Ming found a big mirror. Looking at himself in the mirror, he saw that his small body was surrounded by a gentle light, like a little angel, so cute and lovable that one would want to embrace him. Zhang Ming shook his head, regaining his senses. What's going on? Why did he want to hug the child in the mirror? He must be too kind-hearted, causing such an illusion. Suddenly, a line of text appeared in his mind. This body can activate the last bit of hidden kindness in the strange mind, commonly known as life-saving artifact. Zhang Ming didn't expect this body to have such a confusing feature. Zhang Ming thought for a moment. Even if he had a strong adult body, when facing strange forces, wouldn't he still be as weak as a vegetable? It was better to attack the heart. That was more useful. Suddenly, Zhang Ming didn't dislike this body anymore. Who knows, maybe this body was the key to winning all the copies. The 8th National Fortune Strange Talk was about to begin. And on his shoulders rested the fate of the entire country and the lives of 1.4 billion people. Only he could stop the coming natural disaster. Zhang Ming was under immense pressure. A distant voice appeared in Zhang Ming's ear. The 8th Strange Talk is starting. Dragon Country Challenger, Zhang Ming, teleportation successful. This strange talk, Harmony Asylum. Mission, survive 10 days, leave the asylum. The National Fortune Strange Talk broadcast connected the entire planet. All 8 billion people of Blue Star were watching this global broadcast concerning their country's survival. Even though the broadcast was extremely bloody and terrifying, they still had to watch. Zhang Ming's tiny body appeared in the global live stream. Other countries' challengers were the strongest and most capable men carefully selected by their nations. Compared to these challengers, Zhang Ming seemed incredibly weak. It was as if he shouldn't even be here. His small size made it hard for him to even hold an axe. Inside Dragon Country's livestream, people were wailing. It's over. How could they send a child? Isn't this a mistake? Looks like we're going to lose again. The horror game is so damn twisted. It doesn't even spare the minors. A child who knows nothing is sent to the battlefield, it's hard to watch. It's okay, if we lose, I won't blame him. After all, he fought for our country. Even if he sacrifices, it's still supreme glory. Other countries, seeing that Dragon Country's participant is a child, all started mocking. A child from Dragon Country? No need to think, he'll die in the first round. Dragon Country has been strong for so many years, it's about time for them to cool down. No one stays strong forever, not even a country. 140 challengers entered the field. Zhang Ming found himself in a very spacious area. The surroundings were enclosed by barbed wire, stained with blood, and some of the wires still hung with dried corpses. The air was thick with the smell of blood, and the stench of decay hit him directly. It felt more like an abandoned sanatorium, dilapidated, giving off a very dreamcore vibe. In the center of the field, a sign marked Activity Area hung. The Dragon Country Jinnong team, when they saw Zhang Ming, were filled with confusion and shock. This is not the original choice, where did we go wrong? The originally chosen person didn't enter. I suspect it's the horror game's doing. Absurd. You bunch of dogs, you just want to weaken our country's strength. Investigate all the information about this child. The chief analyst lowered his head, stroking his chin, trying to think of a strategy. Act according to the situation. Investigate if there have been cases of children entering the horror game world. Soon the team provided the result. Report. Since the horror game began, no child has ever entered the horror game world. The chief took a deep breath, touching his lips. Based on your past experiences, what's the chance of winning this time? Less than 10%. Upon hearing this result, everyone fell into a deathly silence. In their eyes, this was a sure loss. Over here, Zhang Ming appeared to look naive and innocent, seeming like he didn't understand anything. But in reality, he was exceptionally calm inside. He began to observe the challengers who entered with him. Most of them were strong, muscular adults, and he was the only child among them. It seemed like he was the one being given special treatment. Zhang Ming wanted to curse. The challenger from Sakura country, closest to him, looked at him with a pitying gaze. You're really small. Doesn't your mom care about you? Zhang Ming remained silent, only shaking his head. So pitiful. Zhang Ming saw a trace of mockery in his eyes. What seemed like a friendly question was actually full of contempt. At this moment, the loudspeaker in the activity area blared, emitting a sharp radio noise. The sound was so harsh that many people covered their ears. Afterward, a normal mechanical voice rang out. Welcome everyone to the Harmony Asylum for treatment. To ensure that all patients are discharged as soon as possible, please strictly follow the following rules. Rule 1, avoid disturbing other patients, do not make noise. Rule 2, after 8 p.m., everyone must return to their rooms. No staying outside. Rule 3, no making strange movements in the activity area. All the challengers carefully remembered these rules because they knew that breaking them meant death. The Dragon Country Gene Nang team began an emergency discussion. What kind of movement is considered strange? Any interpretation belongs to the strange entity. Only what the strange entity considers strange is considered strange. The chief pushed up his glasses and said, looks like the only option is to stay still, just make that kid stand still. Chapter 2, The Start, Hugging the Strange Entity's Leg. The sound of a huge door being dragged echoed from nearby. A female doctor in a white coat, wearing red high heels, holding a bloodstained electric baton, walked toward them step by step. The female doctor's face was grayish-blue, like she had just crawled out of a pile of dead bodies. The only thing striking about her was her dazzling red lips and the grayish-white pupils that seemed to be put together. Cold and eerie. Even without getting close, one could feel the heavy stench of decay and the coldness radiating from her. At this moment, a panel appeared in Zhang Ming's mind. Female doctor, high-level danger. Current danger level, 100%. Analyzing the hidden psychological defenses, guiding the host to make the right decision. Zhang Ming's bright eyes, pure and clear, looked ahead, like an innocent child. In fact, he thought the female ghost looked quite nice. If she were a normal person, she would definitely be a beauty. The immense pressure from the female doctor made everyone silent, not daring to make a sound. Zhang Ming saw the female doctor walking straight toward him and couldn't help but hold his breath. Could she be coming to kill him? But he had been standing still, not breaking any rules. There was no reason for her to kill him. He didn't think that the female doctor wasn't coming for him. Instead, she stopped in front of the Sakura Country Challenger. The Sakura Country Challenger was sweating profusely, trembling all over, hurriedly bowing. The female doctor's hoarse voice, devoid of emotion, asked, "Did you make a sound just now?" "No." "Ah." Before anyone could react. The female doctor raised her electric baton and directly severed the Sakura Country Challenger's waist, blood splattering everywhere. The speed and strength were astonishing. The smell of death and blood continued to spread. The blood on the electric baton dripped, drop by drop, as if it were dripping onto everyone's heart. This was the first time Zhang Ming learned that an electric baton could sever someone's waist. In the global livestream, there was a collective gasp. I didn't expect the first one out to be from Sakura Country. But the Sakura Country Challenger didn't make a sound just now. It's strange, why kill him? Did you forget? The Sakura Country Challenger just talked to that little kid. The moment they entered the world of ghost stories, they were already part of the game. I guess Sakura Country is a bit foolish. I guess the next one to die will be that little kid from Dragon Country. Such a bloody scene would probably scare him into crying like a baby. Ha ha ha. Blood splattered onto Zhang Ming's face, and as he was stunned, he saw the system's prompt. Detected a hidden psychological defense, a mother who went mad and committed suicide after losing her child. It is recommended that you immediately hold your waist, act innocent and pitiful, and shout mommy. Zhang Ming thought he had heard wrong. Should he call the strange being mommy? That didn't seem right. But never mind, it's better to take action than wait for death. As long as he can win, shouting mommy isn't a big deal. Seeing the female doctor about to leave, Zhang Ming didn't hesitate anymore. He used his chubby little legs and ran toward the strange being with all his might. All the global livestream viewers, seeing Zhang Ming's suicidal act, couldn't help but close their eyes, too afraid to watch. Sure enough, children are pure. Isn't he just rushing into the muzzle of the strange being's gun? I can hardly bear to watch this, it's too tragic. Dragon Country's countdown to elimination. A typical death wish. I wonder how the people of Dragon Country will feel seeing this. Kid, don't go. It will kill you. The Dragon Country viewers were even more desperate. It's over, it's completely over. Looks like this rain won't stop. Why does our fate have to be tied to a child's? Why? Heaven, you have a cruel heart. At this moment, the Dragon Country strategic team was like ants on a hot pan, each one feeling like their heart was about to leap out of their throats. Didn't we just say for him to stay put? What's this kid doing? Calm down. Calm down. Chief, what should we do now? The chief grabbed his remaining handful of hair, struggling to think of a solution, then shook his head. I don't think there's any way. He's the one rushing to the blade's edge, we can't stop him. Zhang Ming had no idea that his action was making so many people panic. He ran without hesitation, ignoring the hostility, and tightly hugged the strange being's leg. The smell of blood and decaying bodies pierced his nose, unbearable, yet something he had to endure. Zhang Ming was fearless. He looked up at the female doctor with his sparkling eyes. Sweetie kept shouting, Mom. 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 Is it you? Each shout of Mom made the female doctor's tense expression soften a little. Female doctor's danger level, 80%. It is recommended to adopt a soft approach, step by step to influence the anomaly. When the danger level reaches 0%, that will be the key pass to win this game. Zhang Ming heard the system's prompt and a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. It seemed he had done the right thing. The female doctor gazed somewhat absent-mindedly at the child in front of her, raising her other hand, the one not holding a weapon, and gently caressed Zhang Ming's cheek, as if recalling something. It's been a long time since anyone called me Mom. Little one, I'm not your mother. Zhang Ming shook his head, his soft round face kept rubbing against her thigh. Anyone who saw it would find it hard not to feel pity. He said with great certainty, No, you are my mom. In order to awaken the maternal love buried deep inside the female doctor, Zhang Ming didn't care about face anymore. He forced out a few tears. He tightly clutched the female doctor's clothes, puffed his cheeks, and looked up with a pitiful expression. Mom, are you going to abandon me? I've been really good, please don't leave me. Each mom made the female doctor drop the electric baton in her hand and quickly squat down, tightly hugging Zhang Ming. Mom will never abandon you, it's Mom's fault, I didn't protect you well. Female doctor's danger level, 75%. You are now at a safe distance. Zhang Ming buried his face in her chest, sobbing, Woo woo woo, Mom is the best to me. Is this considered a successful recognition of Mom? It was much smoother than he imagined. The global live stream audience, seeing this heartwarming scene of Zhang Ming recognizing his mom, was left stunned. Is this still a horror mystery live broadcast? Why does it feel like a family reunion show? This is so unreasonable. Never seen before, never to be seen again. I don't get it, how did he pull this off? Ordinary challengers would never dare to approach the anomalies, let alone hug them. I think he just got lucky, a blind cat catching a dead mouse. No, the challenger hugging the anomaly's leg, isn't that a violation? Trying to make connections right away, does he really think the mystery world and the real world are the same? Dragon Country viewers, upon seeing this, immediately rushed to defend their own. Luck is also a form of strength. I see, you're just jealous, our Dragon Country will never lose. Zhang Ming is popular, what's wrong with that? Thousands of horror mystery researchers worldwide, upon witnessing this, were completely dumbfounded, thinking their eyes were playing tricks on them. Could it be that anomalies in the horror world have emotions? Did I make a mistake in my research direction? No, the Dragon Country challenger clearly broke 2 rules, why wasn't he punished? Yeah. No speaking, no strange actions, and he broke both of them. No, I need to save this and research it carefully. Chapter 3, What? You also want to recognize your relatives. The Jin Nong team of Dragon Country fell into deep thought after seeing this. To them, anomalies were just killing machines that carried out punishments. Machines are rational, without emotions. But Zhang Ming's actions indirectly prove that anomalies actually have emotions. However, trying to use the emotions of anomalies to win the game is basically impossible. Because their emotions are deeply hidden, ordinary people can't trigger them, nor can they believe anomalies are emotional beings. Coldness is the essence of anomalies. It seems they underestimated this child. He was extraordinarily clever. He could do things that ordinary people couldn't do. Chief, we can take another path, the emotional route. We've found that this anomaly seems to really like children. A smile appeared on the chief's face, something he hadn't done since the horror game started. No matter what, Zhang Ming is still alive, so there is still a chance. We need to conduct a system study for Zhang Ming's situation. Since the anomaly has a positive feeling toward Zhang Ming, we should find a way to deepen this good feeling. Several countries' secret groups also began having their challengers from their own nations imitate Zhang Ming. Kimchi country. Since this child can move the strange being, our challengers must be able to do it too. Thai country. I think we can do it too. By way, go and call that strange being Mother. Inside the world of strange tales, other challengers were also incredulously watching this scene. Was this the same strange being that could kill a strong adult with a single blow just moments ago? At this moment, the Kimchi country challenger walked over with a fawning face, disregarding his image, and suddenly knelt on the ground. He hugged the female doctor's leg and began crying, his face covered in tears and snot, looking extremely comical. Mom, I also want to be your son. The female doctor, who had just shown a warm gaze, suddenly became cold and emotionless. She looked at the Kimchi country challenger without expression. Killing intent surged. Without a word, she kicked him away, her hoarse voice like a soul-sucking hook, breaking the rules. Die. The female doctor gently released Zhang Ming and picked up the electric baton, slowly walking toward the Kimchi country challenger. The Kimchi country challenger struggled to get up, his face frozen in a fawning, crying expression, his eyes filled with endless fear. He questioned in defiance, that little brat also broke the rules, why didn't you kill him? If he hadn't mentioned Zhang Ming, it might have been fine. But once Zhang Ming was mentioned, the killing intent in the female doctor's eyes intensified. Without a single word, she raised the electric baton and swung it at the Kimchi country challenger's head. Bang! His head flew off. Other challengers who had been eager to call the strange being Mother stopped in their tracks when they saw how horribly the Kimchi country challenger had died. They dared not make a move again. The people of Kimchi country were furious to see their challenger die like that. Why? Clearly, the Dragon country challenger also broke the rules. Why didn't you kill him? This competition is totally unfair, there's a double standard. I want to protest. If the rules don't matter, then don't set them at all. The people of Dragon country began to support Zhang Ming. Kimchi country wants to call the strange being Mother, but the strange being refuses because it's too old, they've broken. The more I look at Zhang Ming, the more I like him. This kid looks pretty honest, but he clearly knows what's going on. It seems our victory is within reach. From tomorrow, no, from today, I will go to the Buddha every day and bow 3 times, praying for Zhang Ming to be safe. The female doctor turned to look at Zhang Ming, crouched down, and the slight warmth in her gaze reappeared as she carefully adjusted Zhang Ming's clothes. Her hoarse voice was oddly mixed, making it sound very strange. This place is chaotic, Mommy will take you over there. Zhang Ming nodded and obediently took the female doctor's hand with his chubby little hand. The female doctor led Zhang Ming to a nearby autumn spot, surrounded by many dilapidated old equipment. If you want to play, go ahead. Zhang Ming didn't even think twice before running over, pretending to be interested in everything, with the innocent and carefree manner of a child. He sat on the autumn spot and waved to the female doctor. Mommy, this is really fun. Mommy, do you want to play too? Female doctor danger level, 65%. The female doctor smiled gently and said, if you like it, that's good. Mommy has to go work now. Zhang Ming sweetly said, go ahead and work. Mommy, don't wear yourself out. When the female doctor turned to leave, she heard Zhang Ming's thoughtful words and couldn't help but show a slight, warm smile. At that moment, the challengers in the activity area, watching Zhang Ming play without a care in the world, felt a deep sense of envy and imbalance in their hearts. Unlike them, who had to be careful not to break any rules for the sake of survival, one wrong move could mean certain death. Human lives were so different from one another. The global live stream audience could never have imagined that one day, a human would be so carefree in the strange world of strange tales. Am I seeing things? I actually saw the strange being smile, such a warm smile coming from a strange being. I saw it too. I've watched so many streams, but I've never seen anything like this. This is the first time I've seen such a gentle and strange smile. I suddenly realized that this female anomaly is actually quite beautiful. Children are the best, their thoughts are simple, as long as there's no danger, they can play anywhere. Our country's challengers have been standing in military posture with great effort, and he's over there playing? Aren't we all going through the same thing? Is this fair? Besides, Zhang Ming is just a kid. Whether he can win is still unknown, so let him play in the final moments. This is infuriating. Why is it just because he's a kid? Just when they thought standing still would let them escape from danger. The announcement in the hall rang out again. In order for the patients to have a healthy body, everyone must follow the health exercise on the big screen in front of them. A transparent screen appeared in front of everyone. There was no person on the screen, but instead, a group of animals doing various movements. Gorillas thumping their chests, frogs jumping, mantises hunting, and so on. The challengers in the hall were completely stunned. This isn't a health exercise at all, it's clearly an animal kingdom. Could it be that they need to mimic the animals in the video and do the exercises? This is ridiculous. But these movements are so strange. If they followed along, wouldn't that violate the third rule? No matter what they do, it's wrong. Of course, Zhang Ming also saw this. He was wondering whether to keep pretending to be obedient and cheat. Reminder, Rule 3 is a trap. All rules here are set by the female doctor, and all interpretation rights belong to her. It is recommended to pretend to be sick to the female doctor to trigger her maternal instincts. Upon hearing the system's voice, Zhang Ming instantly realized. Does this mean the female doctor is the core anomaly of this scenario? Everyone's life and death are under her control. Zhang Ming still had one doubt, would the female doctor really not realize he was pretending to be sick? But whatever, I'll go find the female doctor first. If she does discover he's pretending, he'll act obediently, because he knows that anomaly would fall for it. Chapter 4, Another Exception. The Dragon Country Strategy Group was actively discussing countermeasures. Is it left brain fighting against right brain? Since Zhang Ming has initially gained the anomaly's trust, we can use this to our advantage. However, anomalies usually have unstable emotions, and we're afraid it might backfire. The chief thought for a moment, then waved to them. Go find some videos about parent-child activities and send them to that kid, the simpler, the better, to prevent him from overthinking. The key is to make the anomaly more convinced that Zhang Ming is her son. Maternal affection is usually unbreakable. In fact, each country's challengers bring special devices to receive messages from their strategy groups. Zhang Ming was no exception. Due to time constraints, Zhang Ming just briefly glanced through the materials sent by his country. He now had a rough idea of what to do. Some challengers from other countries still stayed frozen in the same position. When the female doctor found them, she struck them with an electric baton, killing them instantly. The process was violent and terrifying. In less than 3 minutes, 20 challengers were already dead. The challenger from Barzaland saw the female doctor approaching to kill him, and tried to resist by grabbing the electric baton. The moment he touched it, he was electrocuted into a dried corpse by a current of tens of thousands of volts. That scene was unbearable to watch for many. Seeing the situation worsening, other challengers started mimicking the animals in the video. If their movements didn't meet the female doctor's standards, they would be killed instantly with a blow to the head. Zhang Ming saw the female doctor was approaching him and pretended to feel unwell while touching his head. The nearest challenger from the United States, seeing this, sneered in his heart. You got lucky earlier, that's why you weren't killed. Now you're pretending to be sick again. Do you really think the anomaly is a fool? Can you fool her over and over? The female doctor noticed Zhang Ming's strange expression and quickened her pace towards him. What's wrong with you? Zhang Ming looked at her with tear-filled eyes. Mom, my whole body is sore and weak, I feel like I can't do any exercises. I feel so uncomfortable. The female doctor, after hearing this, immediately picked up Zhang Ming and walked toward the diagnosis room without saying a word. The American challenger stood by, staring in shock as the female doctor just carried him away. Not dragging, not pulling, but carrying him. Is it right for the female doctor, who is a strange entity, to do this? The American challenger snapped out of his daze, a look of hatred instantly appearing in his eyes. Because there was no bloodshed like he expected, he felt resentment and dissatisfaction. Who exactly is this child from the Dragon Country? Again and again, the strange entity made exceptions for him and stepped aside. The female doctor placed Zhang Ming onto a dusty bed. The diagnosis room was filled with old medicine bottles and notebooks, looking as though no one had taken care of it for a long time. She simply examined Zhang Ming. She found that Zhang Ming's body was weak due to malnutrition, which caused his whole body to be sore and weak. No wonder he looked so much weaker than the other challengers, it seemed he really needed to catch up on nutrition. Zhang Ming anxiously looked up at the female doctor. He hoped she wouldn't discover that he was faking being sick. An idea popped into Zhang Ming's mind, and he thought, why not go all in? He immediately hugged her waist, pretending to be heartbroken. Mom, is my body failing me? Am I dying? Mom, I don't want to die, I want to be with you more. Female doctor danger level, 50%. It has been decided that I will not kill you. Zhang Ming heard the system prompt and was overjoyed. Not only would he not die, but this would also make the strange entity care more about him. It was simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The female doctor gently placed her hand on Zhang Ming's head and softly stroked his hair. Her eyes showed a tenderness she hadn't noticed herself. She had no idea how many days and nights had passed without any emotions. Zhang Ming's words made it feel like warmth had returned for the first time. It seemed that the child who had passed away was really back to find her. Child, your body is a bit malnourished. I'll go get you some nutritional supplements. Stay here, don't go outside. The female doctor let go of Zhang Ming and walked toward the door. Zhang Ming obediently sat on the bed without moving. Although he was sure the female doctor wouldn't kill him, he knew he shouldn't act recklessly. He didn't know if there were any other strange entities besides the female doctor in this place. Here, one wrong step could lead to irreversible consequences. Soon, the female doctor returned with a plate of dark, grimy food. Zhang Ming looked down and saw that the plate contained not only dead cockroaches but also some raw meat, instantly feeling disgusted. Was he really supposed to eat this? As he hesitated, Zhang Ming decided to refuse. He pushed the food to the side, his childlike voice soft and whiny, with a hint of spoiled tone. Mom, I don't want to eat these things, they look so gross. The female doctor never expected Zhang Ming to refuse the food, no human had ever dared to refuse. The female doctor's rusty mind slowly started to function, taking a while to respond. That's right, this is my child would never compare to those filthy humans. The global live stream audience held their breath as they saw Zhang Ming being so bold. They knew the last person who refused the strange entity was killed immediately. A newborn calf doesn't fear tigers, he's so brave. This kid lives on the edge of life and death every day, I'm really afraid he'll end up killing himself. Among all the challengers, I like this kid the most. He's finished, he's going to die. If it were me, I would have just eaten it. At this point, still being picky? He's really dumb. The people of the dragon country all clasped their hands together in prayer, desperately asking for blessings. All the gods and spirits protect Zhang Ming, protect him from ever dying, and help him clear the challenge smoothly. Ah. A child is a child, what can he understand? It's a shame. Zhang Ming won't die, right? Still too immature. How can you do everything based on your emotions? In the world of weird tales, it's not a place where he can do whatever he wants. The Dragon Country's Gene Nong group issued a dozen messages, all of which were rejected by Zhang Ming. This made the chief uneasy, he pinched the corner of his eye, feeling like he was about to be driven crazy, and helplessly said. Why does this child never listen? If he just eats that plate of food, nothing will happen, but he refuses to eat it. Someone quietly defended Zhang Ming, how can a child eat that kind of thing? Under the watchful eyes of all the global audience, the female doctor took the black, grim-looking plate away. She also patted Zhang Ming's head and comforted him, it's okay, Mom will get you something you like, what do you want to eat? Zhang Ming started his ordering mode, Mom, I want bread, cookies, and water. Okay, I'll go get it for you right now. The female doctor then walked out of the room. This is the world of weird tales, finding those few foods is extremely difficult, and Zhang Ming had plenty of time to examine the room. Zhang Ming jumped off the bed and walked to the desk. Because he wasn't tall enough, he could only stand on the chair to flip open the notebook on the desk. Every page was filled with trivial psychiatric records. It seemed that the hospital's true nature was actually a psychiatric hospital. Until he reached the middle, when a black and white photo fell out. Chapter 5, Wrong Rules. In this photo, a beautiful woman is holding a small boy. The woman's expression is very loving, and the boy is very small, about 1 year old. On the back of the photo, there's a name written, Gu Xin. Is this the female doctor's name? The child she is holding must be her son. Did her madness and transformation into something eerie happen because this child died? Perhaps because the female doctor treated him so kindly, Zhang Ming suddenly felt that the female doctor was actually a bit pitiful. The Dragon Country's Gene Nong group also saw the photo and instantly understood why the weird entity was so kind to Zhang Ming. It seems that the entity really regards Zhang Ming as its own child. But the child in the photo doesn't match Zhang Ming in either age or appearance. The chief stroked his chin, the entity just wants to use Zhang Ming to fulfill its regret of losing a child, it seems our previous strategy was correct. We should still send more parent-child videos to Zhang Ming, let him get closer to the entity, and learn how mothers and children interact, it's more practical. In the world of weird tales. Zhang Ming carefully placed the photo and notebook back in their original position, not daring to make the slightest mistake. Then he jumped off the chair, pushed it back into place, and sat back on the bed. Soon, the female doctor opened the door and brought back the bread, water, and cookies. Seeing these foods, Zhang Ming couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Since he traveled here, he hadn't eaten a single bite, he was really hungry. He happily jumped off the bed, ran to the female doctor, and sweetly said, Mom, I'm so hungry. The female doctor placed the plate on the small table beside the bed, opened a pack of bread, and handed it to Zhang Ming, here, eat. Zhang Ming took a bite, his eyes instantly lit up, and he excitedly bounced around saying, Mom, this is so delicious. Seeing how happy Zhang Ming was eating, the female doctor's tone softened considerably. It's all for you, go ahead and eat. You stay here, Mom has to go to work. Zhang Ming swallowed the bread in his mouth, coquettishly tugged at the female doctor's clothes, and softly said while looking up, Mom, bend down, I want to give you a gift. The female doctor didn't understand what he meant but still bent down. The entity was too tall, and Zhang Ming still couldn't reach, a little lower. The female doctor lowered herself a little more, and Zhang Ming seized the opportunity, giving her cheek a kiss with a smack. Female doctor danger level 30%. Threat level extremely low. The female doctor's eyes widened instantly, her gentle expression still lingering. Her already rusty brain came to a halt even more. My son kissed me. So good. The female doctor came to her senses, crouched down, and tightly hugged Zhang Ming, gently rubbing her face against his soft little cheek. In a hoarse voice, she whispered, Child, my child, you really came back. The global livestream audience was shocked by Zhang Ming's sudden kiss, more than just a little. That kid actually kissed the strange one. What's with the strange one's face looking so pleased? Isn't this the time for ghost stories? How did we end up with a parenting show? This is the first time I've seen someone kiss the strange one. This world has really gone mad. This is the first time I've seen normal human food in the ghost story world. A kid can be so charming. Watching this makes my heart feel soft. The little brother is still too authoritative. The people of Long Country all sighed in relief. Thank goodness he's okay. Thank goodness. If this continues, our chances of winning are very high. I was really scared just now. Looks like my fasting and praying really helped. Zhang Ming reached out and hugged the female doctor back, patting her on the back. Mom should be happy now. The female doctor softened her expression, stood up, pinched his little cheek, and said indulgently, I really like your gift, but Mom really has to go to work now. For now, stay here. When it's time to sleep, this place will be unsafe, and you must go back to your own room. Zhang Ming nodded, I understand. I'll listen to Mom. The female doctor then walked out of the room, feeling reassured. Some challengers from other countries saw that the female doctor didn't take Zhang Ming to the activity venue and assumed he had already been killed by the strange one. One by one, they secretly mocked. Did they really think faking illness would help them escape? Do they think the strange one is a fool? Another challenger gone. Thought they were capable, but in the end, they're dead. If the strange one had feelings, would it still be called the strange one? A child is still just a child. How could they compare to us, the trained elites? Thought he had some abilities? Good that he's dead. Thought that pleasing the strange one would save him? Naive. Zhang Ming didn't know what was happening outside, peacefully enjoying the delicious food, feeling fully satisfied. Although these foods weren't fresh. But being able to eat such good food here was already extremely luxurious. Zhang Ming put the leftover food into his pocket to save it. In case there's no food later, he could take it out to make do. Zhang Ming lay on the bed, slowly replaying everything that happened today in his mind. He made it clear that as long as he firmly relied on the female doctor, the tasks ahead would only get easier. But earlier, the female doctor said that when it's sleep time, this place would be unsafe. Why would it be unsafe? Could it be that there are other strange ones besides the female doctor? In the future, the strange ones would probably not be as easy to deal with as the female doctor. Today was just the appetizer, no one knew what would happen next. During the time of doing exercises in the activity venue, 29 challengers had already died, leaving only 110 challengers. The cruelty of it made Zhang Ming even more cautious. Because of Rule 2, return to your room by 8 p.m. He waited until 7:30 before leaving the diagnosis room, following the ground signs to reach the ward area. His room was assigned to 404. When he entered the room, Zhang Ming quickly closed the door and wanted to find something big to block it. But when he turned around, he saw that the room only had a bed, a table, and a clock. The table and bed were fixed to the floor with steel nails. Were they preventing them from stealing the bed and table? With no other option, he could only lie on the bed and close his eyes to sleep. The bedding on the bed had a musty smell. Soon, the loudspeaker outside the door sounded again. It is now rest time, please be sure to follow the rules. Rule 1, no noise allowed at night. Rule 2, do not open the door if you hear a knock. Rule 3, do not open the door if you hear footsteps. You can open the door. The horn sound stopped. Zhang Ming's system quickly reacted. Tip, the third rule is an error. Correction, Rule 3, when hearing footsteps, do not open the door. Zhang Ming was shocked when he heard the tip. How could there be an error in the rules? This world of strange tales is way too dark. If it weren't for the system, he really would have suffered a loss. Chapter 6, everyone thought you were almost done for. It was just past 8 o'clock when the tap, tap, tap sound came from outside the door, the heavy footsteps echoing in the corridor. And the footsteps grew louder and closer, making people anxious. Zhang Ming huddled in the blanket, refusing to open the door at all. Soon after, he heard a scream from the next room, and less than 2 minutes later, another scream from the challenger. The national strategy teams began to urgently discuss this unexpected situation. Didn't it say that we must open the door when hearing footsteps? Why did all the challengers who opened the door die? No, there's something wrong. The third rule is wrong, quickly inform our challengers. Our challengers didn't receive our prompt before, we lost. We were careless. There has never been an error in the rules before. Did the Strange Tale game change its mechanics? The Dragon Kingdom strategy team also started giving Zhang Ming remote guidance. Do not open the door. Do not open the door. Phew. Fortunately, our challenger is naturally timid. Not opening the door was the right choice. When the chief saw Zhang Ming hiding under the blanket, refusing to show himself, he sighed in relief. Thank goodness this guy is timid, he saved his life. It seems that lucky fools have their own luck. The global livestream was filled with wails. Why is this happening? Our country lost again. If we lose again, we'll be finished. Again, Dragon Kingdom just barely escaped. I never expected that the third rule was actually wrong. In my opinion, future Strange Tale games will only get harder. 140 people went, now only 90 are left. At this elimination rate, everyone will be dead in 3 days. They clearly don't want us to survive. The people of Dragon Kingdom sighed in relief when they saw Zhang Ming hiding and not going out. Zhang Ming is so smart. We must believe that he can bring us victory. I knew this kid would make it. Don't let his small size and naive appearance fool you. He's much stronger than all the other challengers. Zhang Ming, little one, you must stay safe. Zhang Ming hid under the blanket, listening to the footsteps outside, which kept circling by the door. It felt like they were waiting for him to open the door. The heavy footsteps seemed to carry a curse, making Zhang Ming's head dizzy as he listened. Zhang Ming didn't want to be affected, so he pressed his hands tightly against his ears until the footsteps faded away. Just when Zhang Ming thought it was over, suddenly there came a loud knock on the door. The knocking grew louder, as if the door might break at any moment. The door was already shaking, and Zhang Ming's brain raced quickly. What to do? What to do? Right, under the bed. Zhang Ming threw off the blanket and quickly hid in the corner under the bed, covering his mouth, staring tightly at the door. He prayed that the door could hold until the strange thing left. He wasn't sure if it was the female doctor outside. If it were her, there would be no problem. But he didn't dare to take that chance. There was only one life, and once dead, it was truly over. The strange creature outside, seeing the door wouldn't open, started swearing loudly. Open the door, you inside. Open the door. Damn it, I know someone is inside. Are you coming out yourself, or do I drag you out? Damn it. Zhang Ming quickly discerned that the voice outside was a crude male strange, not the female doctor. He gripped tighter. He kept calling out to the system in his mind. System, what should I do now? Say something. The system quickly responded. Advice, keep the current situation, don't make a rash move. Based on the system's advice, Zhang Ming analyzed, could it be that the system also thinks hiding under the bed is the right choice? Fine. Seems like he got it right. The viewers of the global live broadcast expressed doubts about Zhang Ming hiding under the bed. The hospital room door was broken open, and no matter where he hides, it's useless. I think it might still work. Just because there's no one on the bed doesn't mean it left. Do you really think the ghost is stupid? Can't you see? I'm sweating for him. Once the ghost breaks in, I'm afraid he won't escape death. For a little kid to survive this long is already a miracle. The Dragon Kingdom's elite team was also brainstorming solutions. The chief adjusted his glasses and calmly said, switch the camera to outside the door and assess the danger level of the ghost. Yes. They saw a ghost, dressed in a security uniform and holding a large cleaver, relentlessly hacking at Zhang Ming's room door. Its expression was fierce, its posture rough, as if it wanted to kick the door open immediately. A security ghost, danger level, medium to high. With Zhang Ming's small frame, he probably won't be able to withstand even one blow. This is a bit tricky. Perhaps hiding under the bed might still give him a slim chance. The chief sighed and said. He's not too stupid, he knows to hide. For now, that's all we can do. Let's hope luck will shine on this child again. Zhang Ming hid under the bed, covering his mouth, watching the gap in the door vigilantly. He hoped the ghost would leave quickly. Stop knocking, it was making him anxious. But things didn't go as he wished. The door was violently smashed open. Zhang Ming only saw a bloody foot coming toward him. At that moment, he could only hold his breath and further lower his presence. The system voice sounded like a lifeline. Security ghost weakness, its bones are stiff, it can't bend over, and it has very poor eyesight. Does this mean the security ghost doesn't have the ability to look under the bed? Just as he thought that, with a thud, he met a pair of blood-red eyes. The security ghost's bright red mouth revealed two large front teeth, grinning wickedly, saying, "I found you." At that moment, Zhang Ming clamped his mouth tightly, his heart seemed to stop beating. Even the global live audience was jolted by the security ghost. "Oh my god. You scared me to death. Can you stop doing that? This ghost is so creepy. Where's the high alert warning? Looks like he didn't escape after all. I told you, the ghost isn't blind. Can't it see a living person? Alright. This time he's really going to die. I've never liked him." The Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room crashed again. "It's over. This time it's really over. Forget it. I've already accepted my fate. I never expected a little kid to win the game. Upstairs, don't lose hope. This kid's luck is pretty good, he might still dodge it. Do you feel confident when you say that? Watching this is like having a heart attack." The Dragon Kingdom's elite team was silent, as if they already knew what would happen next. The entire atmosphere turned gloomy. Everyone was lamenting, so, it still couldn't be done? He had already dodged so many dangers before. At this moment, a member excitedly pointed at the screen and said, "Look, the ghost left." It didn't hurt Zhang Ming, it just left. The chief saw Zhang Ming safely hiding under the bed, and breathed a sigh of relief, smiling as if he had survived a disaster. Chapter 7, Playing? He dares to sleep like this. Zhang Ming figured out that the security ghost must have been tricking him. How could it possibly see him under the bed if it had poor eyesight? So he held his breath and stayed completely still, making the security ghost believe the room was empty, and thus avoided danger. He still wasn't sure if the ghost would come back, so he kept hiding under the bed and didn't dare come out. Eventually, he couldn't resist his drowsiness and fell asleep. It wasn't until the next day that he dared to crawl out from under the bed. The global live audience was shocked to see Zhang Ming crawl out from under the bed, perfectly fine, as if their eyes were deceiving them. Damn! He dared to sleep through that? Is he playing? He made it through the first day so easily. If he didn't have some strength, he couldn't have done that. We underestimated him before. All I can say is his luck is just too good. Last night, that strange thing just glanced at him and left. Is that reasonable? Yeah. That strange thing clearly saw Zhang Ming, why didn't it kill him? It's so strange. Could it be that this kid Zhang Ming has some magical power that can confuse the strange things? Now, everyone around the world is discussing who Zhang Ming really is. Anyway, Zhang Ming's influence on the international stage is growing stronger and stronger. Some countries' think tanks are starting to focus on studying Zhang Ming's actions. The people of Long Country saw Zhang Ming escaping another close call on the live broadcast, and their hearts returned to their stomachs. They had spent the whole day yesterday feeling nervous and afraid for Zhang Ming, fearing that any little mistake would cost him his life. This kid is really brave. The strange things are patrolling outside, and he's just sleeping like this. I was worried about him the whole night. Did you guys notice? This strange talk game seems incredibly easy for him. Exactly, while others are fighting desperately with the ghostly security, he's already hiding under the bed and sleeping. Kids are lucky, they have no worries. If we adults knew there was a killer monster patrolling outside, we definitely couldn't sleep. Zhang Ming looked at the hospital room door, which had been kicked into 2 pieces, and frowned. Looks like I'll have to find a new place to stay tonight. This place is no longer safe. The loudspeaker sounded again. New rules appeared. Please, all patients must go to the cafeteria at 7:30 for meals. The dining rules are as follows. Rule 1, no wasting food in the cafeteria. Rule 2, if you see human meat, please report it to the staff immediately and exchange it for new food. Rule 3, once mealtime is over, please leave immediately. No lingering. This time, the system gave no hints. It seems these 3 rules are all correct. Zhang Ming walked into the cafeteria, and all the challengers stared at him like they had seen a ghost. Their eyes were filled with nothing but confusion and shock. No way. After all that noise last night, this kid is completely fine, not a single injury. Did I see wrong? He didn't die. How did this kid survive? Can this tiny body really fight off the strange things from last night? Zhang Ming found a seat under everyone's watchful eyes. There was a food tray in front of him. He roughly counted, there were only 88 people left. 52 people died in just one day. Who knows how many more will die today? The loudspeaker in the cafeteria rang again. All patients, take your trays and go to the window to get your food. So, everyone picked up their trays and automatically lined up in a long queue to get their meals. The scene was completely silent, no one dared make a sound. Yesterday's painful experience had already taught them to stay quiet, even if the rules didn't explicitly say so. The female doctor was still patrolling not far away. Zhang Ming purposely stood at the very end of the line. The first challenger got their food and looked at the dish with a face full of worry. Zhang Ming glanced at it and almost vomited. The tray was full of raw meat, a bloody heap. This was even more disgusting than the cockroach food the female doctor made him eat yesterday. In the next dozen or so people, some had black, burned cockroach food, while the rest had bloody raw meat. The types of food were completely random. Soon, they discovered that the bloody raw meat was human flesh, so they took their trays to the counter to exchange for new food. What they got in exchange was either cockroach food or raw meat again. Some challengers didn't realize that the cockroach food was mixed with human flesh and directly ate it. Soon, they were recognized by the female doctor, who struck them with an electric baton, knocking their heads off, and they stopped moving. The dead challengers were dragged away by the kitchen staff, immediately dismembered and crushed, then placed into other challengers' trays. The scene was extremely horrifying. A challenger from Asen country had exchanged trays 4 times, and each time, there was human flesh in the food. He was extremely dissatisfied. If this kept going on, who knew how many times he would have to exchange before getting food without human flesh? He could no longer stand it and directly dumped the human flesh from his tray onto the face of the staff behind the counter. The kitchen also had an oddity. The actions of the challenger from Asen country directly angered the oddity. The oddity's arm, holding a spatula, instantly transformed into a giant python, swallowing him whole. The Asen country challenger didn't even have time to react and died. This led to everyone else getting human flesh as their share. The global live stream viewers saw this scene and erupted in curses. Die, Asen country challenger. Harm others and yourself, unlucky in dragging others down with you. So terrifying. These oddities don't treat people as humans at all. If I entered the strange talk world, I'd probably be killed the moment I stepped in. Praying for our country's challenger to win the challenge smoothly. So cruel, I actually feel nauseous. This is worse than when the oddities kill people. Maybe their plates are full of the body of the challenger killed yesterday. Stop talking. Stop talking. I can't watch this anymore. The people of Long Country watching this were like ants on a hot pan. What do we do next? He's so small, how could he have ever seen human flesh? If he can't tell the difference, won't he be killed? Isn't that female doctor treating Zhang Ming like a child? She shouldn't do anything to him, right? She won't do anything? Do you think a 6-year-old child could eat those things? Exactly. He's an untrained challenger, so his immune system is naturally weaker than other challengers. The person wasn't killed by the oddity, he was poisoned by those things first. The Long Country's strategy group was also working hard to come up with plans. Chief, I've already sent over how to distinguish human meat from other meat. I'm afraid these won't be enough. Letting a child face so much human flesh, sigh. The chief thought for a moment. Wasn't that female doctor taking good care of our Zhang Ming before the oddity? Let him interact with her more, maybe even if he doesn't eat those things, he can survive. Right, let Zhang Ming go to the female doctor more to establish his presence. Zhang Ming was about to reach his turn, and his mind was quickly turning. He received the message sent by the strategy group. But even if he doesn't eat anything and isn't killed by the oddity, he will starve to death. Should he take out the leftover biscuits from yesterday and eat them? He wasn't sure if he'd be punished for not getting food. Anyway, he didn't want to eat those bloody meals. At this moment, the system reminded him again. You can go find the female doctor, she can give you a proper lunch. Use softness and vulnerability to move her. Zhang Ming put down his plate and rushed to find the female doctor. When he saw the female doctor, he immediately hugged her leg, his body smelling strongly of blood, which was hard to bear. Zhang Ming still forced himself to call out, "Mom." The female doctor was still seriously patrolling when she was suddenly hugged by the little one, getting startled. She lifted the electric baton as if to kill. When she saw it was Zhang Ming, she immediately stopped and threw the baton down. She gently picked him up. "How did you end up here?" "Aren't you hungry?" she said, rubbing her head against his. Zhang Ming lowered his head in grievance, his voice tinged with tears. "I don't want to eat those things. If I eat them, I'll definitely die." The female doctor frowned when she heard Zhang Ming say die, and firmly said, "Don't worry, whether you've eaten human flesh or not, I won't kill you. You're my son, I would never let you be hurt over such a small mistake." This was the first time Zhang Ming heard the female doctor say so many words. He felt a little touched, not knowing what was happening in his heart. Chapter 8, This is not a place to clear the challenge. Zhang Ming still insisted on hugging the female doctor's head and sweetly said, "But I still like the bread and biscuits you gave me yesterday." The female doctor tilted her head, puzzled, wondering why her son liked such unpleasant food. For oddities, various raw meats and fresh blood were the most delicious foods. Since he liked it so much, she'd just get it for him. This might anger the higher-ups, but that didn't matter. The son is the most important. Gently placing Zhang Ming on the ground, she said, I'll go find it for you, you sit by the dining table and wait for me. Zhang Ming giggled and coquettishly said, Mom is still the best to me, Mom is the best mom in the world. Female doctor danger level, 25%. Now the female doctor has completely accepted you as her own child, making your future progress smoother. A gentle expression appeared on the female doctor's face, immediately softening the cold and heartless look she originally had. She gently touched Zhang Ming's little face, be good and wait for Mom. Okay. Zhang Ming sat at the dining table, his stomach growling loudly, eagerly waiting for the female doctor to come and feed him. Not long after, the female doctor brought over some bread and biscuits, placing them in front of Zhang Ming and even kindly opening the packaging for him. The foreign challengers nearby were envious, looking at the black, unknown food on their own plates, then glancing at the clean biscuits and bread in Zhang Ming's hands, swallowing their saliva. Tell the female doctor, I will help you. Everyone heard these rules and knew it was time to gamble with their lives again. This medicine might help them live, but not taking it would definitely mean death. No one knew if this medicine would actually be poison. Various countries' challenge teams were discussing how to break this deadlock. When did the female doctor become so kind? It seems this medicine must be taken, what will happen after taking it is just left to luck. This is a dead end, this medicine must have a problem. In the world of strange tales, the female doctor started pushing a cart to distribute the medicine. Zhang Ming saw that the distributed medicine was all dark and gooey, and he could even smell a strong foul odor. This was probably poison. If he took it, he would definitely lose his life. Soon it was Zhang Ming's turn to receive the medicine from the female doctor. He could only continue pretending to be silly, hesitating and pretending to be mischievous. He gently tugged at the female doctor's clothes, frowning in full resistance and said, Mom, I don't want to take the medicine. It's too hard to swallow. The previously cold female doctor, upon seeing Zhang Ming like this, quickly became soft-hearted. Taking the medicine will make you feel better quickly. Zhang Ming shook his head vigorously, almost getting dizzy from it. This medicine looks terrible. Can you give me something that tastes better? The challengers nearby watched Zhang Ming's antics, their mouths agape in shock. This kid really thinks he is a strange son, and he has chosen this path. Is he really not afraid of death? He wants to exchange for better tasting medicine, really thinking this is his home. Seeing this child made everyone want to hit him. Everyone else was risking their lives to clear the game, and he did nothing, yet he got everything by just pleasing the strange things. Why should that be? The global live stream audience was also puzzled. Is this really okay? Is he really not afraid of angering the strange? Do you think Zhang Ming is still quite cute? That medicine doesn't look good at all. If a child takes it, won't they die immediately? I don't believe the strange will let him exchange for medicine this time. Under everyone's watch, the female doctor really did swap a pink pill into Zhang Ming's little palm. Zhang Ming looked at the pill in his hand and smiled sweetly. This pill looks so nice, it smells so good. It's like candy. The female doctor's voice was also filled with unprecedented kindness. This medicine is good for your body, you will definitely like it. She picked up the pill and fed it into Zhang Ming's mouth. The sweet taste of the pill quickly melted in Zhang Ming's mouth. It was delicious. Even better than the candy produced in the real world. Soon, Zhang Ming felt warmth in his belly, as if his body was filled with strength. The system voice suddenly rang out. Host strange power plus 10. What does strange power mean? Strange power can strengthen your physical constitution. Once accumulated to a certain point, it can directly combat or even kill strange beings. Strange power has no side effects on your body. Killed a strange? He remembered that no one had ever killed a strange being before. Before, there were challengers who held strange power within them, but before long, they were tortured to death by that strange power. Ordinary humans simply cannot withstand the erosion of strange power. Clearly, he was an exception. Zhang Ming was very happy to receive this news. Not long after Zhang Ming took the pill, he heard someone nearby screaming in agony. Zhang Ming looked over to see a challenger from the big, hairy country covered in black mist, grasping his neck, his expression twisted, blood oozing from all 7 orifices. He opened his mouth wide and kept screaming. Next, more and more people began to experience the same situation. Some people clutched their heads in pain, rolling on the ground, uncontrollably making many strange movements. The female doctor saw those challengers struggling desperately and disregarding their appearances, wielding an electric baton to take them down one by one. Because they broke the second rule. After taking the medicine, sit quietly and do not allow any strange movements. The remaining challengers, relying on their strong will, controlled their bodies and sat quietly in their chairs. They waited for their bodies to heat up before receiving the cure from the female doctor and passing the challenge. All challengers were fighting against the pills inside their bodies. Only Zhang Ming was extremely relaxed, quietly watching them struggle in pain without any unusual signs from his body. Chapter 9. Consultation. The Longwei Jin Nong Tuan breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that Zhang Ming showed no abnormalities. I am growing fonder of this kid, knowing how to use his advantages. It seems the pink pill the female doctor gave him earlier is fine, now I can relax. Looking at it this way, other countries' challengers are indeed suffering quite a bit. Global live stream viewers saw Zhang Ming acting as if nothing was wrong, feeling both happy and jealous. This strange event is too biased. Others are almost dying in pain, while he's just fine. Isn't the strange game world supposed to be absolutely fair? The weirdness secretly swapping medicine for challengers is truly unheard of. Since this kid Zhang Ming appeared, it seems the rules of the strange game world have changed because of him. Who exactly is this kid? Seeing the challengers suffer after taking their pills, Zhang Ming quietly asked the system, what's wrong with them? The system immediately explained. The pill hides a strange power. The strange power drives them crazy. Zhang Ming had a bright idea, since the strange power didn't affect him. Does it mean he could also take the black pill brought by the female doctor just now? To confirm this, Zhang Ming walked over and tugged at the female doctor's clothes. With bright, innocent eyes, he said, Mommy, that black pill looks really tasty. Can you give me one too? I want to eat it. The female doctor's gray-white eyes showed confusion. Didn't you say you didn't like it? Zhang Ming's head shook like a rattle. I haven't tried it before, I want to give it a shot. Mommy, please give me one. The sweet calls of Mommy nearly melted the female doctor's cold, hardened heart. Okay, here you go. The female doctor took a pill from the plate and placed it in his hand, saying, if it's bad, just spit it out. The Longwei Jin Nong Tuan was terrified by Zhang Ming's proactive request for medicine, everyone acting like ants on a hot pan, wishing they could reach through the screen to stop him. Is he trying to get himself killed? He already dodged a bullet, why eat that black pill? Aren't adults going mad or dying after taking that pill? How can a child handle it? The chief was sweating profusely, anxiously saying, quick, send a signal to stop him. A team member said regretfully, we've sent dozens of signals but they've all been blocked, he won't listen to us at all. The chief was so exasperated that he put a hand to his forehead, muttering, it's over. Everything is over, this kid is too rebellious, we adults can't control him. Global live stream viewers found Zhang Ming's seemingly suicidal behavior laughable. This kid is too young, does he really think he's the special one, not afraid of anything? If he eats that pill, won't it poison him? I thought he was clever and a strong competitor, turns out he stabbed himself while we weren't paying attention. Is Zhang Ming crazy? He eats everything. Zhang Ming had no idea that those watching him thought he was losing his mind. Looking at the foul-smelling pill in his palm, he seemed to have made a huge decision and swallowed it in one go. Strange power +2. It really worked, but it wasn't as effective as that pink pill earlier. Moreover, his body showed no discomfort. Zhang Ming grabbed the remaining 4 pills on the plate and swallowed them all at once. The system's sounds kept playing. Strange power +2. Strange power +2. Zhang Ming could obviously feel his body lighter than before. He felt overjoyed as if he had found a treasure. But unfortunately, there were only a few pills, it was simply not enough. Zhang Ming looked regretfully at the empty plate. The global live stream audience, seeing Zhang Ming standing fine with no signs of illness, thought their eyes were deceiving them. No way. He ate 5 black pills and is completely fine? What is his body made of? This is too strange. The strength of the Dragon Nation challenger is incredible, even surpassing all other challengers. The chief of the Dragon Nation strategy team quickly noticed the peculiar condition of Zhang Ming's body. Check Zhang Ming's current health status. Soon, a set of data was laid out before him. Chief, the immunity of a 6-year-old child is already on par with that of an adult. I didn't expect that black pill could enhance his body. His body is indeed very special. The chief said, it seems we've found a treasure. In the world of strange tales. 20 more people died during the pill-taking session, now only 50 people remained in the arena. These remaining 50 were the best of the best, and with 13 days left, it was uncertain if they could hold on. After the pill-taking ended, everyone was exhausted except for Zhang Ming. But the events were far from over. Next came the medical examination time. Once again, it was all handled by the female doctor. The loudspeakers sounded again. Next is the consultation time. Rule 1, everyone must show absolute respect to the female doctor, no defiance is allowed. Rule 2, all of the doctor's diagnoses must be acknowledged. Rule 3, no hiding anything from the doctor. Everyone lined up, waiting at the door of the examination room. Zhang Ming was very familiar with this room, he had spent half a day here yesterday. This round was easier for him than an open book exam. The first challenger entered the examination room trembling. Not long after, Zhang Ming heard a scream, and then the person was gone. The others were still unsure of the rules of this round, feeling lost. Soon it was Zhang Ming's turn. Zhang Ming saw the female doctor in a mask, and he ran over enthusiastically, hugging her waist and rubbing against her. "Mom! I knew you were here, I'm so happy to see you." In fact, the female doctor's waist was quite soft, it would be perfect if it smelled better. When the female doctor saw Zhang Ming, her previously cold expression instantly turned warm. It was as if she could offer Zhang Ming unlimited forgiveness. Smiling, she said, "Didn't we just see each other? Why do you miss your mom so soon?" Zhang Ming, like a playful child, sat on her lap and nestled into her embrace. "Like a little adult," he said, "yes. Whenever mom leaves for a little while, I miss you so much." After saying that, Zhang Ming looked up and planted a kiss on the female doctor's face. With just one kiss, he almost melted the strangeness away. The global live stream audience was also about to be completely charmed by Zhang Ming's antics. Oh my! How can this little guy be so charming at such a young age? Don't you think Zhang Ming is especially cute? If I had such a son, I would laugh myself awake every day. If he wasn't a challenger, he would really melt my heart. How could there be such an adorable child in this world? The female doctor smiled and touched Zhang Ming's little face. "Your words are the sweetest." She did a simple physical examination on Zhang Ming and found nothing wrong. Then she let go of Zhang Ming and said, "There are little building blocks on the table, play with them however you like." Zhang Ming sat on a little stool, obediently playing with the building blocks. The next challenger from the dumpling country glanced at Zhang Ming and nervously sat across from the female doctor. This was his first time having such close, one-on-one contact with the female doctor. He was very nervous, afraid that if he displeased her, she might end him. The female doctor returned to her cold demeanor and said, "Open your mouth." The dumpling country challenger opened his mouth, and the female doctor took a look. "Do you have bad breath?" The pastry country immediately shook his head. "I don't." He wasn't lying, he really didn't have bad breath. But he forgot that at this moment, he had inadvertently violated the second rule. The female doctor didn't hesitate at all, she directly took the electric baton and inserted it into his neck. Coldly, like trash, she tossed the body aside. The blood on the ground flowed like a river. Next. Chapter 10, It's time to change the living environment. The challenger from the baguette country cautiously walked in and sat down opposite the female doctor. The low pressure in the room made him feel like he had to be careful even when breathing. The female doctor asked expressionlessly, "Are you happy today?" The baguette country challenger's mind raced quickly. If he answered happy, was that a lie? If he answered not happy, this strange person in front of him would think he hated it here, and with one unhappy answer, he could be killed. So he cleverly took a compromise. "There is happiness and there is unhappiness. The happiness is that I can sit in front of you, and the unhappiness is that I fear I won't live to see tomorrow." This answer seemed okay to him. The female doctor didn't make things difficult and continued to ask, "Did you sleep well last night?" The baguette country challenger felt this question was very simple, confidently answering, "Good and not good. The good part is that the hospital bed is very soft, the bad part is that it was a bit noisy, but that's not a problem." From his own perspective, he felt he answered well. Surely it wouldn't anger the strange person. The female doctor raised her electric baton and suddenly looked up at him. "Liar." The baguette country challenger shook his head in terror. "I didn't." The female doctor seemed to want him to understand clearly, "You didn't sleep in the bed, the noise is indeed a problem, both answers are wrong." The challenger quickly pleaded for mercy, "Spare me." "Ah." Without giving him any chance to explain, she directly knocked off his head, blood spraying everywhere. Heartlessly, she tossed the body into the corner. Next. The next challengers answered each question as if walking on thin ice. One wrong word, and they would die on the spot. Zhang Ming had enough fun, either rummaging around the consultation room or quietly sitting down to watch the female doctor examination. No matter what he did, the female doctor wouldn't care about him, only that he couldn't leave this consultation room. It was infuriatingly easygoing. In complete contrast to the other nervously tense challengers. Even the people in the global live broadcast room couldn't bear to watch anymore. Wait, is he really just playing around like that? Are you sure this kid isn't on vacation in a horror story world? While others are trembling, he's just casually watching the show, infuriating me. I feel like he's not even playing the same horror game as our challengers. If I had such a strange mom, wouldn't the horror world be easy to navigate? By the end of this round, only 39 challengers were left alive. After a day of this chaos, it was almost time for bed. But Zhang Ming thought about how his hospital room door was already broken, so naturally, he couldn't go back. Changing rooms to sleep was also an option. But he wanted to get a good night's sleep, he was still young and growing, and sleep was very important. So he began using his old method, clinging to the female doctor's thigh, acting cute and whiny. With a pitiful and scared expression, he said, "Mommy, I don't want to sleep in that dirty hospital room, it's especially noisy at night, I'm so afraid." It seemed that Zhang Ming realized that his skills in showing weakness and being cute had greatly improved. It looked like there were many benefits to being a little kid. As long as he cried a bit and said sweet things, he could get anything. The female doctor looked down and saw Zhang Ming's slightly trembling small shoulders. Her heart ached terribly. She also thought about how those hospital rooms were indeed unsafe. It was her oversight yesterday that made her child suffer. She had to make it up today. A child's heart is very fragile and must be well protected. Gently hugging Zhang Ming, a look of remorse appeared on her face. "It was Mommy's fault. I didn't think you would be scared. Mommy was wrong. I will take you to a safe room right now." "Don't blame Mom. Mom just hasn't taken care of a child in a long, long time." Zhang Ming smiled and shook his head, extending his small hands to cup the female doctor's face. "I don't blame Mom at all. Mom is the best person to me here." The female doctor froze for a moment upon hearing Zhang Ming refer to her as the best person. At that moment, it felt as if the long wilted heart in her chest gave a little thump. It was wonderful and warm. She had already forgotten the last time her heart had felt this way. "I will take you to a safe place to rest right now." The audience in the global live broadcast saw the female doctor's loving and pitying expression and thought they were seeing things. "I actually felt the breath of a living person from a strange being. I finally understand, only Zhang Ming can make this thing seem human. Pure land. This child is the pure land of this strange being's heart. Absolute favoritism. No one can compare. I wish our country's challengers could also receive care from the strange being. This is called winning without a fight. He just knows how to act cute and doesn't know anything else." The members of the Long Kingdom Jin Nang troop felt relieved seeing Zhang Ming receive such favor from the strange being so quickly. From this incident, we can see that the strange being has completely regarded Zhang Ming as its own son. With the protection of the strange being, it cannot get any worse. This is the first time I've encountered a strange being protecting a child. It should indeed be studied and recorded in history. Inside the world of strange tales. The female doctor led Zhang Ming down a long corridor and arrived at the door of a room. This place was not far from the ward area but did not belong to the ward's range. The female doctor opened the door. "You will sleep here for the next few nights. I promise no one will disturb you." Zhang Ming stepped inside and looked around. The room was neat and tidy, with a great teddy bear by the bedside. There were also some children's toys on the table, which felt very warm. The entire room was completely normal and looked nothing like a room for a strange being. This place felt like a different world from the outside. He immediately ran over happily, picked up a toy car from the table, and waved it at the female doctor. "There is actually a toy car that I like here, Mom. This room is so nice." The female doctor smiled, squatted down, and gently stroked his smooth little face. "I'm glad you like it. You can play with all the toys here. Mom just wants you to be happy." Zhang Ming looked seriously at the female doctor's face and suddenly felt she was not scary at all. "Mom, thank you." The female doctor was moved and touched her eyes, realizing she couldn't cry at all, so she could only awkwardly touch her face. "Then Mom will go to work now." "Okay, Mom, goodbye, and be safe." Zhang Ming's sweet voice could melt anyone's heart. But the female doctor didn't feel annoyed. Instead, she smiled and walked out of the room. The audience in the global live broadcast had never seen such a warm and normal room in the world of strange tales. After watching bloody dark videos for a long time, seeing such a heartwarming and gentle scene now brought them great relief and comfort. I actually cried when I saw Zhang Ming and the female doctor's interaction. I cried too. It's so hard to see, after watching such disgusting scenes for so long, seeing this is just a treasure. Zhang Ming, how can you be so cute? You all are heartwarming, my heart is aching. Can't we also improve the living conditions for our country's challengers? Zhang Ming's treatment is too good. Which challenger's family is like his? Chapter 11, isn't it supposed to be invisible? Zhang Ming turned around in the room and didn't find anything suspicious, so he climbed onto the bed to sleep. This bed was much softer than the one in the ward, like sleeping on cotton. Today had too many events, his little body was really a bit tired. In the middle of the night, he vaguely heard screams and strange howls from outside. This was not enough to wake him up. Until the later half of the night, Zhang Ming felt as if something had been staring at him, and that thing was still caressing his face. It was cold and uncomfortable. He gently opened his eyes and saw the female doctor sitting at the head of his bed. Coming back, does it mean that the night patrol has ended? The female doctor, seeing Zhang Ming waking up, asked gently, "Why are you awake? Did those things wake you up?" Zhang Ming didn't understand whether she meant the strange things or people. He groggily rubbed his eyes and said, "No, I just woke up suddenly." "Mom, is work over?" The female doctor seemed to enjoy the role of mom and said actively, "It's still early. How about I sing you a nursery rhyme and lull you to sleep?" Zhang Ming nodded, "Okay." Saying this, he took the female doctor's hand and closed his eyes, ready to sleep. The female doctor extended her other hand and gently patted his back. Her hoarse voice singing the nursery rhyme sounded strange, but one could still feel its tenderness. Zhang Ming gradually could not resist the sleepiness and fell asleep. Apart from Dragon Country's live stream being peaceful and excited, the live streams from other countries had already exploded. Our country's challenger just died at the hands of that thing, and it dares to sing nursery rhymes to lull children to sleep. So angry. Now when I see Zhang Ming, my heart feels blocked. Damn. The Dragon Country challenger gets someone to lull them to sleep, while our challengers are still struggling. I want to protest. I want to march. It's not fair at all. Even if Dragon Country wins, it's not honorable. They keep being so fawning. If you have the guts, fight with real swords and guns. Viewers in Dragon Country's livestream also saw the malicious comments from various countries and started to defend Zhang Ming. How is it dishonorable? Winning without fighting, that's a brilliant strategy. They just can't stand seeing Zhang Ming living so well in the ghost story world. This is Zhang Ming's skill. Some people want to cling to strange things and call them mom, but the strange things don't even want them. Zhang Ming must win. You people are just jealous. You're dying of anger. You're dying of anger. When Zhang Ming woke up, the female doctor was gone. Zhang Ming got out of bed and saw some bread, cookies, and water on the table. He immediately grabbed them and ate. After eating and drinking enough, Zhang Ming sat in the room waiting for the female doctor to come back and take him out. But after waiting for a long time, almost at the time to take the medicine, she still hadn't come back. No, he couldn't wait any longer. Only by taking the medicine could he become stronger, so he had to go take it. He must find the female doctor now. He opened the door and saw a long corridor. He tried to recall the path he walked yesterday. The corridor was so silent that he could hear his own heartbeat. At this moment, heavy footsteps came from a distance, interrupting the sound of his heartbeat. These footsteps sounded familiar to Zhang Ming. It was the same as the security guard's strange footsteps from yesterday. Why would there be footsteps here? Shouldn't they be in the hospital area? And it's not even sleep time yet. The footsteps were quickly getting closer. Although the security guard's eyesight wasn't good, his hearing was extremely sharp. Zhang Ming quickly stopped, leaned against the wall, and slowed his breathing. Even the slightest sound could attract attention. Just when he thought the security guard wouldn't hear him and would slowly walk away. Unexpectedly, not long after, Zhang Ming saw a crooked figure moving rapidly toward him through the dim light. Zhang Ming was greatly shocked. This thing wasn't really coming to find him, was it? But wasn't it supposed to be unable to see? At that moment, the system gave a prompt. Leaving the hospital room, the security guard's strange eyesight will return to normal. Seeing the system prompt, Zhang Ming couldn't help but curse inwardly, damn. He no longer hesitated and immediately turned to run, hoping to return to the room from before as quickly as possible. The strange creature's speed was incredibly fast, far faster than Zhang Ming's short legs could ever match. Looking at how the security guard was less than 20 meters away from him. Viewers in Dragon Country's livestream were all nervous. Now that the female doctor is not here, our little darling won't be killed, right? Don't say such gloomy things upstairs. If he survives this, there must be future blessings, you know? He has such good luck, surely nothing will happen to him. We must trust the hero. In the global live broadcast, most of the international audience was mocking. Now that the female doctor isn't around to protect him, he's just a useless fool. His luck must be running out. Young man, you're still too young. If you had the skill, you would have charmed this security ghost too. Now you're out of tricks. Die. At this moment, the Dragon Kingdom's team couldn't help Zhang Ming either. Their hearts were almost in their throats. Last time in the ward, this ghost only glanced at Zhang Ming and left. Why is it now relentlessly chasing him? I hope Zhang Ming can outrun this ghost. The chief rubbed his bald head and prayed. If only the female doctor could suddenly save Zhang Ming right now, the crisis would be averted, but the chance is too slim. The female doctor is busy dispensing medicine. How can she manage this? Inside the world of strange tales. Zhang Ming's brain was operating at high speed. The only one who could help him now was the female doctor. But she was not by his side. Why not try calling for help? Maybe she would hear it? A dead horse is treated as a live horse. Zhang Ming shouted loudly, Mom! Come quick and save me! Mom! Just as the ghostly security's big knife was about to chop him, the female doctor suddenly appeared as if teleporting, swinging her electric baton to strike the ghostly security's knife away. Zhang Ming was thus easily protected behind her. The female doctor's level was higher. The ghostly security was so intimidated by the natural pressure from the female doctor that he didn't dare to move. Incoherent, he whimpered, Don't kill me, don't kill me. At this moment, the female doctor remembered, if she hadn't rushed over in time, her good son would have been killed by this beast in front of her. Must not let him live. This dog creature cannot be spared. Having lost a child once, she absolutely could not lose another. Fueled by the fear and anger of losing a child, black flames engulfed her body. Her beautiful face became twisted and terrifying, more horrific than the devils of hell. She roared in anger. Dare to touch a single hair on my child, and you will die. Chapter 12, Eating Medicine to Become Stronger. I eat. An electric baton turned into a sword, infused with a heavy strange aura, piercing into the body of the ghostly security. This was the anger of a mother. Ghosts can't be killed by human strength, only the power of the strange can kill the strange. A massive strange force tore through the ghostly security's body, instantly turning it into smoke, disappearing without a trace. Zhang Ming saw the ghostly security didn't even have a chance to struggle before the female doctor knocked him out with one strike. Feeling shocked, could this be the true strength of the female doctor? So powerful. With such a ghostly protector by his side, it would be hard for him to lose this game. The global audience in the live broadcast was also stunned, unable to close their mouths at the female doctor's power. So strong. I never expected this Dr. Ghost could kill with one strike, even ghosts are taken out in one blow. This is unbeatable. Truly unbeatable. I've never seen a ghost protect a human before, but now I have. If she wasn't always helping the challenger from the Dragon Kingdom, I would praise her too. Strong is strong, but she's always being led by that little child. If this continues, the Dragon Kingdom might just make it to the end. I never expected that a child could become our strongest competitor. But who knows? What if one day the ghost realizes Zhang Ming isn't actually a child? The Dragon Kingdom's team saw Zhang Ming miraculously escape yet again, and their hearts could finally settle down. Good people have divine protection, I knew it would be fine. Now that Zhang Ming has the female doctor as a trump card, his chances of winning have increased to 90%. Seeing how the ghost protects Zhang Ming unconditionally proves our plan has succeeded. The chief extended his hand and pointed, saying, continue to let Zhang Ming take care of that ghost more. Deepening the identity of being a strange child. Yes. When the female doctor calmed down, she turned and nervously examined Zhang Ming's body, radiating a glow of motherly love. Child, let mommy see if you're hurt? Seeing that Zhang Ming was unharmed, she let out a sigh of relief. It's good you're not hurt. Why aren't you staying in your room? It's dangerous outside. Zhang Ming innocently said, it's time for my medicine, I want to take my medicine. Hearing this, the female doctor shook her head helplessly and smiled as she tapped his nose. Silly child, you won't need to take medicine anymore, that medicine isn't for you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ming quickly realized that the rules here no longer affected him. After all, the female doctor was the one who made these rules. Zhang Ming shook his head and said, I like the taste of that pill, I want to eat it. The more I have, the more I can eat. Only by eating enough pills would his strange power inside him grow stronger and stronger. He needed a lot of power. The female doctor didn't understand why Zhang Ming liked that pill so much. No matter what, since her son liked something, it had to be satisfied. Alright, I'll get you some, but you must go back to your room first. The female doctor took Zhang Ming back to his room and made him wait. Before long, she really brought in a plate of pills, some black and some pink. With some worry, she uncertainly asked, baby, are you sure you want to eat these? This pill has killed many people. Zhang Ming confidently picked up a black pill and put it in his mouth. Though the black pill still tasted terrible, just thinking about how his strange power would grow stronger made it worthwhile. He was willing to eat any awful medicine. Strange power +2. Zhang Ming took another pink pill and swallowed it. Strange power +10. He enjoyed the feeling of power entering his body, grabbing handfuls of pills and eating them. Strange power +2. Strange power +2. Strange power +10. Congratulations! Your strange power has reached 100. Congratulations! You have received the Diamond Shield skill. This skill can block one fatal damage, usable once every 2 days. Your physical fitness +50, can run 2,000 meters without wheezing, can easily lift an axe. This speed of improvement is really fast. It seems like I'll need to eat even more pills in the future. His body felt lighter than ever, as if he had endless energy. The people in the global live broadcast were stunned by Zhang Ming's frantic pill-popping behavior. They were all curious about this child's body. Is this child a monster? How can he be immune to that pill? I suspect that pill is not the same as the one the original challengers took. So many pills, a normal person would die immediately, yet he has no issues at all? Could it be that his small body has surpassed all human bodies? So strong. This child must have a secret, he doesn't have superpowers, does he? Our challengers barely survived eating one pill, but he ate dozens without feeling anything at all? Unbelievable. Even the analysts from the Dragon Country strategy team were baffled by Zhang Ming's actions, completely unsure of what he was doing. Is he really fine after eating so many pills at once? His body condition is good, even healthier than yesterday. It's unreasonable. He really is different from all the challengers. It's truly puzzling. The chief also suddenly noticed Zhang Ming's unusual traits. His body is definitely very powerful, there's no other like it in the world. He seems weak, but that's just an illusion to confuse the enemy. Impressive. One can only admire this child's cleverness, you all should learn from him, don't be like a bunch of headless chickens. The strategy team members nodded in agreement, yes, yes, yes. In fact, even the closest female doctor to Zhang Ming was a little confused by the situation. Is it possible that this son was just frightened, which is why he is acting so strangely? You must know that these pills are so absurd that even you wouldn't look down on them. Zhang Ming, with a confused look in his eyes, pulled at his mother's sleeve. Mom, do we still have medicine? The female doctor shook her head blankly. No more, there was only that much and you ate it all. Zhang Ming sighed with regret. If there's none, then there's none. The female doctor, not wanting to make Zhang Ming unhappy, comforted him. If you still want to eat, there should be more tomorrow, I'll save them for you. Not a single piece will be left out. Since the son wants it, I must indulge him. Zhang Ming's face instantly broke into a sweet smile. Thank you, Mom. The female doctor's attitude became softer, seeing Zhang Ming happy made her happy too. Life used to be dull and lifeless, drifting aimlessly like a dead corpse, forgetting that it was really a dead corpse. Since the arrival of this child, each day living has brought anticipation and hope. The female doctor vowed in her heart that anyone who dared to bully her son would either die or she would die. Female doctor danger level, 10%. Latest progress, female doctor loves her son to the bone, she can give all for you. Zhang Ming was stunned, the danger level dropped to 10% so quickly. At this speed, it won't be long before the danger level definitely drops to 0%. Chapter 13, isn't crying just an essential skill for a child? The female doctor glanced at the clock. Sweetheart, I have to go to work now. Stay here, it's dangerous outside. Zhang Ming obediently nodded, okay. This time, the female doctor took the initiative to kiss Zhang Ming's forehead, her voice incredibly gentle. You're such a good boy. Tonight, Mommy will tell you a story. In fact, Zhang Ming didn't want to go out and face all those distressing matters. It would be better to just lie here for a few days, and when it's almost over, he would find an excuse to let the female doctor release him. Isn't this task just simple and joyful to accomplish? They say ghost stories are hard, are they? Not at all. Zhang Ming took out a small cookie from his pocket, enjoying it while humming a little tune. What a joy! Zhang Ming was relaxed, while challengers from other countries were suffering one after another. After the medication time ended, the female doctor arranged for a patient treatment session. All challengers must comply with the doctor's demands. Any resistors will be killed. What electric shock treatments, fire treatments, flesh-cutting therapies, no anesthesia gutting and stitching, everyone has to go through at once. They made those people wish they were dead. Some challengers couldn't endure such torture and directly crashed their heads into the wall to die. The challengers from oil-rich countries saw the female doctor's so-called treatment methods were too cruel and tried to escape but were easily caught back. In the end, only 4 challengers remained. They were the challengers from the Dragon Country, the United States, the Yinger Country, and Han's Country. And the remaining 4 had absolute powerful strength. This is now a battle between great powers. The global audience is closely watching which country will ultimately triumph. It must be our United States. Jack is the strongest man in our country, I believe in him, long live Jack. No, it must be our Yinger Country, Baron clearly surpasses all others. You two stop arguing, look at Dragon Country. He can lay flat all the way to now, can you? That kid is lucky, that weird creature has already recognized him as its child. Do you think it will willingly let him go? So, that kid is bound to lose, ha ha ha. In fact, people from Dragon Country were also very worried about this aspect. The bullet screens in the Dragon Country live broadcast room were constantly scrolling. What if that weird creature doesn't let Zhang Ming come back? Impossible. The female doctor treats Zhang Ming so well. Just because she's so good. That's why there's this worry. While Zhang Ming was idly doing nothing in the room, that distant voice reappeared in his mind. There are only 4 challengers left, a hidden task has been triggered. Killing the hidden boss is the only way to complete the task. Failing the hidden task means eternal confinement in the insane asylum. This voice stirred Zhang Ming, he struggled to remember. He had only seen the strange female doctor and the guard in this insane asylum. But where was the hidden boss now? It seemed like it had never appeared. Suddenly, Zhang Ming remembered that this asylum had 3 floors. And they were currently on the 1st floor. Perhaps searching the 2nd and 3rd floors would yield some results. He didn't want to act rashly without understanding the situation. When the female doctor returned, he must ask her clearly. Finally, it was bedtime, and the female doctor returned to the room, bringing Zhang Ming's favorite food. Zhang Ming ate the bread and curiously asked, "Mom, can you tell me what's on the upper 2 floors?" The female doctor's expression grew serious. "It's dangerous up there, don't go." Zhang Ming's eyes flashed. Dangerous? That meant something was going on. Perhaps the hidden boss was up there. After finishing the last bite of bread, Zhang Ming's curiosity exploded like a child's, looking innocent. "Then, can you take me up to have a look, Mom? This room is so boring, not fun at all. You're so powerful, and as long as I'm with you, there won't be any danger." The female doctor shook her head in disapproval. "Don't go, trust Mommy." Zhang Ming thought, if the female doctor was so adamant about not letting him go to the 2nd and 3rd floors, that meant the problem was bigger than he imagined. Could there be something here that even the female doctor couldn't handle? His doubts grew heavier. At this moment, the system started to give him hints again. Investigating the entire building is very helpful for the task. It is suggested that you act cute, complain, and persuade with soft words. This will bear results. If necessary, you can give a loving kiss. Seeing these hints made Zhang Ming sigh. He originally wanted to be tough but felt he was drifting further away from that. Acts of cuteness were becoming easier and easier to perform. He steeled his heart, his small body directly burrowed into the female doctor's arms, his voice pitifully whiny. "Mom, it's so boring here, I just want to play upstairs, can you take me, please?" Zhang Ming almost felt embarrassed by his own awkwardness, cringing inside. He truly risked it all for the task. But to the female doctor, Zhang Ming looked like a little animal, soft and very cute. Now as a mother, she found everything Zhang Ming did to be extremely adorable. However, it was too dangerous upstairs, and the female doctor still didn't want to take him there. Staying by her side was better than anywhere else. She hoped Zhang Ming would be safe. All the dangers in this world should not fall upon this child. "Sweetheart, the one upstairs is not something we can provoke." The female doctor's words instantly exploded in the global live broadcast. "No way. There's something here that's even more powerful than the female doctor. That more powerful entity can't be the hidden boss, can it? If it's that powerful, it definitely is. I thought the most powerful entity here was the female doctor. Humph. Zhang Ming probably isn't going to be that lucky this time. The strange entity that appeared must be something even the female doctor finds difficult to handle, let alone him. I've seen this statement so many times in the comments. Right now Zhang Ming is living just fine. Instead of worrying about others, why not care more for your own?" Zhang Ming saw that the female doctor hadn't relented yet and felt that his cuteness wasn't strong enough. He secretly pinched his thigh, crying out loud, tears streaming down like beads. Crying isn't a skill every child has? "Mom, I just want to go upstairs to play. The 1st floor isn't fun at all. Please agree to me." "Woo woo." The female doctor had never seen a child cry like this, hurriedly wiping his tears away. Her heart ached terribly. "Sweetheart, don't cry. Don't cry. Mommy agrees, Mommy will take you." Zhang Ming felt accomplished and wiped the tears from his face with his sleeve, softly sobbing, "I knew that Mom loved me the most." The female doctor saw his eyes reddening from crying and, feeling a pang of heartache, held him in her arms, resting her chin on his head and gently rubbing it, as if to comfort him. The child's crying did not annoy her in the slightest, it only reminded her of the child she had lost long ago. When he was alive, he would also cry and fuss whenever things went wrong. He was just like the child in her arms. Back then, she too would comfort him just like she was comforting Zhang Ming now. The female doctor softly said, "Sweetheart, don't cry, you're making my heart break. I can take you upstairs, but you must stay close to me and not run around, okay?" Zhang Ming nodded vigorously and sniffled, I won't run around." The female doctor let go of Zhang Ming and rummaged through a nearby cabinet, pulling out a white robe for him to wear. Zhang Ming's small body was enveloped by the robe, leaving only his little face exposed. The robe smelled unpleasant, just like the eerie odor surrounding him. The audience in the Dragon Kingdom livestream saw Zhang Ming wrapped up like a little potato. They were so charmed that their minds became dizzy. "He looks like a little hamster, so cute. Where can I get such an adorable little one? I want one too." Do you think the female doctor dressed him in the robe for a special reason? Who knows? I think it's just a normal robe. The female doctor is so tall. Zhang Ming looks like a tiny potato as he pulls on her clothes. No wonder even the eerie thing loves this child so much. I love this child too. Zhang Ming followed the female doctor to a locked iron door. The female doctor gently grasped the lock, and in less than a second, the lock was opened. At the moment the door swung open, a strong, fishy odor assaulted their senses. Zhang Ming could even see the faint black mist seeping out from within. At this moment, his heart raced. He had no idea what would happen next. "Let's go." The female doctor led him inside, climbing 2 flights of stairs until they reached the 2nd floor. The walls on the second floor were far more dilapidated than those on the first floor. Pieces of paint were peeling off the walls, one by one. The hallway was cluttered with discarded tables and chairs, and ordinary pills scattered across the floor. Rows of locked rooms appeared as if they hadn't been opened for a long time. Until he passed by a big red door. A line of text flashed in his mind, a reminder from the system. Go inside and take a look, there are things you can't imagine. The system's reminder hooked his attention, instantly shifting it to the door beside him. He pointed his small finger at the big door in front of him, curiously asking, "Mom, can I go in there to play?" The female doctor's expression changed as she looked at the door, uneasily saying, "There's nothing to play with inside, I'll take you to another room where there are lots of toys." This made Zhang Ming upset, as he cried and yelled, "No! I want to go in there, take me." The key to winning this game might just be inside. He had to seize the opportunity and take a look. At this moment, the female doctor grew a bit unhappy, pretending to frown and sternly saying, "If you don't listen, this is not a place for you, it's very dangerous, do you understand? Mommy is worried about you." This was the first time the female doctor had scolded him. Zhang Ming was taken aback, pouting, his head lowered in sadness, softly saying, "Mom, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have put you in a difficult position, I don't understand, please don't be angry." If the female doctor continued, Zhang Ming seemed like he would start crying. Seeing Zhang Ming's sad and upset expression, the female doctor felt as though her cold heart had been struck. She felt overwhelming guilt. Why did I say such things and make the child sad? I'm sorry, sweetheart, I couldn't control myself." In that moment, the female doctor felt like she was about to break. In the global live broadcast room, many viewers are also mothers, and they see their own reflection in the female doctor. "Every time I lose my temper with my child, I feel utterly guilty. I never expected to see a sense of brokenness from such a bizarre figure. It seems she really cares for Zhang Ming, treating him almost like her own son. If it weren't for the mission, Zhang Ming probably wouldn't have wanted to go in. Zhang Ming is amazing. In just a few days, he has made the female doctor completely devoted to him. There must be something very important here, otherwise, the bazaar wouldn't react like this." Zhang Ming also sensed the sadness in the female doctor. He carefully tugged at her clothing and softly pleaded, "Mom, are you angry? I won't go in anymore, please don't be mad. I'm sorry. Don't be sad." Zhang Ming's repeated apologies made the female doctor feel even worse. She was already trapped in self-blame. All she wanted was for Zhang Ming to feel happy beside her, not to keep apologizing. The child is so small, he doesn't understand anything. I should satisfy his little curiosities, what am I doing? How can I disappoint such a lovely child? I really am not a competent mother. She squatted down and pinched Zhang Ming's soft little face, forcing out what she thought was her gentlest smile. "Sweetheart. Mommy can take you inside to have a look, but you must hold on to me tightly, come on." The female doctor easily picked Zhang Ming up with one hand, and he clung tightly to her pale neck. Zhang Ming was still a bit surprised that she agreed. He had planned that if the female doctor disagreed, he would sneak in to have a look himself. If it was dangerous, he had his protective barrier. At worst, he would shout, "Mom." It's natural to call out Mom when something happens. In fact, he wouldn't blame the female doctor at all, he knew she didn't let him in because she was afraid of him getting hurt. He understood everything. The female doctor almost didn't need keys, the door opened with a gentle push, and as soon as they entered, she quickly closed it behind them. It was as if she wanted to prevent whatever was inside from coming out. What met Zhang Ming's eyes was a scene of total chaos, books and papers scattered all over the floor. When he saw the familiar packaging of cookies and bread on the ground, his heart skipped a beat. Isn't this the kind of cookie and bread I've been eating these past few days? How could it be here? Zhang Ming's questions grew heavier in his heart. The female doctor looked around, "See. There is nothing here, let's go." Zhang Ming pointed at the packaging on the ground, "Mom, isn't this what I ate? It's here, too." The female doctor distractedly replied, "Yes. It's here, too." Zhang Ming shifted his gaze from the packaging, and when he turned back, he was startled to see a monster with 3 arms and 3 heads standing in front of them, staring at them with an eerie gaze. It was like being locked in the gaze of a venomous snake. Zhang Ming jumped in fright and hurriedly shrank into the female doctor's embrace, his sense of safety instantly returned. Being in his mother's arms was the best. "Mom, behind you." Chapter 15, More Bizarre Than the Bazaar. The viewers in the global live broadcast were also startled. Caught off guard again, my heart. This monster is so ugly, I hope there will be more beautiful monsters like the female doctor. I hope there are never any monsters, those above are delusional. Can today's monsters DIY their bodies? I guess looking this terrifying must mean she's a hidden big boss. The system quickly identified the monster before them. Anya, human, female. Zhang Ming was astonished, how could someone who looked like this still be human? Which human has 3 arms and 3 heads like her? The reason there were bread and cookie packaging here was that she needed to eat these foods. Since she was human, there was no real threat to the female doctor. But just now, why was there hesitation at the door? And who sent all that food over? Countless questions floated through Zhang Ming's mind. The female doctor heard Zhang Ming's call, calmly turned to Anya, and said expressionlessly, "My son wants to see you, he means no harm." Anya was very afraid of the female doctor. She quickly withdrew her previously vicious gaze and trembled as she huddled in the corner. She made a sound like ah ah ah. Listening to her, Zhang Ming guessed that it seemed her vocal cords were broken. Zhang Ming slowly raised his head to look at Anya and found only the middle head of her 3 heads was usable, the other 2 heads were closed-eyed and lifeless, as if they had been sewn on from someone else. Even the extra arms were sewn onto her body. Her clothes were torn and ragged, hanging on her. This was a person stranger than strange, Zhang Ming thought in his heart. Zhang Ming quietly leaned over to the female doctor and asked, "Mom, what's wrong with her?" The female doctor simply said lightly, "Just a madwoman. We're done here, let's go." Okay. Before arriving, Zhang Ming never expected that there would be a human inside. He thought it would be some hidden big boss. She was clearly not a challenger. Why was she locked up here? Just as they were about to open the door to leave, Anya, squatting in the corner, suddenly went berserk. She jumped up, opened her mouth, and tried to bite Zhang Ming. The female doctor's reaction was quick. She swung her hand over and directly knocked her away. Producing an electric baton and pressing it against Anya's head, she said coldly, "Be quiet." Upon seeing the electric baton in the female doctor's hand, Anya immediately became obedient. Zhang Ming could clearly see that the female doctor was very lenient with Anya. If it were another human, one blow would probably take them out. Her attitude was very strange. The female doctor quickly took Zhang Ming out of this room. Just as she was closing the door, Zhang Ming heard Anya inside desperately pounding against the door, shrieking in pain and urgency. Ah! 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 She wanted to burst out of that room. Hearing the sound, Zhang Ming turned to look at the door that was being pounded relentlessly. Curiously, he asked the female doctor, "Mom, why not kill her?" The female doctor quickly led him down from the second floor back to the previous room, and only then explained. "If we kill her, this place will turn into real hell. We cannot kill." Zhang Ming's face darkened as he asked again, "Why?" Hearing him ask why again, the female doctor looked up at the ceiling helplessly, sighed deeply in her heart, and cried inwardly. "Raising a child is so hard. Why every day? Why can I only wonder why children's curiosity is so heavy?" But to be a good mother and protect a child's pure curiosity, the female doctor patiently answered. At that moment, she realized how good her patience could be. Because she is very powerful, she is the strongest in the whole insane asylum. So powerful that even Mom does not dare to touch her. "You can't go to the second floor anymore, understood? You little rascal." After saying this, the female doctor dotingly tapped his nose. Zhang Ming pretended to be scared and shook his head. "I won't go to the second floor again, it's so scary." The female doctor kissed Zhang Ming's little face. "That's my good son." Actually, Zhang Ming didn't believe the female doctor's words at all, that Anya was clearly a human. How could the female doctor not kill her? Unless that girl had a more powerful force behind her, a force even the female doctor feared. Zhang Ming asked the system in his heart, "Is this girl a hidden big boss?" No. Just like the answer he had guessed in his heart, but how could he draw out what was behind her? Now he had only visited the second floor. Should he explore the third floor tomorrow? Earlier, when he was outside the activity area, looking up at the whole insane asylum building, he noticed that the third floor was almost shrouded in a thick black mist, making it impossible to see clearly. There must be something he wants there. While he was thinking about the problem, the female doctor had kindly prepared the bed for him. "Baby, come to sleep. I'll tell you a story." Zhang Ming naturally climbed onto the bed, burrowed into the blanket, and seeing the female doctor sitting on the bed, asked, "Is Mom not going to work tonight?" The female doctor stroked his forehead. "It's still early. I'll patrol after you fall asleep." Now he thought, work was not as important as being with his child to sleep. If the boy didn't sleep, he wouldn't have the heart to work. Zhang Ming closed his eyes and slowly fell asleep listening to the story the female doctor told. In the end, he vaguely felt that the female doctor seemed to kiss his forehead again. The American team on the live broadcast also saw Anya. Detected that she is human. Strange, I remember she was not among the challengers. Even the female doctor doesn't dare to move her. She must be the hidden boss, the most core existence of this insane asylum. Based on previous experience, core figures aren't necessarily the strongest but are definitely the most special. So, if we kill her, does that mean we succeed? Quick, contact Jack. We've found the hidden big boss. Thanks to this little guy, we gained the upper hand so quickly. This victory is ours. Better to mistakenly kill than to leave any omissions. Apart from the US, Ingwa and Hansgwa quickly confirmed that Anya was indeed the hidden big boss. The Longwa team was also discussing what to do next. Chief, that girl from earlier really isn't the hidden boss, right? She looks like it, but the feeling is hard to explain. Chief, what should we do? The chief was not as anxious as they were. Let's see how that kid acts. We must trust him. Some members of the analysis team became anxious. If that girl really is the hidden mission target and other countries seize the opportunity, we'll lose. Exactly, we can't wait any longer. Make a decision, Chief. The chief looked at their eager faces, slammed the documents onto the table with a loud bang. He scolded. I said, everything depends on that kid. What's there to rush about? If that girl isn't the big boss and we kill her wrongly, causing a bad chain reaction, can you all bear the responsibility? The chief's roar completely silenced the entire analysis room, no one dared to refute. Chapter 16, The Last Happiness. American Challenger Jack, Ingwa Challenger Baron, and Hansgwa Challenger Theo all received messages from their respective national teams. So the three of them quietly gathered in the ward. Jack said quietly and proudly to the other two, have you noticed how quiet it is tonight? I heard that the guard mysteriously died. At first, I didn't believe it, but I didn't expect it to be true. Now it's good. It gives us a chance to conspire. Theo asked Jack and Baron uncertainly, are we really going to the second floor? What if the information is wrong? Baron said with dissatisfaction, it can't be wrong, I trust them. Besides, staying in one place isn't a solution, is it? Theo nodded in agreement with Baron. Indeed, they needed to take the initiative. Jack anxiously urged, the three of us together will have a better chance. Right now, that female doctor is still coaxing the Longwa kid to sleep. This is our opportunity. Stop dawdling, let's go. Time waits for no one. After they reached a consensus, the three quietly sneaked out of the ward, walking down the corridor, looking at the large iron door leading to the second floor not far away. They wore faint smiles on their faces. Jack excitedly pointed at the iron door, urging, that's the place, let's go. They rushed to the iron door, and when Baron saw it was locked, he didn't hesitate to take out a thin wire and twisted it a couple of times in the lock opened. These challengers had all received extremely rigorous training. Lock-picking is one of their many skills. At the moment the door opened, the cold air and stench rushed out to meet them. It's so cold. Are you sure someone is inside? Baron felt puzzled. Let's go in and take a look. Jack walked to the front. The other two followed behind. The audiences in the global livestream were getting excited, as if they saw the dawn of victory right before their eyes. As long as we kill that monster, our country will win. It's our country that will win. Don't forget, even if we really kill that hidden boss, they still have to stay inside for 7 days to come out. Anyway, in the end, it will definitely be America that wins. Is the little kid from Dragon Country still sleeping in his mom's arms? He might wait forever to be stuck here. Dragon Country has not taken action, don't you find it suspicious? No matter how smart he is, a 6-year-old kid can't be smarter than our country's think tank, right? In Dragon Country's livestream, there was a wave of anxiety. The other 3 countries have taken action, why is he still sleeping? This guy can't be planning to drown in a soft bed and never come back. Wake up! The fire has already started. I feel very uneasy, what if the other 3 countries win? I said this kid is unreliable. If it weren't for the female doctor protecting him, he would have died long ago. Isn't Zhang Ming on the second floor? I believe in him, he definitely won't make a mistake. Everyone, don't be so down, what we need to do now is support our hero. In America and some other countries, early celebrations of victory had begun. The people of Dragon Country fell into deep suspicion and terror again, they had already thought about how to accept the consequences of failing in this horror game. Inside the world of horror tales, Jack and the other two carefully avoided the chaos on the ground. Under the guidance of America's think tank, they found the big red door that was locking Anya inside. Looking at the big door in front of them, excitement glowed on their faces. Baron said, the hidden big boss is inside? I didn't expect we would find it so quickly. Jack snorted coldly and said, we have to thank that kid from Dragon Country. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have found our way here. Theo didn't say anything, he pushed the door but found it wouldn't budge. Moreover, there was no lock to open it outside the door. This door is strange. Baron glanced and wondered how to open the door without a lock. Suddenly, a bright idea hit him. How about we break it down together? Jack felt it was inappropriate, the sound of breaking the door is too loud, it could easily attract the strange thing. Let's think of another way. At that moment, Baron saw an iron rod not far away. Without saying a word, he inserted the rod into the door gap, and the 3 of them worked together to pry the door open. Jack pushed the door open and led them inside. Looking left and right, they didn't see the strange-looking person they had heard about. Baron was filled with questions. Isn't it supposed to be right here? They wouldn't be lying to us, would they? Jack shook his head in confusion. It shouldn't be, they wouldn't do something so important like that. Just as they were puzzled, Anya silently approached them from behind. Taking advantage of them not noticing, she stretched out her sharp claws and fiercely stabbed toward Theo's eyes, the closest to her. Theo only felt a sharp pain in his eyes and immediately covered them, crouching down and howling, "Ah! It hurts!" Jack and Baron heard the sound and immediately turned around. Anya didn't give them time to react and raised her claws to pounce on them. Jack and Baron both had some martial arts skills and quickly dodged. Baron raised the iron rod and struck Anya's head. Anya's head was hit, and a pool of blood erupted as she cried out in pain. "Ah! Baron was afraid Anya's screams would attract the female doctor. He hurriedly covered her mouth and warned, "Don't scream. Be quiet." Anya was very small in stature, while Baron was a burly man, 2 meters tall. She simply couldn't resist. Her long nails dug into Baron's arm, but it was of no help. Jack and Baron didn't expect this monster in front of them to be so weak. Baron hurriedly urged, "Quickly finish off this monster." Jack picked up the iron rod that Baron had just used, and stabbed it directly into Anya's belly, stirring it continuously until the insides were crushed. The iron rod was dull, but with a little force, it could still penetrate a person's body. Anya's belly kept bleeding, and she writhed in pain. Baron held her mouth tightly, not allowing her to make a sound. Anya was dead. Her body was carelessly thrown on the ground by Baron. After Anya died, her eyes were wide open, staring intensely at Baron's face. As if unwilling. Baron felt a chill running down his spine from her gaze, a sense of ominous premonition lingering in his heart. He squatted down and tried to close Anya's eyelids, but after several attempts, her eyes remained open. In the end, he gave up and let her eyes stare wide. Jack kicked the corpse on the ground and laughed, "This mission is so easy. Let's go." Baron looked at Theo, whose eyes had been gouged out, and asked, "What about him?" Jack didn't take it seriously. "Just leave him here, consider it one less competitor." Jack thought to himself, it was originally just the two of them who killed the hidden boss, victory was theirs, bringing Theo along would be a burden. After all, his eyes were already blind, and he could die at any moment. The Americans and the Brits saw their heroes kill the hidden boss and were all excitedly dancing in front of the live broadcast. Chapter 17 for you, even if I die, I have no regrets. Hidden mission completed, victory isn't far away? No need to think, this victory must belong to our great America. Long live Jack, long live Jack. Oh. Jack was the winner of the last game, it seems this victory is also his. There are also contributions from our Brit country. Brit can't lose. Why aren't you Americans and Brits saving Theo? So heartless. This is simply against humanitarianism, betraying allies brings no good outcome. Dragon Country also saw the faces of America and the Brits celebrating too early, mocking them. Isn't it too early to be happy now? They're already celebrating before the results, be careful of dying quickly. I can't stand their proud faces. If they can win, I'll eat shit. It makes me so angry. Zhang Ming, the outside world has changed, you are still sleeping? The people of Dragon Country were always puzzled as to why he wasn't anxious. They suspected that even if the sky fell, Zhang Ming would still sleep soundly. In fact, they were almost worried to death. If America and the Brit really completed the hidden mission, this guy might never get out of this insane asylum for life. Jack and Baron had waited in the ward for a long time and did not hear any news of the hidden mission being completed. This made them restless. Baron anxiously rubbed his hands and asked, "Why is there no news? Is it possible the mission wasn't completed?" Jack immediately retorted, "Impossible, our country's analysts are top-notch, there can't be any mistakes." Actually, at this moment, Jack's heart was also in turmoil, he didn't want to admit that this mission was a failure. This was his dignity as the last game's winner. They anxiously waited until the next day, and still, there was not a single piece of information about the mission being completed, they were thoroughly panicked. Baron suggested again, "Why don't we check the second floor? Maybe that person isn't dead at all, after all, there are plenty of freaks here." Jack nodded, "Okay, it's better than doing nothing." Who knew as soon as they got up, they were blocked by a thick black mist. From the black mist, a head of Theo was thrown out, along with some dismembered body parts. They were startled by the rolling human head. Jack immediately sensed something was wrong. Just as he lifted his leg to run, he was choked by a mass of black mist, hanging in midair, and Baron was also hanging in the air. Jack struggled by kicking his legs, but the air entering his lungs was getting less and less. His face turned red as he gasped and said, "Who are you?" A figure in a white coat walked out of the black mist. A middle-aged man with golden-rimmed glasses is strange. His face is purple, full of sores, as if covered with a layer of toad skin. He is holding a girl in his arms, and that girl is Anya. The middle-aged man stares at them with strange anger. Facing the killers of his daughter, the man only feels grief and pain. He protected his daughter for so many years, only to have her killed by two humans, his heart's wishes completely gone. Those humans who killed Anya should be cut into pieces. He roars in rage, shaking the ground beneath him. You are the ones who killed my daughter, it's you. You all deserve to die. No. Death is too easy for you. Jack and Baron instantly feel their bodies being torn apart by millions of poisonous insects. The pain makes them want to commit suicide. At this moment, they realize they were wrong, everything was wrong. The one they killed yesterday was not a hidden boss at all. They endure the excruciating pain, filled with deep regret. They have lost. The man tosses them to the ground, quietly watching them bleed to death. Gently looking down at his daughter who has died for a long time, the madness in his eyes intensifies. It's all humans. I will kill all the humans here, to accompany my daughter in death. In the end, the man still feels unsatisfied and directly chops up Jack and Baron's corpses to eat them. The people of the United States and the United Kingdom, who were celebrating victory, feel as if the sky is about to fall upon hearing the news of their country's defeat. Divine punishment has arrived, earthquakes and droughts will sweep across their entire country. Wasn't it said that we would win? Did I hear wrong? It's over. Completely over. An earthquake. An earthquake is coming, be alert. Didn't they say we would definitely win? Why did we lose? Why? God. Save us. God. Hear our voices. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Jack, you have let us down. The American think tank is even more despondent. Victory was almost within their grasp, yet they still failed. It must have been that kid from the Dragon Kingdom deliberately misleading us, the sinister dragon people. A blunder, the most foolish blunder in the world. We were actually fooled by a child, where is our face left? A mere child from the Dragon Kingdom defeated us helplessly, I can't bear to face the leaders, I voluntarily apply to withdraw from the think tank. In the whole world, only the people of the Dragon Kingdom are the most relaxed, because among all the challengers from other countries, only Zhang Ming remains. Zhang Ming is so smart, he must have realized that the girl is not the hidden boss. A genius. A peerless genius. The strange man that just appeared couldn't be the hidden boss, right? Even the female doctor fears such a powerful existence. The next enemy Zhang Ming faces is so strong, can he really win? Bless us. Bless us. At this moment, Zhang Ming is still sound asleep, completely unaware of the earth-shattering events happening outside. Until he is awakened by the anxious voice of the female doctor. Baby, wake up quickly, something went wrong outside. Zhang Ming groggily gets up and hazily looks at the female doctor, what's wrong? Until he sees the female doctor's serious expression, he immediately realizes something big has happened. His mind clears up quite a bit. The female doctor quickly puts the previous white coat on Zhang Ming, expressionless, and says, the one on the second floor has died. Zhang Ming's bright eyes widen in disbelief, dead? How could he die when everything was fine before he slept? It can't be the remaining three who did it, right? So quick. Are they afraid he will get ahead of them? Hurry up. You guys will die from anxiety. The female doctor hugs Zhang Ming and walks out of the room, hiding him in a concealed small compartment. Looking worried, she tells Zhang Ming. Baby, it's very dangerous outside right now, just stay in here and don't come out, your white coat can hide your human scent, they won't find you for a while, remember, don't leave here, do you hear? Zhang Ming hurriedly grabbed the female doctor's hand, his eyes full of worry. Mom, why don't you hide in here too? It's very dangerous outside, I don't want you to get hurt. The female doctor saw how understanding Zhang Ming was and a look of comfort appeared on her face. She would do anything for her son, even if it meant dying. Chapter 18, I really am fine. Finally, she reached out and touched Zhang Ming's small face, smiling as she said, don't be afraid. Mom will protect you. Zhang Ming reluctantly grasped her clothes and softly said, I want to go with you. The female doctor gently shook her head, no, you can't. It's too dangerous outside. If I take you, I will be distracted. Stay here, and when I'm done, I will come find you. Be good. Zhang Ming wanted to say something more, but the female doctor interrupted him, directly closing the small room's door as she left. Zhang Ming looked at the tightly shut door, a feeling of unease flashing through his mind. Should he go out or not? If he went out and caused trouble for the female doctor, it would not be worth it. After all, he knew his own abilities well enough. But he didn't want to be a turtle hiding in its shell while the female doctor took risks. After weighing his thoughts many times, Zhang Ming eventually opened the small door of the room and stepped outside. He had the protective shield that could block one attack. He should be fine. As soon as he stepped out of the room, the system gave another reminder, and Zhang Ming's heart lifted with joy. Find the female doctor, shield her from harm, hugging will enhance combat power. Zhang Ming thought, when did he become support again? Interesting. Without thinking too much, quickly finding the female doctor was the most important thing. How could he quickly find the female doctor? This insane asylum was so big, wandering around wouldn't work. System, can you help me find the female doctor? The system quickly and mechanically responded. It provided Zhang Ming with a map that marked the location of the female doctor. He dared not delay, quickly running towards that direction. The male figure roamed the building like a deathly specter, searching for Zhang Ming's shadow. The female doctor clutched a stun baton, fiercely pursuing him. As the eerie female doctor, she understood very well that only by killing the director would her child be safe. In the corridor, she stepped in front of the director, raising her stun baton and pointing it at the monstrous director. In a hoarse, calm voice, she said, "Director, I won't let you find him." The director did not expect this former subordinate to stand on the opposing side of a human. "Do you really think you can stop me?" The female doctor firmly replied, "Even if I can't stop you, I will try. I will never give you a chance to harm him." Last time, she didn't protect her child well, and this time, even if it cost her life, she would protect Zhang Ming completely. The director tilted his neck, an expression of anger appearing on his face. Gu Xian actually dared to betray him, how despicable. Then they would die together. The dark energy around him grew thicker. His already not-so-tall figure became distorted, muscles swelling, and in less than 2 seconds, the director transformed into a giant covered in sores. His coarse voice carried endless resentment and hatred. "Gu Xian, do you really think I will let you go? If you had done your job, and you wouldn't have died. Don't worry, I will kill both you and that child. Don't you like that child very much? Then let him keep you company." The director's thick palm swiped at the female doctor. The female doctor barely managed to dodge. The director's level was much higher, making the fight extremely difficult. The female doctor had already prepared to risk everything, gripping the stun baton tightly. "Even if I die, I will kill you." She leaped with all her strength, aiming to strike at the director. Before she could reach him, the dark mist slammed her to the ground, leaving her in a pitiful state. The female doctor felt pain all over her body, the strange power inside her shattered, unable to gather at all. She had never fought with the director and didn't expect the gap between them to be so vast. With just one hit, she was rendered powerless to fight back. The audience in the Long Kingdom live streaming room gasped at the director's astonishing power. "This is the most terrifying strength I have seen in all the horror game stories. The most powerful strange thing. Even the female doctor can't handle this move, how scary. If the female doctor dies, what will happen to our little Ming Ming? So terrifying. I feel like this game is going to end in total defeat. With such a powerful monster, no one can kill it. Don't give up until the end." The Dragon Kingdom's team was struggling hard to find solutions. "Chief, the danger level of this strange being is detected as extremely high. It's the strongest strange thing we've ever encountered. The female doctor is only medium-high danger, yet this is 2 levels higher. If we can't even defeat the female doctor, this mission is probably..." The analysis team members dared not continue their analysis. At this moment, even the chief couldn't think of any way. Against absolute power, clever tricks were useless. At this time, in the world of strange tales, the dean looked down mockingly at the struggling female doctor. "You think you can kill me with your pathetic strength? Forget who your superior is, die." The dean stopped talking nonsense and struck the female doctor with all his might. The female doctor stared at the massive black mass before her, her heart turned to ash. The dean's level was too high, pinning her down tightly. In the end, she still couldn't protect her child. History always repeats itself. The female doctor felt regret. "No. I must get up. What will happen to my child if I die?" Unsteadily, she stood up, holding the electric baton in front of her chest. "Come on." A large black mass struck her, causing the last bit of strange power within her to dissipate. Ultimately, unable to endure, she weakly collapsed on the ground. Zhang Ming ran with all his strength, and when he found the female doctor, he saw she was barely hanging on. His heart tightened. She cannot die. Legs, run faster. The people of the Dragon Kingdom saw Zhang Ming running over, their hearts lifted once again. How did he get out? Wasn't he supposed to hide well? He's just a small guy, he'll die if he goes over. Perhaps he really has a way? He must have his reasons for doing this. It's hard to imagine what Zhang Ming will use to resolve this crisis. All the people in the country knew very well that they could do nothing but continuously pray for Zhang Ming in their hearts. Just as the next wave of black mass was about to utterly crush the female doctor, Zhang Ming didn't hesitate at all, stretching out his small body to shield the female doctor underneath him. Even with the protection of the diamond shield, his small body was still shaken by the powerful force's aftershock, leaving him dizzy and weak. Just as he was about to fall, he heard the female doctor's painful wail in his ear. "No, my child." The female doctor, unable to cry tears, had blood tears flowing from the corners of her eyes. Her face was covered in blood. At this moment, her heartache was unbearable. Shaking all over, she caught his limp body, and even her voice trembled along with it. "Baby. Why are you so silly? Didn't I tell you not to come out? Why do you never listen to mommy?" Before Zhang Ming passed out, he tightly hugged her neck and comforted her. "It's great, mommy, I can finally protect you. I'm fine, I just want to sleep." After saying this, his head tilted and he fainted. Chapter 19, Crazy. This body is a bit too weak, but being able to save the female doctor still made Zhang Ming quite happy. The female doctor thought Zhang Ming was dead. She held him tightly, crying, "Silly son, mommy doesn't need your protection, come back." In the female doctor's mind, humans are very fragile, and the Dean's strange power is so strong that Zhang Ming couldn't possibly withstand it. The scene of her real son dying in front of her resurfaced in her mind. Regret and sorrow filled her entire brain. She had clearly planned that even if she had to die, she would protect her son, yet in the end, she failed to do so. This mother was utterly incompetent. Even the people watching the global livestream thought Zhang Ming was dead. This kid really died, okay. Now, no country is victorious. So fair. Seeing this moment, I actually cried. Suddenly, I don't want the children of Dragon Country to die. Just knowing each other for 3 days as mother and son, yet being willing to die for each other, something we ordinary humans can't even do. How did they achieve this? It's too incredible. So touching. I never thought that one day I would cry while watching a ghost story livestream. The members of the Dragon Country Jin Nang team were tense when they saw Zhang Ming faint. "Chief, we've detected that Zhang Ming is not in life-threatening danger, he just fainted." Knowing Zhang Ming was okay, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But they soon noticed something was off. Isn't it strange that he's okay after suffering harm even the female doctor couldn't withstand? Doesn't this mean that Zhang Ming's body is extremely special, that even the strange forces can't do anything to him? The chief looked at Zhang Ming in the livestream as if he had found a treasure. "It seems we have discovered the legendary immunity to strange powers. Only Zhang Ming in the whole world can achieve this, amazing. It seems God is helping us too, ha ha ha." He had never felt so happy because he saw hope for the future. At this moment, the members of the Jin Nang team pointed in fear at the livestream screen. "Look, Zhang Ming's body seems to be glowing, it's really glowing. The female doctor seems to be changing too. The danger level detected has reached extremely high risk, even several times more dangerous than super high risk. Strange, could it be that the pain of losing a child is stimulating the power within her to surge rapidly?" On this side, the female doctor was lost in endless pain from losing her son. She was completely unaware of the very faint light emanating from Zhang Ming's body. This light was healing and growing the strange power within her rapidly. The dean, seeing the female doctor's pain from losing her son, mocked, "This is retribution, you should go die with your son." The black mass gathered again to attack the female doctor. The female doctor waved her hand, and the black mass easily scattered. The dean looked at the female doctor in disbelief, clearly sensing the strange power within her growing stronger. Strangely, those facing a being of higher rank always felt an instinctive fear. "This is impossible, you were clearly severely injured by me, you can't recover this fast, let alone have a surge in power." The female doctor looked at Zhang Ming, who was in her arms and lacking any awareness, standing up in a daze. Countless thoughts of wanting to kill the dean quickly grew in her mind. Because of the hatred from losing her child, her beautiful face twisted, and even her grayish-white pupils turned red with blood. Her long, straight black hair flew in the wind. She transformed into a complete madwoman. "My child was so good, why did you kill him, why? Go die." The electric baton in the female doctor's hand turned into a long whip, viciously wrapping around the dean's neck. The dean's plump body was hurled into the air like a kite, then harshly slammed to the ground. With each strike, the force grew heavier. The female doctor nearly went insane, mechanically torturing the dean, muttering, "Why did you kill my son? He was innocent, son, I will avenge you, avenge you. My son can't come back, ha ha ha. He's dead, dead again. Ha 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 ha. It's all your fault, all your fault. He was so lively, and now he's motionless in my arms." The female doctor laughed and cried, until the dean was reduced to nothing but bone, while still being whipped. At this moment, the female doctor's nerves began to unravel, holding Zhang Ming in her arms, inhaling deeply, and smiling foolishly. "My child, you are looking at mommy, right?" After her silly laughter, she began to sob. Whoa, it's mommy's fault. Mommy didn't protect you well, mommy is so foolish, always can't keep you safe. Losing a child for the second time brought another heavy blow to her spirit. Kneeling on the ground, gently holding Zhang Ming, she wrapped her whole body around his small body. I don't want to let go. The blood tears at the corners of my eyes have dried up, yet I sit numb, staring blankly at Zhang Ming, like a statue. The audience in the global live broadcast room couldn't bear to watch any longer. This is the first time I've seen such a maternal strangeness. It's a bit hard to get used to. Isn't it said that weirdness is always cold? Why did she go crazy from losing her child? As a mother, I totally understand. If my son died, I wouldn't be any better off. In our village, there's also a woman who went mad from losing her child. Didn't they say Zhang Ming died? Why hasn't the dragon country been eliminated? Right. It seems like our dragon country hasn't been eliminated. When Zhang Ming's body recovered and he slowly opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was the female doctor's blood-red eyes. He almost got scared to death. She looked too haggard that he almost didn't recognize her. Zhang Ming asked with uncertainty, "Mom, what's wrong with your eyes? What exactly happened while he was asleep?" The female doctor saw Zhang Ming open his eyes and talk, and thought she had developed a split personality and was hallucinating. She grinned widely, looking pleased. "Baby, you came to find me again, that's so good, hee mommy loves you." Zhang Ming frowned, confused by the situation. How did she go from fine to acting crazy all of a sudden? Seeing her face covered in blood and tears, he knew she must have suffered a lot. No matter what, he should comfort her first, it can't hurt. He reached out gently to wipe away the blood and tears on her face, saying softly, "Mom, I've always been here, I only fainted because that weird force was too strong." Upon hearing Zhang Ming's explanation, the female doctor suddenly became clear-headed, holding Zhang Ming tightly, looking to the left and right. It was like she was confirming something. "You're not dead. Baby, you really didn't die. I thought you were dead, but you're not, thank goodness." Female doctor danger level, 0%. Congratulations, you have gained the radiance of maternal love halo. Zhang Ming didn't expect this unexpected gain. Does this mean that as long as this halo is used well, all strange things won't pose a threat to him in the future? Zhang Ming asked the system in his heart, "System, does this mean that as long as the danger level of the weirdness drops to 0%, I will have such a halo?" No, the female doctor loves you more than herself, only with a strong belief and a true love that transcends all worldly emotions can this halo be formed. Zhang Ming looked at the female doctor, who was smiling foolishly at him, and felt very complicated inside. This is like unexpectedly finding a mom halfway. The kind that's even closer than a biological mother. He gently tidied her messy hair and smiled, saying, "Mom, I'm really fine, I just fainted for a moment." The once crazy female doctor slowly returned to a more normal state after hearing that Zhang Ming was not dead. Gradually, she moved away from the pain she felt earlier. In her heart, the child had become an obsession. She didn't care whether this child was her biological one or not. Treating Zhang Ming so selflessly was also to make up for the regret of losing her own child. She had always wanted to be a mother, and Zhang Ming gave her the chance to be a mother. The female doctor was very grateful to Zhang Ming. If it weren't for him, she didn't know how many more years she would live in a daze, numb and without emotions. Once again, she held Zhang Ming tightly in her arms. "Baby. Thank you. Thank you for coming to my side, allowing me to protect you. Although we have only spent a few short days together, I have been so happy, it's like I've come back to life, you really mean so much to me." Zhang Ming gently hugged the female doctor back and said understandingly, "It should be me thanking you." "Mom, you're talking nonsense again." The audience in the Dragon Country live broadcast room, seeing this warm scene, were all moved to tears. This weirdness is so full of humanity, if it weren't for the fact that I had seen so many challengers killed before. I really thought it was a good weird. Even a tiger won't eat its cubs, it really seems to love Xiaomingming. Xiaomingming is so cute and well-behaved, no one can dislike him. It seems that dealing with the weird doesn't necessarily require brute force. Seeing this weird thing, I suddenly miss my mom. Xiaomingming didn't die. Does that mean the hidden task is complete? Shouldn't we celebrate early? The Longwood G9 group didn't receive any news of the hidden task being completed. The members of G9 group waited and waited. Still, there was no news at all. That big boss is clearly dead. Why hasn't the world of mystery told us the hidden task is complete? Perhaps, the director's weirdness is not a hidden boss at all. Could it be that there's still weirdness? There are no clues right now. The chief scratched his bald head and sighed. "After fighting for so long and almost losing my life, you tell me I got the question wrong. My head hurts. Hurry. Get me my headache medicine." Inside the world of mystery. Now, in the entire madhouse, after the director's death, the black mist on the third floor also disappeared. Zhang Ming also knew that the hidden task was not completed, but he wasn't in a hurry. After all, there were still 5 days left. The female doctor wasn't in a good mental state, and Zhang Ming wanted her to feel happier, so he could talk about the hidden task later. Why not play some little games with the female doctor? If her mood improves, her spirit will too. He must have scared her badly when he fainted earlier. Worry makes one chaotic. Zhang Ming drew some small squares on the ground. Calling to the female doctor, "Mommy, let's play hopscotch together." The female doctor walked over to Zhang Ming with a big smile, "Sure." She hopped with him, repeating the squares over and over. "Mommy, you're cheating, you can't use weird powers. If you keep playing like this, I won't play anymore." Zhang Ming complained unhappily. He could only jump one square, yet she jumped right to the end as if it were nothing. What fun is that? Bullying a child. Alright, I will jump slowly." The female doctor matched Zhang Ming's little steps, and a happy smile unconsciously appeared on her face. "Son, what do you think of how mommy jumps?" Zhang Ming gave a thumbs up, "Good." After a round of happy play, the female doctor's eyes were no longer red or gray-white but normal human eyes. Bright black pupils, a pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes, gentle and beautiful when she smiled. The people watching Longgua's livestream were all captivated by her face. "I don't care how other countries view this weirdness, I like it a lot. After all, it has helped our Longhua, we are definitely not ungrateful. Without those gray-white eyes, she's even more beautiful. I've never liked a weird being before, but I truly like this one. Just because she helped our little Mingming, she deserves our respect." Later, Zhang Ming also learned that the female doctor was great at origami. A simple piece of paper could be transformed into various shapes. The female doctor folded a little boy and a big woman from paper. She placed the small figure of the woman in Zhang Ming's palm, patiently explaining, "This is me, your mommy. Hold it, and when you miss me in the future, you can take it out to look at." Zhang Ming kept the paper model that looked like him, saying, "I'll keep this one, when I miss you, I can take it out to see." Zhang Ming took the origami and looked at it carefully, vigorously praising, "Mommy, you fold it so well. You're amazing. Are you a superhero? How can you do everything?" The female doctor humbly shook her head, "I only know these little tricks to entertain children." After looking it over, Zhang Ming carefully put the paper figure into a hard box and finally into his clothing pocket. This way, the paper figure wouldn't get ruined. "Come on, Mommy, teach me how to fold paper cranes, flowers, and little animals." A plain piece of paper, under the female doctor's hands, turned into cute little items placed on the table. Zhang Ming turned to look at the female doctor, who was seriously folding paper, and for a moment, he seemed to see an angel. There is no longer just killing, because now there are things more meaningful than killing. The female doctor noticed that Zhang Ming was not focused and gently tapped his head, smiling as she asked, "What are you thinking about?" Zhang Ming generously complimented, "I just realized, Mom, you're really beautiful." The female doctor blushed a little at the compliment, "Your words are as sweet as honey." Zhang Ming smiled and said, "It's true." At that moment, the female doctor gently waved her hand, and the paper on the table began to move. The paper crane flew, and small animals hopped and ran. Zhang Ming seemed to have entered a small world. Zhang Ming looked at all of this in disbelief and excitedly asked the female doctor, "Mom, how did you do this?" The female doctor explained, "I can control them with strange powers, but unfortunately, you're human, and you don't have strange powers." At that moment, Zhang Ming suddenly remembered the pills he had taken earlier. He actually had strange powers inside him, but they were very weak, and he didn't know how to use them. "Mom, actually, I have strange powers inside me." The female doctor looked at Zhang Ming with disbelief, but soon, worry filled her eyes. "But you're human. The human body is easily contaminated and killed by strange powers. No, I need to check you carefully. You can't have anything happen to you." The female doctor's fingertips released a white mist, gently enveloping Zhang Ming's body. Chapter 21, She Didn't Die? It was clear that Zhang Ming really had strange powers inside him, and they didn't have any negative effects on his body. The female doctor felt very proud that Zhang Ming had strange powers inside him. Sure enough, her son was the most unique among all humans, no one could compare. A thick filter from a loving mother. The female doctor suddenly thought of something and said excitedly, "As long as you have strange powers, you can control these paper animals. Let me teach you how to control strange powers." Zhang Ming, of course, was eager to learn. Such a great opportunity to learn, how could he pass it up? Sure. I want to learn. Being able to control things from a distance sounded really cool. Zhang Ming learned quickly. After the female doctor taught him twice, he was able to control the paper crane. The paper crane danced back and forth at his fingertips, it was very fun. Even the female doctor thought Zhang Ming had great talent. She clapped her hands happily, her face full of joy. It was truly a rare sight. "Amazing, you learned so quickly. Son, you're so smart. Your strange powers will only get stronger. Soon, controlling things will be nothing, and even making things appear will be easy." Since the battle with the dean, the female doctor's powers had become incredibly strong. Ordinary strange powers were no match for her. Zhang Ming looked at the many different paper animals on the table and came up with an idea. Mom, how about we play a storytelling game? We can control these little animals and play scene games with you. All the beautiful things we think of can be shown. Without thinking, the female doctor agreed. So they took turns, playing without a care in the world. The room was filled with laughter. Son, this is fun, it's like watching a movie. At this moment, the female doctor seemed to return to her childhood, feeling incredibly happy. A happiness she had never felt before. The live audience around the world was shocked to see Zhang Ming control objects without any help. It was like watching a magic movie. This strange power can be used like this? Why doesn't the power inside him reject him? How is he able to use it so well? Doesn't that seem suspicious? Could Zhang Ming be the strange one? Otherwise, why wouldn't the strange powers reject him? Impossible, the ghost story game never allows strange beings to participate. Thinking about facing him as our opponent in the future makes me feel like we have no chance at all. We underestimated him before. You can't judge a book by its cover. I never expected him to be this strong, not even afraid of strange powers. The people in the Dragon Kingdom's livestream room were thrilled to see Zhang Ming use strange powers so effortlessly. After 100 years, our country finally has a treasure. If humans can use powers to fight against the strange, I can't imagine how simple the future ghost stories will be. I'm thinking about making a statue of Zhang Ming, to worship every day and pray for peace and safety for our country. You fool upstairs, don't curse him when little Ming is not even dead. A star of fortune has fallen. Because little Ming is too cute, many businesses have made merchandise of him, I must grab some. They played the whole day. The next day, the female doctor returned to her usual state. Zhang Ming thought about going to the third floor to investigate the situation. After all, the hidden mission hadn't been completed. To be honest, he had thought the principal was the hidden boss, being so powerful, casually crushing a cannonball. Even the female doctor had almost been defeated by him. Now the second floor had already been investigated, only the third floor remained. After considering it, he turned to the female doctor and said, "Mom, I've never been to the third floor, can you take me to have a look?" If it were before, the female doctor would never have let him go, but now the principal was dead, and her strength was even stronger than before. There was no threat on the third floor. The female doctor nodded and did not refuse. "I'll take you, but stay close to me, don't get lost and make me worry." Zhang Ming noticed that the female doctor was particularly prone to worrying. Worrying about this and that, with no real issues, her heart never seemed to rest. The female doctor crouched down, opened her arms. "Do you want a hug?" "Yes." Zhang Ming's small body dove into her embrace. The female doctor easily lifted him with one hand and walked towards the third floor. She opened the big door to the third floor and walked inside. The corridor on the third floor was much cleaner and tidier than the second. There were also many operating rooms. Inside the operating rooms, there were body parts everywhere. When he reached the principal's office, the system gave a prompt. "This is the place." The brief prompt made Zhang Ming instantly understand what it meant. One hand pulled the female doctor's collar, the other fingered the door in front of him. "Mom, let's go inside and take a look." The female doctor looked at the door in front of her and hesitated for a moment before finally opening it. The moment the door opened, the thick smell of blood choked Zhang Ming, causing him to cough. When he turned back to look inside, he felt like throwing up. Even though he had seen the female doctor kill multiple times, he still couldn't get used to such a scene. Inside were many various corpses. That was not the scariest part. The scariest part was that human corpses were sewn together with animal corpses, arranged into all sorts of strange shapes. They were gruesomely displayed in cabinets for appreciation. In the corner, many limbs were placed as well. This was not the principal's office, it was clearly a scene of body reassembly and dismemberment. One could only say that the principal's psychopathy was disturbingly twisted. At that moment, Zhang Ming saw a stack of documents on the principal's desk. Perhaps there would be something valuable inside. "Mom, should we take a look at the documents on the desk?" The female doctor nodded and led Zhang Ming towards the desk when suddenly they heard something moving quickly toward them. So, she stopped and calmly looked toward the doorway. Zhang Ming followed her gaze. A creature crawled on the ground with 4 limbs, 9 hands sewn onto its back, a mix of human and ghostly features, right at the door. It stared intently at them. Especially with hatred directed at the female doctor. When Zhang Ming finally saw its face, his pupils contracted and he felt a chill all over. Anya, not dead? Chapter 22, Forever Hate You All. Anya, strange, danger level low risk. Zhang Ming saw the system's prompt. He thought, could it be that Anya became a strange being after she died, that's why she appeared here? No wonder he hadn't seen her body after the principal died, she had been waiting here for him. Zhang Ming asked the system in his heart, is this the hidden boss? Yes. Zhang Ming felt a chill in his heart. When Anya was human, she was not the hidden boss, but now that she had become something strange, she had instead turned into the hidden boss. Truly well concealed. No wonder so many people couldn't find this hidden boss. Even the audience in the global livestream were startled when they saw Anya's face. Didn't she die? How is she alive again? You see, her face has turned pale and white, just like those strange faces. In the world of strange tales, the dead can turn into strange beings. Could it be that she is the hidden boss? It's over, I'm completely confused now. I feel like everyone I see is a hidden boss. What was it when the US and the UK killed her once before? Just for show? If she really is the hidden boss, the US is definitely going to jump up and down in anger. They made a beautiful dress for others. In the world of strange tales, Zhang Ming noticed Anya's eyes filled with hatred and kept guessing. Anya must know that the female doctor killed her father, which is why her eyes were filled with hatred when she faced the female doctor. At this moment, Anya suddenly bared her teeth and jumped up, wanting to pounce on the female doctor and tear her apart. The female doctor would not let her succeed. She immediately conjured a long whip that tied Anya up and hung her in the air. The female doctor said coldly, "It was your father who wanted to attack my son. If he had been more obedient, he wouldn't have died." Anya struggled in the air, her mouth coldly spitting out words, each word filled with deep hatred and resentment. "I hate you all, forever." Because Anya had turned into something strange, the strange power within her supported her vocal cords slightly. Zhang Ming frowned. He quickly caught a clue from the words "you all." Who did these "you all" refer to? The female doctor and the two people who killed her? At that moment, Zhang Ming suddenly recalled that 2 days ago when he saw Anya, she had looked like she wanted to escape and was disgusted with this place. She had been frantically banging on the door, yelling, even losing her voice from shouting. Zhang Ming tentatively asked Anya, "Sister, do you really dislike this place? Do you want to escape?" Anya froze at Zhang Ming's question. Then her face showed signs of grievance, sadness, disappointment, all kinds of complex emotions blending together. Only, there was no more hatred. Finally, there was someone who understood. It felt good to have someone hear her true feelings. But what difference did it make? No one could help her, everyone wanted to torment her, and even in death, she could not escape her tragic fate. After a change in her emotions, Anya looked at the female doctor with hateful eyes again and began to pour out everything she had wanted to say for so many years. She wanted to let out a final cry for herself, even if no one would listen. Anya spoke with sorrowful anger, every word recounting her pain. "Guxin, it was you who locked me in this place year after year, in darkness with no light. I wanted to die, and you brought me back to life. I wanted to escape, and you caught me and brought me back. I finally died, and you turned me into something strange. I called out every day for you to let me go, until my voice was hoarse, and you turned a blind eye. You and my father insidiously wanted to trap me here for eternity. How disgusting. I was a living person, yet I lived like a ghost without substance. For 10 years, I was imprisoned like a prisoner, transformed by my father into this ugly form. Since I became something strange, my father is no longer my father. To him, I am just a human he can reshape at will, for his amusement. Living is worse than dying, but after I die, I become something strange. I can't even kill myself. It truly is fate playing tricks. I don't want to become a numb, cold-blooded strange creature. I don't want to. I hate you strange beings. I don't want to become like you." As Anya spoke, tears of blood streamed from her eyes. Hearing the confession, Zhang Ming couldn't help but feel a flicker of pity in his heart. It seemed that her days in the insane asylum were truly miserable. The higher the level of the strange beings, the more numb and cold-blooded they become. This is an inevitable flaw. Now, Anya's level was still very low, not yet at the point of completely losing her mind and conscience. For the female doctor to change into this state, it could be considered a miracle. Listening to Anya's accusations, the female doctor remained silent. Before, she never realized that locking Anya up was a bad thing. Because at that time, she was numb, cold-hearted, even cruel to any form of life. Every time food was delivered, hearing the painful screams, there was no feeling at all. At that time, she only thought, maybe Anya just liked to scream like that, so she paid even less attention, and never thought deeply about why she kept banging on the door and shouting. She was just a blind follower, obeying the orders of the director. It wasn't until she met Zhang Ming that there was a little bit of humanity. Zhang Ming suddenly suggested, "Maybe my mother can help you be freed. I don't know if you would be willing." Anya looked at the female doctor with disbelief, shaking her head in mockery. "They won't let me go. I've escaped and tried to commit suicide countless times, but they never let me go. How could they give me true freedom?" The female doctor immediately nodded, saying, "Before, it was because of your father's orders that I kept bringing you back. Now that your father is dead, I naturally won't interfere with your freedom anymore." Anya smiled faintly and solemnly said, "Before I completely lose my conscience, please kill me, only you can kill me." The female doctor was somewhat confused. Isn't being a strange being good? You could have powerful strength and endless life. Anya shook her head, saying, I don't need these, I hate strange beings, and I don't want to become one. I just want to die, to find a moment of peace. Although the female doctor didn't understand very well, she still agreed. Alright, I can help you be freed. With a flick of her hand, countless long spikes shot out from the whip, piercing into Anya's body. Anya screamed in pain, and the strange power inside her grew weaker and weaker. At the very last moment, using up the last bit of strength, she tried to lift her head and look at Zhang Ming, showing a sincere smile. Her tone carried relief and ease. Thank you, child, only you know what I wanted? Thank you, Guxin, for giving me what I wanted. As soon as the words left her mouth, Anya turned into a lifeless corpse. Chapter 23, The Paper-Folded Garden. Zhang Ming's mind suddenly recalled that distant voice. Congratulations, hidden task completed. Dragon Country has obtained an oil excavation site. At the moment the hidden task was completed, the people of Dragon Country erupted in excitement. Little Ming Ming got us oil. Oil is such a great thing. Great. We can also become a super oil power. Woo finally, we can breathe a sigh of relief. This is our turning point. Dragon Country will never fall. Thank you, Zhang Ming, you are our little hero. Only 4 more days, there won't be a big storm anymore, we'll finally see the sun. Other countries, seeing Zhang Ming complete the hidden task, were so angry they stamped their feet, especially the United States and Ingwa. If it weren't for Jack and Balan killing Anya, he would have taken advantage. We should have a share of the reward for completing this task. The hidden task was really hidden, who would have thought Anya could come back to life? Dragon Country has been winning without effort all along, and that female doctor, that wasn't just going easy, she was clearly releasing the sea. No one would have thought that strange beings would recognize human infants as their own children. So angry. So angry I can't sleep, he won so easily. The members of the Dragon Country Paranormal Response Group were all jumping up and down when they received the news of the hidden task being completed. We won. This time we definitely won. You don't know, my heart has been like a roller coaster these days, up and down. Content is blocked. In just a few days, the little guy will be back. I wonder what gift would be good to give him. Now I can finally put my heart completely at ease. Chief, why aren't you speaking? Why are you covering your face? The chief wiped away the tears from his eyes. I'm just too happy. That kid can be really scary sometimes. The gloom dissipated, and everyone's spirits were lifted. In the world of strange tales, Zhang Mingjang and the female doctor were learning to fold paper. In just 3 days, he would be leaving here. To be honest, he was really a bit reluctant to part with the female doctor. If he left, the entire asylum would definitely be very lonely. But he had his own important mission. Naturally, he could not stay with her all the time. He held the paper crane in his hands and hesitated for a long time. Cautiously, he said to the female doctor, Mom, I will be leaving here in 3 days. When the female doctor heard this, her smile froze for a moment. Then she gently stroked Zhang Ming's cheek and said, Mom has long known that you do not belong here, just like Anya. I won't trap you, I will only protect you. Children always grow up and leave, I will miss you when you are gone. Zhang Ming didn't expect the female doctor to really let him go so easily. Touched, he threw himself into her embrace, crying, Mom, I will miss you too. The female doctor lowered her head and gently stroked his head, her face wearing a faint smile. Mom will bless you all the way to go further. Zhang Ming wiped away his tears, looking at the desolate asylum. He hesitated to say, but after I leave, there will only be you here, you will be lonely. The female doctor smiled gently, silly child, I think being lonely also allows me to go out and walk. Mom is strong now, no one can beat me. Zhang Ming was stunned for a moment. He thought the asylum was an independent little space. Once he walked out, the outside would be a vast emptiness. Maybe the world of strange tales is as big as the blue planet? Their understanding of the world of strange tales was still very limited. Zhang Ming wiped his eyes with his sleeve. Let's not talk about unhappy things, I want Mom to teach me to fold a little squirrel. The female doctor took out a piece of paper and smiled. Okay, whatever you want to learn, I will do as you wish. After playing for a day, Zhang Ming suddenly thought of the pills that could enhance the strange power in his body. So he brought the female doctor to turn the entire asylum upside down, but they only found some food. Not a single pill was found. The last few dozens he had eaten were already the last remaining. Zhang Ming sat on the bed feeling a bit dejected. Seeing him unhappy, the female doctor could only explain, those pills were made by the director, there weren't many to begin with, and the director never valued those things, so not much was made. Zhang Ming no longer dwelled on it. Okay. If there aren't any, then there aren't. There will definitely be faster ways to improve in the future. Besides, taking drugs all the time is not a solution. In the last 3 days, Zhang Ming and the female doctor had a lot of fun together. Sometimes, the female doctor would throw Zhang Ming high in the air and then catch him. At first, Zhang Ming was a bit scared, but later he got used to it, feeling quite thrilled and happy. Because the female doctor always caught him perfectly. The female doctor would dye the flowers they folded together in bright colors and plant them in the ground, creating a small garden. This was the female doctor's unique creativity. When the asylum doesn't produce flowers, she makes flowers. She just wanted Zhang Ming to always remember this place, to remember it. Zhang Ming was surprised and delighted to see the garden. "Mom, your hands are so skillful, it feels like you can make anything." The female doctor looked at Zhang Ming's happy expression. The smile on her face deepened as she stared at Zhang Ming, trying hard to remember his appearance. Unfortunately, there was no camera. She really wanted to take a picture of him. The people in Longwa's livestream were genuinely touched by this scene. If the female doctor were a human, she could come to the real world to always accompany Zhang Ming. Such a great mother. It seems that after just a few days as mother and son, they know each other like they have for many years. Little Ming Ming can't really be the son, right? I think so. After death, the son became a challenger just to see his mother, just like Shen Xiang saved his mother. Upstairs, I think you can write stories. Finally, the day to leave has come. Congratulations to the Dragon Country challenger for winning this game. The rain in Dragon Country has stopped, and they are rewarded with the latest aerial architecture technology. Zhang Ming was so excited to hear this. Does this mean that their country can now build various houses in the sky or establish aerial warships? What an amazing technology! The future of super technology is not far from us. The United States became envious and almost green-eyed upon seeing such incredible technology fall into Dragon Country's hands. With such top-notch technology in Dragon Country, even if we advance for hundreds of years, we won't catch up. Does Dragon Country even understand how to use such technology? If not, why not send us a copy to take a look? I think we can propose a cooperation with Dragon Country to see if they can share the technology. I think that's unlikely. Didn't you all forget that before the arrival of the Ghost Talk game, our country had banned all technological discussions with Dragon Country? Aren't we cutting off our own path? In the past, our country was #1 in the world. We were so proud? Who knew that after the Ghost Talk game appeared, Dragon Country would surpass us so quickly? Life is unpredictable. Chapter 24, The National Adoration. Since the moment it was announced that Zhang Ming won the Ghost Talk game, the months-long rain in Dragon Country finally stopped. All the people, seeing the long-awaited sun in the sky, showed their joy of surviving a disaster. They jumped up excitedly in their rooms. They shouted at the sky, "The rain has finally stopped." Then, most of them clasped their hands together in front of their chests, silently expressing their gratitude to Zhang Ming. "Thank you, Zhang Ming, for helping us stop this natural disaster. Thanks to Zhang Ming, without you, I don't know where I would be tomorrow. If it weren't for you, our whole country would have been submerged." Zhang Ming's contributions for the nation will be remembered by all the people in the country. Inside the Ghost Talk world, a transparent time-space door appeared in the middle of the activity area. By passing through this door, he could return to the real world. He stood in front of the time-space door and looked back at the female doctor. She stood at a distance, waving her hand at him, as if saying, "Let's go." Just as Zhang Ming stepped into the time-space door, he suddenly heard the female doctor shout, "Son, Mom will still come to find you later, don't forget Mom." He silently remembered the female doctor's words. "Mom, how could I ever forget you?" After passing through the time-space door, the door disappeared. Looking back, he could no longer see that crazy hospital. As soon as Zhang Ming raised his head, he saw many people waiting for him. At the forefront was a middle-aged man in a black Zhongshan suit, bald-headed, with a kind face. Behind him stood a group of people dressed like him. When they saw Zhang Ming come out, they straightened their bodies and immediately bowed deeply to Zhang Ming. In unison, they shouted, "Welcome back, hero. We have been waiting here for a long time." Zhang Ming was shocked by such a grand scene. He had never been treated with such respect by so many people. "What is this?" The leader walked to Zhang Ming and began to introduce himself. "We are members of the National Resources Group, and some are government officials. I am the chief of the resource group, Zhao Hui." At that moment, Zhang Ming suddenly remembered that he had indeed received their guidance and information in the Ghost Talk world. Zhang Ming suddenly realized, "So it's you, thank you for helping me a lot in the Ghost Talk world." Zhao Hui shook his head, smiling, as if he disagreed with what he said. "Actually, we didn't help much, everything is because of your intelligence. We can only save the situation of our country." After saying this, Zhao Hui pointed behind Zhang Ming. "Look, the people of the whole country are waiting for your return, they've been waiting a long time just to see you." Zhang Ming followed Zhao Hui for a short distance, and the large gate was opened by the guarding soldiers. He only saw a massive crowd ahead, not able to see the end of it. Everyone was holding gifts, happily greeting him. Some had children's toys in their hands, some were carrying various snacks, and even someone held up a car key, claiming they wanted to give Zhang Ming a car. They all chattered and wanted to rush forward to get close to Zhang Ming. But they were stopped by the soldiers at the gate. They smiled and tried their best to talk to Zhang Ming. After all, who wouldn't want to get close to this little hero who shocked the world? Little hero, you finally returned. We've been looking forward to this day every day. This is a fresh flower I grew, just for you. Zhang Ming, little hero, I've finally seen you. You look even cuter than in the livestream. The hero who defeated all countries is back. Step aside, you pushed me. I want to see the little hero. Zhang Ming could clearly feel the affection these people had for him. It was a feeling of being the center of attention. Stepping out of that broken asylum, seeing so many lively and warm people, he felt somewhat dazed. It turned out he had been fighting for these lovely people all along. Seeing the genuine and pure smiles on their faces, Zhang Ming felt that bringing victory to the country was truly worthwhile. Next time in the bazaar game, he would definitely bring victory again. Zhao Wei couldn't help but sigh beside him. The last challenger was also highly respected by the people, but no one was as passionately loved as you. It won't be long before you become a national little star. Zhang Ming took small steps and walked up to them. He smiled and stood on tiptoe to accept the flowers from the person in front, holding them in his arms, saying, "Your flowers are beautiful, I really like them." The person praised covered their face with both hands, looking surprised and in disbelief. "So cute, I actually got complimented, I'm so happy." Someone nearby, seeing Zhang Ming accept the flowers, excitedly wanted to break through the soldiers' blockade. "I have something to give the little hero too. I want to give something as well." "Me too." Everyone spoke all at once. Zhang Ming looked at Zhao Wei helplessly, as if seeking help. Zhao Wei rubbed his bald head and suggested, "Why not just accept them? After all, it's all from their hearts. You've made such a big contribution to the country, it's normal for them to want to repay you." Zhang Ming sighed. "All right. I'll keep the snacks, toys, and flowers, but I won't accept any other valuable items." Soon, Zhang Ming regretted this decision. Within just 2 hours, the entire hall was filled with snacks, toys, flowers, and even clothes. Hundreds of banners were almost piled up into a small mountain. Zhang Ming looked at so many things and found himself in a dilemma. It turned out that being loved by the people was also a troubled thing. Zhao Hui, who had been by his side, suddenly felt uneasy, nervously pulling out a box from his pocket, opening it to reveal a children's watch. "Little Ming, I see you don't have anything decent. This children's watch, you can take it as an uncle's small token." Actually, after investigating Zhang Ming, Zhao Hui felt uneasy when he learned he was an orphan. Abandoned by his parents and left in an orphanage, his background was indeed pitiful. Zhang Ming looked at the valuable watch and hesitated. Is this really appropriate? Zhao Hui directly lifted his wrist and put the watch on him. "What's wrong with that? Keep it. If you ever need help in the future, just come to me, and I will definitely help you." Zhang Ming looked seriously at the watch on his wrist and politely said, "Thank you, but I have a request. Can you send these clothes, snacks, and toys to those affected by the disaster? There's too much, and I can't use it all." Zhao Hui felt a little sour in his heart when he saw how thoughtful Zhang Ming was. This child is so good. No wonder even the eerie things love him so much. At his age, a child should be hiding in their parents' arms and being cute, instead of participating in life and death wars. Yet he must represent the country to go to such terrifying places in the bizarre world and win victories. It really is a challenge for him. No other 6-year-old could do this. Future generations will surely continue to tell his legendary achievements. Zhao Hui genuinely admired and appreciated Zhang Ming. Without thinking, Zhao Hui patted Zhang Ming's small head and said kindly, "Good. I didn't expect such a young child to have this kind of vision. It's truly rare." Chapter 25, Super Invincible Gift Package. Zhang Ming shook his head and said, "After a natural disaster, there will definitely be many people who have lost their homes. Most places will likely face food shortages. In such an environment, how can I peacefully accept so many gifts?" Zhang Ming's words struck Zhao Hui's heart like a thunderbolt. No wonder he is a victor coming out of the bizarre world. How could such a profound mindset not make others feel ashamed? Zhao Hui finally understood why Zhang Ming could so easily win the favor of the Yuri. How could someone like him not be liked? Is this really the mind of a 6-year-old? If it were any other child, seeing so many gifts, they might not so easily offer them away. The more sensible a child is, the more it pains this old fossil's heart. Zhao Hui nodded in praise. "Xiao Ming, you are really surprising. I think everyone will thank you." Zhang Ming looked at the mountain of snacks and suddenly felt a bit hungry. Embarrassed, he rubbed his belly and said, "I'm a little hungry. Can I take a few bags of snacks home to eat?" Zhao Hui watched him looking so hungry that he couldn't help but smile and said, "We've prepared good meals for you long ago, come with me." As soon as Zhang Ming heard there was food, his eyes sparkled. He hadn't eaten a proper meal in 10 days and had almost forgotten what warm food tasted like. Zhang Ming eagerly urged, then hurry and take me to eat. I'm starving. Zhao Hui said, come with me. Zhao Hui led Zhang Ming out of the hall and to the dining area. On the way, Zhang Ming looked through the glass of the corridor and saw buildings and houses submerged everywhere, feeling a little surprised and touched. He didn't expect that rain could really submerge the whole country in water. Zhang Ming couldn't help but ask, Chief Zhao, is it okay outside? Zhao Hui looked outside the glass and explained, since you returned, the water level has dropped noticeably. The highest water level before was as high as 20 floors. Luckily, the government sent many boats to evacuate people to higher places for safe living, preventing more casualties. It's fortunate that you stopped this rain in time, otherwise, it wouldn't be long before the entire country would turn into a vast ocean. As he spoke, Zhao Hui saw the worry on Zhang Ming's face and comforted him, don't worry. We still have ways to handle these natural disasters. Once all the water recedes here, we will build shelters in every town that can withstand all disasters. It shouldn't be long before we can start. Besides, we are not just easily squashed persimmons. If heaven sends down punishment, we naturally have ways to cope. When Zhang Ming heard these last few words, he felt a bit better inside. Indeed, the people of Long Country have always had the courage to fight against nature from ancient times to the present, this is undeniable. They arrived at the place to eat. In this private room, there was a large round table in the middle, and many dishes were placed on the table. There was chicken, fish, pork, and vegetables. The nutrition was balanced. Zhang Ming looked around the private room and saw no one. He curiously asked Zhao Hui, isn't there anyone? He remembered that many analysts were following Zhao Hui behind him. Zhao Hui smiled and said, they are too noisy, so I didn't bring them. This is your first meal home, I want you to eat comfortably. With too many people, it becomes awkward to eat. I really don't want them to disturb your meal. Zhang Ming instantly understood his intention, which was to avoid making him face so many adults, thus losing his interest in eating. In fact, he really didn't want to listen to everyone's compliments while eating. Nobody is good, he could relax and eat whatever he wanted. Zhang Ming sat down, picked up his chopsticks, and took a piece of pork knuckle. His eyes instantly lit up, it was so delicious. In the Weird Talk world, he had been eating bread and cookies every day, he was almost sick of it. Who knows how long he had been waiting for this bite. At this moment, both Zhang Ming's heart and appetite were greatly satisfied. He ate without caring about his image. After eating, he rubbed his belly and contentedly said, this meal is arranged perfectly, burp. I ate a bit too full. Seeing him like this, Zhao Hui's smile deepened, this is how a child should be. Seeing you eat so happily, I am also relieved. I see you may not have a place to stay, the government has prepared a house for you in advance and arranged a nanny. I will take you there later. Zhang Ming did not expect the treatment upon his return to be so good. Just right, he had no parents or house in this world. With a house, he would have a home and no longer be drifting. After the meal, Zhao Hui took Zhang Ming on a small boat to Zhang Ming's new house. Zhang Ming looked at the 500 square meter big house in front of him and couldn't help but exclaim, wow. Chief Zhao, is this big house mine in the future? Zhao Hui then took out the property certificate and a bank card. Of course, this is all a reward from the government for you. Keep the property certificate safe, there are 10 million in the bank card, and you can use it as you like. Zhang Ming was an ordinary person before, how could he have seen so much money? He was so surprised his mouth almost couldn't close. Not only did they give him a house, but they also rewarded him with so much money, this is too cool. He loved such a country. Zhang Ming trembled as he accepted these two things, he would never worry about money again. Thank you, government. Zhao Hui shook his head, we should thank you, not only for stopping this disaster but also for bringing us advanced technology. Zhang Ming shyly waved his hand, just a little effort, hey. I want to see my new house. Zhao Hui watched him darting around, and he couldn't help but relax his own heart. Unfortunately, his son was already in college, if his son were the same age as Zhang Ming, he would definitely have them be friends. Zhang Ming's act of donating the gifts he received soon spread online. Countless people were deeply moved. Little Ming Ming really, I cried to death. He is so small, just at the age of playing, but willing to give gifts to refugees. Little Ming Ming, you are so good that I feel ashamed. In the future, if anyone dares to criticize my little Ming Ming, I will be the first to fight with them. I heard that little Ming Ming is an orphan. No parents and no one taught him, yet can grow up so well, it has a lot to do with his nature. Don't say anymore, if you say more, I will really cry. Chapter 26 The first rule has tricks. After the heavy rain stopped, Long Country also began its post-disaster reconstruction work. Zhang Ming looked at the horizon outside, slowly lowering, feeling very calm inside. Looking at the time, it should be close to the next Monster Talk rule start time. That day, Zhao Hui called Zhang Ming to the Monster Talk World Response Office. Little Ming, the next monster talk game should begin in a few days. I want to ask you, are you still willing to go? If you are not willing to go, we will try to send waves over there to let you not participate in the world of strange tales. Zhao Wei saw that Zhang Ming was just a 6-year-old child. Such a heavy burden should not be placed on a child. He should go to school and play with his peers. He should spend a particularly happy childhood, instead of living among piles of dead bodies every day. Once participating in the Strange Tales game, according to the rules, it is not allowed to change participants midway, unless the challenger is dead. Zhang Ming thought for a moment, then nodded and said firmly, I am willing. Members of the Golden Bag group beside him spoke up anxiously. Last time you were just lucky, encountering a strange being willing to help you. What about next time? You are so young, the future of the country, you really shouldn't take risks again. Zhang Ming shook his head, I can do it, trust me. Besides, even if you send waves, can they really be received over there? Zhang Ming's counter-question left everyone speechless. Indeed, they had never truly changed the rules of the world of strange tales. Even though Zhang Ming said this, the Golden Bag group still sent a request to change the challenger to the world of strange tales. But it sank like a stone in the sea, receiving not a single response. Zhao Hui sighed and looked at Zhang Ming in front of him, saying, You really have it tough. Every time a challenger enters the world of strange tales, they have to undergo a physical examination to ensure they are in good condition and can make adjustments accordingly. Zhao Hui remembered that Zhang Ming had taken many lethal pills in the previous world of strange tales, and he didn't know what other harm it might have done to his body. Before entering the world of strange tales, everything must be fully prepared. The body is capital. Moreover, they also wanted to figure out what the strange power in Zhang Ming's body was all about. Zhang Ming did not refuse, nodding and saying, Okay, I accept the physical examination. Just a routine check. So Zhao Hui took Zhang Ming to the country's first hospital. After all the tests, Zhang Ming showed no abnormalities, and his physical fitness was even much higher than that of other children his age. The strangest thing was that the doctor could not detect the existence of any strange power in Zhang Ming's body. But it was a well-known fact that Zhang Ming could manipulate objects without any physical items. Even though he had returned to the real world, he could still use his strange power. At the moment Zhao Hui saw the test results, he was trembling with excitement. His body was not only free from strange power pollution, but had also become very healthy. Zhang Ming's body, looking across the world, was the most special even in the world of strange tales. If he could be well cultivated in the future, there would be no fear of failing in the world of strange tales. Zhao Hui sighed in his heart, the fate of Long Country has always been like this, every time the country is in danger, there will always be a significant figure who can change the situation. Without a doubt, this child Zhang Ming is that person, he is simply born for the world of strange tales. He squatted down and tightly hugged Zhang Ming, as if he were holding onto a life-saving straw. Xiao Ming, in the future, the entire nation will rely on you. Zhang Ming was a bit dazed by this sudden embrace. Is it just seeing a physical examination report? Is it necessary to be this excited? Chief Zhao, what you said makes me not know how to respond. Zhao Hui shook his head, gently saying, No need to respond, you just need to know that you are very important to our entire nation. Zhang Ming had always known how heavy the burden on him was, not just for the country, but for himself. The next Strange Tales game must be won. 3 days after the physical examination, the ninth Strange Tales game began. Zhang Ming heard that distant voice again. This time's mission location, Death Apartment. Mission, survive for 20 days to automatically detach from the world. This time the task duration is 10 days longer than last time. The obvious intensity is increasing. Zhang Ming is somewhat curious about the strange being he needs to influence this time. After all, this is the key to the success of the mission. Zhang Ming's body is once again involuntarily pulled away. The scene changes rapidly. His body stops in front of a tall building. Zhang Ming looks up, it is a building that seems to pierce the sky. The top is completely out of sight. This building is shaped like a return character, and it is almost impossible to see a door. Just a glance, and it feels eerie and oppressive, like an eternal cage from which one can never escape. Around him stand challengers from all over the world. When Zhang Ming realizes there are only 139 challengers participating, he immediately understands. One country has completely disappeared from Blue Star. He feels a surge of emotion in his heart. The challengers from other countries also see Zhang Ming among them. One by one, they become cautious. After the last victory, Zhang Ming's reputation overseas has undergone a complete 360-degree reversal. Now, very few dare to underestimate this 6-year-old child. Some countries even regard him as the strongest opponent in this bizarre tale world. At this moment, several lines of bloody text appear before them. Welcome everyone to live in the Death Apartment. Please be sure to follow the rules mentioned below. Rule 1, respect the elderly and love the young, the requests of children and the elderly must all be met. Rule 2, no disturbing others. If disturbances are found, they must be immediately stopped. Rule 3, after 9 o'clock at night, do not look in the mirror. All challengers feel a lump in their throats upon hearing the first rule. Could this child include the challenger from the dragon country? If that's the case, if he tells us to die, should we still comply? How sinister. Zhang Ming also notices the strange looks from the challengers as they look at him, feeling a bit baffled. The children and the elderly mentioned in the rule should refer to the strange beings, and what does it have to do with him? Is it necessary for everyone to look at him like that? Are everyone's minds so fragile? Just by adding a child to the rules, they are scared. The treasure team from other countries, upon seeing the first rule, watches Zhang Ming even more closely. Just by this first rule, I can guarantee that the child from Dragon Country will definitely press us down hard. Oh my god. Is this going to be another laydown win for Dragon Country? Why are even the bizarre tale rules biased toward that kid from Dragon Country? It's too unfair. I think not. It's better not to jump to conclusions before understanding the situation. The people from Dragon Country, upon seeing the first rule, are holding back laughter. I looked at the global live stream's comments. They are almost turning the first rule of the bizarre tale world into a joke, even guessing if our little Ming bribed some unknown beings. If they encounter our little Ming, let them suffer. Ha ha ha. If the child referred to in the first rule includes our Zhang Ming, that would definitely be a killer move. Chapter 27, definitely a bad boy. In fact, when the treasure team from Dragon Country saw the first rule, they were also dumbfounded. Chief, this can't really be a backdoor for little Ming, right? I don't think so. These rules are extremely bizarre and should not be taken lightly. Little Ming is also a child. According to the rules, they should meet little Ming's requests, don't you think? Zhao Wei listens to their teasing and says, teasing is one thing, but don't take it seriously. In fact, Zhao Wei is also pondering. It's his first time encountering such rules that seem beneficial to the challengers. The truth inside is hard to distinguish for now. It's better not to act rashly. Inside the bizarre tale world, while all challengers are looking at each other, they hear a child singing a nursery rhyme, the voice chillingly mournful yet terrifying. The snow in the sky quietly falls. Beside the road is a doll. Doll, oh doll, why don't you go home? Is it because you don't have a home, no dad and mom? The song came closer, like it could pierce into one's heart. Zhang Ming had heard this song. It was a folk nursery rhyme. But coming from this little girl's mouth, it sounded terribly eerie and lonely. A little girl who looked only 5 or 6 years old, holding a small ball, appeared in front of people. She was humming that little tune, looking innocent and lovely, with no aggression at all. But her dress was a dirty princess gown, and her face was covered in mud, just like the abandoned doll in the ghostly tale. When she saw so many newcomers in the apartment courtyard, she immediately stopped singing, dropped the ball, and excitedly ran over. Wow! So many toys came today. But with so many toys, which one should I play with first? All the challengers understood the moment they ran out that a test was coming, and the first rule would likely be about this little girl. They all cautiously stared at the strange girl. Especially when hearing her refer to them as toys, their hearts grew even more anxious. They all knew these strange thoughts were very hard to predict. Sometimes, people were killed without even understanding why. The system within Zhang Ming quickly provided a prompt. Yunko, the girl is strange, danger level extremely high. Analyzing her hidden psychological defenses, please wait. It turned out this little strange one was called Yunko, but her danger level was even higher than the initial level of the female doctor. It was clear that her sense of conscience had been completely eradicated. The higher the level, the harder it was to be moved. Better to be cautious. At this moment, Yunko ran up to the challenger from Baton, nibbling her fingertip, her big eyes staring at him while she continued to giggle. The Baton challenger began to sweat all over under her gaze. If she made some request he couldn't fulfill, then he would be finished. Yunko, with her uniquely sweet and sticky voice, said, "Uncle, can you carry me? I want to ride a little horse." Upon hearing such a simple request, the Baton challenger felt relieved in an instant. Without any hesitation, he crouched down and smiled, saying, "Sure, hop on." Yunko clung to his back, excitedly shouting, "So high! Run fast!" The Baton challenger diligently ran around the courtyard with her on his back, one round after another. Yunko happily shouted from his back, "Faster!" Ha ha ha! So much fun! Fortunately, he was quite strong, and after 20 rounds, he was only a bit out of breath. "Okay, I've played enough, let me down." The Baton challenger hurriedly stopped, carefully placing Yunko on the ground. Yunko clapped her hands, looking very happy. "So much fun. Thank you, I'm also the most polite kid." The Baton challenger, feeling relieved, scratched the back of his head and flattered, "It's my honor to make you happy." At that moment, some people thought this strange girl looked easy to get along with and gradually relaxed their guard. Even the people in the global live broadcast felt this little strange one was cute and likable. This little girl is strange, yet she looks very kind, doesn't she? I can't believe half an hour has passed, and she hasn't killed anyone. She's really different from other strangeness. Don't speak too soon, children are the hardest to deal with in this world. Yunko ignored him and instead turned to see the challenger from Sakura Country, excitedly running over. The Sakura Country challenger smiled gently as this adorable child approached. He thought that as long as he showed great kindness, this strange child would be moved by him. Thus, he wouldn't have to face any trouble. He actively crouched down, welcoming this little ancestor. When Yunko dashed before him, he hurriedly asked with concern, "I wonder what you need." Yunko, playfully nibbling her fingers, looked up with a pure smile and made a shocking request that stunned everyone. "Uncle, I want your heart. Can you give it to me?" The challenger from Sakura Country instantly stiffened, his mouth twitching as he struggled to find the right words. In the end, he could only awkwardly decline. If Uncle gives you his heart, he won't be able to live anymore. Yunka still wore a cute, innocent look, reaching her little hand towards his heart. "If Uncle doesn't want to give it to me, then I'll just take it myself." Before the words finished, the Sakura Country challenger hadn't even reacted. Ah! Her small hand had dug a hole in his chest, grasping a heart that was still dripping with blood and faintly beating. Yunka gleefully held the heart, taking a bite like it was an apple, her mouth smeared with human blood. The little girl who just moments ago knew nothing had instantly transformed into a demon that trapped souls. Some people at the scene instinctively took a step back, wanting to distance themselves. The viewers in the global livestream were also startled by Yunka's sudden action. This isn't cute at all, she's clearly a demon. She looked like a good girl, but who knew she was so wicked? It's over, this request clearly leaves no way to live. How can the next rounds go on with such unpredictable tricks? This is a wicked child, a truly wicked child. The challenger's silent retreat seemed to anger Yunko. Her previously well-behaved expression turned instantly fierce as she threw the heart onto the ground and crushed it. With a sharp voice, she shouted, "Are you retreating because you don't like me? How dare you dislike me? I want your leg, give it to me immediately." Yunko pointed at the first challenger who had stepped back. That challenger turned pale and quickly kneeled down to beg for mercy. "Spare me. I just accidentally stepped back, I didn't mean to dislike you." Yunko didn't give him any chance to argue, walking up and directly twisting his leg off. Though it looked small, her strength was extraordinarily great. The challenger screamed in pain. The girl held one bloody severed leg in each hand, tossing one onto the ground with a look of disgust, but then magnanimously said, "So disgusting. Since you gave me your leg to cheer me up, I can forgive your earlier mistake." The challenger, now legless, had already fainted from the pain. If he could hear her merciless words, he would probably faint again from anger. The people in the global livestream felt a wave of coldness wash over them. This isn't a child, this is simply too cruel. So scary, this is far more sinister than those ghost children in movies, our challengers have truly suffered. Even the king of hell would probably bow down to her. Other anomalies killed directly, this one just tortures people. No wonder, a human child is troubling, but a bizarre child is even worse. All the challengers present were stunned into silence by this horrifying scene. They didn't dare to move an inch. This child was bizarre, her temperament truly unpredictable. You could never guess what she would do next. One moment she looked like an innocent, kind angel, the next she was committing slaughter with that cute face. She played by no rules at all. At that moment, Yunka suddenly saw a child roughly her size and instantly became interested in Zhang Ming. With a high spirit, she quickly ran to Zhang Ming. Playfully measuring their heights with her hand, she found Zhang Ming taller than her, instantly delighting as if she had found a fantastic treasure, laughing joyfully. "You're taller than me, so you can be my brother." As she spoke, she put her finger on her chin, as if pondering something. "Brother, why are you here? Is it also because you don't have mom and dad?" Zhang Ming nodded, feeling there was nothing to hide. "Yes, I am an orphan." Yunka's face suddenly showed a sympathetic look, and she said with great compassion, "Brother, you are so pitiful, just like Yunku. Since you are my brother, can I have your head?" Zhang Ming's mouth twitched in confusion, one moment he felt sorry for her, and the next she wanted his head. Such a sudden contrast was truly overwhelming for him. Just when Zhang Ming was feeling awkward, the system inside him timely gave a hint. Analyzing the strange hidden psychological defense. Yunko, a child who died in the orphanage at 5, is very starved for love. It is suggested that you agree to the request and hide your head in your clothes to create the illusion of being headless. Warm reminder, it is necessary to give the little girl a gift. Zhang Ming felt emotional, the system's hint was indeed timely. He didn't even have to think, and the answer came out. If there could be such a system for exams, who would fear not getting into a top school? Zhang Ming smiled and nodded, agreeing to the impolite request according to the system's instructions. "Okay, but little sister, you have to wait a moment." Yunku immediately clapped her hands and jumped up, saying expectantly, "Is there a surprise? I will wait." The people of Long Country exploded in the national live broadcast room when they heard Zhang Ming was willing to give away his head. Is he really going to give his head to her? Can a headless person still live? He should be able to live. After all, this is our capable Xiao Ming. I support whatever he does. Upstairs, no matter how remarkable, he is still human, not as godly as you say. I'm really speechless. I also blindly believe in him. There must be a very important meaning behind what he does. Alright. I'm left speechless by you bunch of brainless fans. The audience in the global live broadcast room ridiculed one after another. Considering the painful experiences of the previous two challengers, the probability of him losing his head is 90%. This one's obviously much stranger than the last ghost story game. I don't believe the strangeness will always favor him. That's right, no matter how lucky, there is a day when luck runs out. Let's quietly watch as Long Country is about to be eliminated. Don't worry about Long Country, worry about your own country. Look at how ruined it is, I don't need to say more. The members of the Long Country's council team were basically 100% confident in Zhang Ming. Chief, what kind of wisdom do you think Zhang Ming will use to overcome this difficulty this time? Should we, like last time, find some beautiful videos of siblings interacting to send him, to broaden his thinking? This strange one is unpredictable. I'm afraid the previous gentle policy won't work. Zhao Wei saw Zhang Ming's fearless and confident look and immediately realized this kid was already confident. He didn't pay too much attention, quietly watching how he would resolve the crisis and gain experience. In the world of ghost stories, Zhang Ming, following the system's hint, performed a little trick and hid his head in his clothes. Then, bouncing playfully to entertain Yunko, he said, "Sister, look. My head is gone, isn't that fun?" Yunko clapped her little hands happily. "Fun. Brother, hide again, I want to see." Zhang Ming popped his head out from the collar like a gopher, smiling and saying, "Okay, I'll hide again." After saying that, he hid his head back in the collar and made various funny faces to make Yunko laugh. Yunko was tickled by Zhang Ming's operations, laughing uncontrollably. She shouted repeatedly, "Brother, so amazing." "Oh." Finally, Zhang Ming smiled and took a paper crane out of his pocket, then made the crane fly in the air with a strange force. "Sister, this is for you." Yunko's eyes sparkled as she watched the paper crane dance in the air, and with a jump, she caught the crane in her hands. Carefully placing it in her palm, she kept looking at it, her eyes filled with unexpected joy. "So beautiful. I have never seen this thing, what is it?" Yunko danger level 85%. Danger level will drop to 0%, will wholeheartedly treat you as a brother, protect you. Hearing the danger level prompt, Zhang Ming immediately understood that this little girl in front of him was the target he was about to influence. If he hadn't done such a terrifying thing just now, he might have liked this little sister very much. Zhang Ming replied to Yunko, "This is called a paper crane. I heard that folding 1,000 paper cranes can grant a wish, but this is just a legend, it can't be taken seriously." Yunko carefully put the paper crane into her small bag. Her little mouth mumbled, "I have never received a real gift before, this is the first gift someone gave to me actively, I will cherish it, thank you." Zhang Ming did not expect that such an insignificant gift would be treated as a treasure. He smiled at Yunko and said, "It's okay to lose it, I will give you more." Yunko felt excited to hear that Zhang Ming would give her gifts, really? Zhang Ming nodded, It's just folding paper, if she wants, he can make many. Zhang Ming did not expect that the little trick taught to him by his doctor mom would be useful here. Hearing this, Yunko took the initiative to hug Zhang Ming, her little face buried in his embrace, rubbing against him. Chapter 29, Don't learn to be so foolish. So having an older brother is this nice? Zhang Ming gently rubbed her dirty long hair. His heart gradually became softer. Actually, having a strange little sister isn't bad. At least she is cute in front of him, and that's enough. The scene of the two of them hugging. Not only did all the challengers from every country stare in disbelief, but even the global audience in the live broadcast was stunned. No way. What is happening? I don't quite understand. How did they end up hugging so harmoniously? Is this still the strange one that digs hearts and breaks legs? Why is it so tame with Zhang Ming? Didn't expect this little strange to be so easy to coax. Those two challengers above are too stupid, easily manipulated by the strange. Although I'm not from Dragon Country, I have to admire how smart the Dragon Country challengers are, getting coaxed into being so pliable in just a few moves. The Dragon Country team also didn't expect Zhang Ming to use the trick of hiding his head to solve the problem. The method that none of them could think of was thought of by him in these few seconds. It seems that challengers don't need to be too strong, as long as they have a good brain, they can be successful too. Team members looked at Zhang Ming on the screen with admiring eyes. So it turns out this is the way? Looks like our little Ming is loved wherever he goes. I actually think the strange can be influenced, my next paper will argue that. I really hope Zhang Ming's relationship with this strange one can become better, it will be very beneficial for future missions. Inside the world of strange talks. Yunko let go of Zhang Ming and playfully said, I'm going to find others to play with, I'll come back to find you later. Zhang Ming reached out and gently wiped the dust from his cheek, okay, go ahead. Yunko felt the touch on her face, a bit dazed. Because she had never experienced such gentleness. Brother, you are so nice. After saying this, Yunko happily bounced over to the challenger from Grape Country. At first glance, she saw his strong arms with visible veins. She obediently said, Uncle, your arms are so thick. Can you give them to me? The challenger from Grape Country thought of Zhang Ming's solution earlier, planning to imitate it and learn from the experience of the Dragon Country challengers. He hid his arms inside his clothes. With a silly smile, he said, Look, my arms are gone. Yunko looked at him with boredom on her face, Uncle, I want your arms, why are you hiding them? Hearing this, the challenger from Grape Country's face instantly turned pale. Does this trick not work on him? The challenger from the Grape Kingdom was sweating so much, he could wash his face with it. He exposed his arm, resignedly closed his eyes, and offered his arm to him, shouting recklessly, If you want it, take it. Unexpectedly, Yunko just lazily glanced at him and said, So boring. I don't want to play with you at all, go away. Terrified, the Grape Kingdom challenger quickly curled up into a ball on the ground and rolled away. That's right. He really rolled away. Seeing Yunko not causing him trouble, the Grape Kingdom challenger sighed in relief, at least he had saved his life for now. Yunko bounced over to the challenger from the Asen Kingdom. Yunko pointed at the Asen Kingdom challenger's arm and bluntly said, I want your arm. The Asen Kingdom challenger also learned Zhang Ming's trick, hiding his arm while smiling, pretending to tease a child. He made all sorts of silly faces, acting like a fool, look, my arm is gone, then it grows back, gone again, and grows back again. Even the other challengers nearby tried hard to hold back their laughter at his exaggerated performance. The Asen Kingdom's act looked as if he were mentally disabled. He kept repeating the act like a monkey. Just when he thought he could impress Yunko like Zhang Ming did, he didn't realize that his antics completely infuriated Yunko. Yunko could no longer tolerate such a grotesque performance and grabbed his arm, twisting it off. Blood splattered onto Yunko's small face. Yunko, showing a terrifying rage, said, You foolish pig, if your brain is useless, it should be thrown away. His arm stretched long, reaching the Asen Kingdom challenger's head, and with a slight force, his brain exploded, killing him on the spot. Fuming, Yunko exclaimed, I hate being treated like a fool by idiots. The Asen Kingdom challenger, just before dying, could not comprehend why Yunko killed him, he thought he had performed quite well. The people watching in the Asen Kingdom's livestream were in agony, filled with cries and anger over their failure. Clearly, Anu did nothing wrong, why was he killed? Aren't the Grape Kingdom and Dragon Kingdom just fine? Anu is a high-ranking person, protected by the gods, that ugly creature will soon go to hell, forsaken by the gods. He must go to hell. Such an ugly creature must have been the lowest of people in life, we all spit on him. The Dragon Kingdom challenger's actions were the same as Anu's, why didn't he die? Why? It's not fair. He should also die, go to hell, and face the gods' punishment. Yunko only felt that playing the hide-and-seek game with Zhang Ming was the most fun. Everyone else was just clumsy imitations. Anyone who played the hide-and-seek game afterwards would be killed. Yunko just wanted to play hide-and-seek with brother Zhang Ming. Yunko almost demanded that everyone left should play with her. Some demands were quite reasonable, like playing child-friendly games. Others were life-threatening demands, not just gutting but also limb-severing. There was no pattern in the middle, all based on her own preferences. After the fun, only 110 out of 139 people remained. Of those, 10 had been mutilated and were barely alive. Yunko, having had enough fun, placed her hands on her hips and said, Thank you all for playing with me, I've never been this happy. Let's play together again tomorrow, okay? Except for Zhang Ming, everyone else felt instantly drained upon hearing there would be more tomorrow. Today had been grueling enough. More tomorrow. Playing really was a matter of life and death. They could only lament silently in their hearts, too afraid to express a shred of discontent. They obediently agreed instead. Yunko didn't understand the twists and turns of human hearts, she simply felt that she had a great time today and wished she could play like this every day. Alright. Everyone hurry to your apartment rooms to rest, see you tomorrow. A group of people walked toward the apartments, and Zhang Ming followed the flow inside. As they entered, everyone had their own room number in hand. Just check in according to your room number. Chapter 30 Please return to your own room. This apartment might be very tall, so it should have an elevator. Zhang Ming was about to step into the elevator when he felt something tugging on his hand. He turned around to see Yunko. He was puzzled, wondering how Yunko had come along. Zhang Ming looked at Yunko in surprise and asked, Yunko, is there something wrong? Yunke tightly held Zhang Ming's hand, sweetly saying, "Brother, I want to sleep in the same room as you, okay? I will be scared at night." Upon hearing about being scared at night, Zhang Ming couldn't help but groan inside. Shouldn't I be the one scared at night? You big demon, and you're scared too? Thinking of the first rule, Zhang Ming helplessly agreed. Alright, just hold my hand tight, don't get lost. Yunke instantly beamed a bright smile and sweetly said, "Brother is the best to me." Yunke's hand was very cold, without a trace of warmth, and even though she held Zhang Ming's hand, it was hard to warm up. Zhang Ming pulled Yunke's hand and walked into the elevator. Other challengers from different countries saw Yunke join them and didn't dare to breathe. Everyone was puzzled, wondering how this living ancestor got here. And she was holding hands with a challenger from Long Country. This intimate behavior was very unusual. The global audience in the live broadcast room saw Yunke beside Zhang Ming, behaving like a normal child. They found it fascinating. Don't you think this place looks like a tower for trapping monsters? Such a big apartment doesn't even have a front door. Anyway, I still think it's better to be careful. Everyone was whispering and discussing in hushed tones. Zhang Ming just stood quietly in the corner, listening to their discussions. Yunke didn't think it was noisy at all. Instead, she pulled Zhang Ming and leaned close to his ear, proudly saying, "It's okay, I'm very familiar with this place, hee." The elevator stopped at the 5th floor. Zhang Ming took Yunke out of the elevator. Behind them, 5 foreign challengers followed. They probably lived on the same floor. As they stepped out, Zhang Ming saw a long corridor that looked like a black hole, waiting for him. There were many doors beside the corridor. Yunke tightly held Zhang Ming's hand, looked up at him, and softly said, "It's very messy here, tell me your room number, and I'll help you find it." "Having a guide is certainly good," Zhang Ming said, 505. Yunke said, "I can take you there, but you must hold my hand. Otherwise, you really will get lost. I also want to secretly tell you a secret, there are monsters in the corridor." Zhang Ming slightly frowned and asked in confusion, "Monsters? What monsters?" Yunke put her finger on her lips, as if she was thinking about something. She pouted slightly, seeming unable to explain well. It's hard to say, but with me here, they won't dare to get close. It's a bit of a pity, I wonder if my other toys will get played out. If they get played out, tomorrow's fun will be much less." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ming's skin crawled, and he immediately turned around to look. The 5 challengers who had come out with him had vanished. They disappeared without a sound. Yunke, still innocent, looked back at Zhang Ming and asked, "Brother, what are you looking at?" Zhang Ming pointed at the empty corridor and asked blankly, "Where are those 5 people?" A bad feeling surged in his heart. Clearly, there was only one corridor, where could they have run off to? Yunke casually said, "Maybe they got lost. Who cares? Let's go back to the room and rest." As she said this, Yunke pulled Zhang Ming to find their room. Not long after, Yunke pointed at a door and proudly said, "This is it. I'm so smart." Zhang Ming glanced at the door number, it really was 505. He affectionately rubbed Yunke's head and agreed, "Yes, my sister is the smartest, no one can compare." Yunke was overjoyed to hear this. "Humph. Of course. Let's go in quickly." Zhang Ming grasped the doorknob, and the door gently opened. As soon as he opened the door, a strong smell of mildew hit him. Zhang Ming quickly glanced at the room's layout. It had a bedroom, living room, bathroom, and dining room. The living room's facilities were quite complete, there was a TV, sofa, and refrigerator. Yunke excitedly turned around in the room, "This room is great. I like it. From now on, I can live here with brother, I'm so happy." Yunke fluttered around the room like a little butterfly. Zhang Ming listened to her silvery laughter and felt himself relax. Gradually, the nervousness he felt upon arrival faded away. Zhang Ming had no idea he was the first person among everyone to find his room. The others were still trapped in the maze-like corridor, unable to find their accommodation. The foreign challengers scratched their heads, staring at the seemingly endless corridor, their faces filled with confusion and bewilderment. Chapter 31, All Up and Down Are Mysterious. What's happening? I've been walking for an hour, why am I still here? No way. If this continues, I won't find my room before 9. The foreign challenger was anxiously pacing in place. Suddenly, he spotted a turn not far away and excitedly ran over. This must be the way out. Little did he expect to be greeted by a headless monster. The foreign challenger wanted to fight back, but he was instantly pierced through the body by the headless monster's claws and died. The kingdom of you is out. Except for Zhang Ming, almost everyone finds it hard to locate their rooms. Either they encountered a wall of ghosts, or they faced various oddities. While they were racing against the clock, Zhang Ming had already settled down on the couch, resting. In the live streams of other countries, seeing Zhang Ming's comfortable scene, they became enviously frustrated. If it weren't for that little oddity, he wouldn't be so relaxed. Why does he get the help from the oddity? It's unfair, aren't oddities supposed to be man-eating monsters? This time, the horror game won't be another effortless win for the Dragon Kingdom, will it? In the live stream from the Pickled Vegetable Nation, the comments were filled with foul sentiments. He sits on the couch resting. Has he thought about other humans who are struggling to escape? We're all humans and don't even help each other. The Dragon Kingdom Challenger should help us from Pickled Vegetable Nation. Since this Dragon Kingdom Challenger appeared, the horror game has become completely unfair. If only that Zhang Ming were one of us from the Pickled Vegetable Nation. The people of the Dragon Kingdom looked at Zhang Ming living more comfortably in the horror world than others with pride. Others want to learn from Xiao Mingming, but they can't. Look at how Xiao Mingming can heal hearts, while other challengers only induce terror. That's the difference. Although we indeed have a suspicion of an effortless win, so what? Winning is what matters. Talking about fairness in the horror world? Isn't that a joke? In the death apartment. It was already 9 at night, and 3 challengers still hadn't found their accommodations. They were soon caught by the cleaning woman oddity. The cleaning woman oddity used a vacuum cleaner to suck them into a trash can, shredding them into pieces. The scene was extremely brutal. No doubt, as a cleaner, she kills without shedding a drop of blood. Just from the issue of finding rooms, another 20 people had died. The 10 who had been wrecked by Yunke were all dead. Now there were only 90 people left. Zhang Ming watched the death toll from the couch, feeling a mix of emotions. In less than half a day, 50 people had died. Such a rate of death is clearly much faster than during the last game. Zhang Ming rested his chin on his hand and pondered deeply. With so many rooms in this building, could it be that the unoccupied rooms are filled with oddities? The moment this thought appeared, Zhang Ming felt a chill run down his spine. If that's the case, one can imagine how hard his mission would be. The thought of oddities residing all around is terrifying. At that moment, Yunke suddenly sat beside him and asked, "Brother, what are you thinking about? You seem so engrossed." When Zhang Ming saw Yunke's face, a sudden idea flashed through his mind. Perhaps this little oddity could answer his doubts. He looked at Yunke warmly. "Little sister, can I ask you something? How many oddities like you are here besides you?" Yunke looked up at the ceiling and began counting with her little hands earnestly. 1, 2, 3, oh dear. I can't count them all. Let me think again. There's a grandpa who likes to play chess, many couples who love to fight, a sister who hangs herself every day, the cleaning aunt, so many. As Zhang Ming listened to the latter part, his heart began to sink slowly. So many oddities indicate that more challenges are awaiting ahead. Each oddity represents a challenge, and one can imagine the difficulty of this horror game. As they continued talking, Yunke suddenly remembered something, her previously excited little face turning gloomy as she glared at Zhang Ming ominously. Is my brother asking this because he wants to be friends with them? I won't allow it. You can only be friends with me. Zhang Ming quickly ruffled her hair and smiled, saying, I only want to be friends with you. I don't want to deal with those oddities at all. He truly meant those words. He would rather never encounter those oddities. If he could just make it to the end of the task time and leave immediately, that would be the best outcome. Yunke's face broke into a sweet smile again. Finally, a creature that didn't find him unlikable had appeared. It should be treated well. Okay, I believe in you, brother. You are the best brother in the world. Zhang Ming raised an eyebrow at such praise and asked, We have only known each other for less than half a day. Why do you say I am the best brother? Zhang Ming suddenly felt lucky to be a fierce and strange creature. If he were human, he would soon be deceived by bad people. This little girl is too easily touched. Yunke directly and honestly said, I feel warmth from you, just like a long, long time ago, when my mother held me. Unfortunately, I have long forgotten what my mother looks like in that warmth. Now I can only imagine it, and it should feel like this. Zhang Ming thought, could it be the effect of the halo of motherly love? Alright. Seeing her so pitiful, I'll temporarily be her brother for 20 days. So Zhang Ming generously opened his arms and said, It doesn't matter if you forgot. In the future, you won't need to imagine it anymore. How about a hug now, to feel the warmth? Yunke immediately threw herself into Zhang Ming's arms, touched to the point of wanting to cry, but tears wouldn't come. Having family is so good. Not knowing how long they hugged, Yunke finally emerged from Zhang Ming's embrace. Zhang Ming looked at her messy appearance and couldn't help but frown. Now that you have family, you should become better and better. To start becoming better, you need to tidy yourself up and turn into a beautiful little girl. Yunke had never heard anyone say such things before, not even the strange one. Confused, she tilted her head and asked, Why do I need to become beautiful? What's the use of being beautiful? Zhang Ming replied unquestionably, Being beautiful will get you a lot of good things. My little sister is so cute, she should wear pretty clothes. As her brother, if I can't provide my sister with a good life, that would be too irresponsible. Chapter 32, What to Do with a Clingy Sister. Yunko looked at Zhang Ming with flickering eyes, feeling a strange sense of being valued. Brother, are you really telling me the truth? You can't lie to me, or I'll be angry. Zhang Ming lovingly pinched her little face. How could I lie to you? Come, let's go to the bathroom, and I'll help you wash your face, hands, and hair. How can you sleep being all dirty? Yunko grabbed her long hair, which was almost knotting up, and nodded foolishly. Brother said, only being clean can you sleep well. I never heard of this before, but now I know. Brother seems to know everything. Since Zhang Ming was also a child and not very tall, it would be quite odd to hold Junko, so he could only take her hand and head to the bathroom. Don't worry, after washing, my sister will absolutely be the most beautiful girl. Arriving at the bathroom, Zhang Ming stood on tiptoe to reach the shower and turned on the switch. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw clear water flowing out. He was really afraid that this place would be like a horror movie, and the water from the shower would be blood red. Zhang Ming tested the water temperature with his hand, it was just right. After doing all this, nothing unusual happened. He found a white towel on the wash basin. The wash basin already had an enormous mirror. At this moment, Zhang Ming was still immersed in the idea of washing up Yunku. He even forgot the third rule, no mirrors after 9 o'clock at night. It was already 9:30 now. What Zhang Ming didn't notice was that while he stood in front of the mirror, a black skeleton with white hair appeared in it. Yunko, sharp as she was, quickly spotted the skeleton in the mirror. Without hesitation, she immediately showed a very sinister expression at the skeleton. The skeleton was so scared that it quickly hid back in the mirror and didn't dare to come out again. Among the global livestream audience, some sharp-eyed people were terrified, pointing at the mirror. Did you just see a skeleton appear in the mirror? I saw it too. It seems that the little eerie being was scared away, which shows that this little eerie's power must be very strong. This naughty child is protecting Zhang Ming, it's unbelievable. Zhang Ming's skill at controlling the eerie heart is truly impressive. Oh no, the challengers from Dragon Country get along so well with the eerie, what will happen to the other challengers? Don't you think that the little naughty girl following Zhang Ming looks especially obedient? She seems just like an ordinary human girl, and she scared the eerie away with just one glance, it's simply amazing. When Zhang Ming turned to look at Yunko, she immediately transformed back into a well-behaved, lovable appearance. Zhang Ming gently waved the towel in his hand and softly said, let's use this to wash you up. Yunko clasped her hands behind her back, tilting her head, watching Zhang Ming's actions with great attentiveness. She didn't know what he was doing. There had never been a need to clean the eerie or communicate like this in her memories. Nobody had told her how to clean. Zhang Ming couldn't help but laugh at Yunko's silly, soft, and confused look. Come on. Bend down, and I'll help you wash your hair. Yunko obediently lowered her head. Zhang Ming gently let her long hair fall down towards the ground. Warm water flowed over her hair. Since Yunko's hair was too coarse, just using water wouldn't be enough. Zhang Ming looked up and happened to see a piece of simple soap on the basket on the wall. To find a piece of soap in such a place was truly fortunate. He took the soap in his hand and rubbed it hard, creating lots of white bubbles, which he spread over Yunko's head. Then he started to gently wash her. Zhang Ming was quite gentle, fearing to pull her hair and cause pain. Soon, a lot of dirty water flowed down from Yunko's head. Yunko never expected that washing hair could feel so comfortable. Excitedly, she said, brother, washing hair feels so good. Can you help me wash it every day? Zhang Ming smiled and said, of course, as long as you don't mind the trouble. Yunko quickly playfully retorted, I don't mind at all. After about half an hour, Yunko's hair finally became clean. While washing, her face got washed clean as well. Zhang Ming used a towel to dry her hair and face. At this moment, he truly saw Yunko's face. Yunko was exceptionally cute, her large bright eyes seemed very friendly, like a little doll. If she wore a clean dress, she would definitely be a little princess. Zhang Ming gently pulled her in front of the mirror, sister, don't you look much better? Yunko dumbfoundedly touched her little face with both hands, unable to believe it, asking her reflection in the mirror, is this really me? I didn't know I looked so good. Zhang Ming patted her head, of course, this is you. But after washing your face, how could you not even recognize yourself? Yunko stared at the mirror for 3 whole minutes, still unable to snap back to reality from her own appearance. Her eyes, clear and innocent, were full of marvel. Even the audience in Dragon Country's livestream couldn't help but express their feelings when they saw Yunko's face. This little girl is so beautiful. I almost forgot how she was holding on to several lives. How could no one take care of such a lovely girl? I guess when this little girl was still human, she must have suffered a lot. Seeing Yunko gazing at her reflection in the mirror for such a long time without coming back to her senses, Zhang Ming teased, what's wrong? Is my little sister mesmerized by her own beauty? Upon hearing Zhang Ming's teasing, Yunko quickly shyly hid in Zhang Ming's embrace, saying, I'm not. I just haven't seen my face for a long time, and I'm a bit unaccustomed. Zhang Ming stroked Yunko's silky hair. Now that you're clean, don't you look much better? A girl should go out clean, do you understand? Yunko nodded vigorously, I got it. At this moment, Yunko felt incredibly happy. This is what it feels like to be cared for. Yunko's danger level 70%. She has absolute trust in you. Zhang Ming heard the system's prompt and couldn't help but be surprised. The danger level really decreased quickly this time. At the moment Yunko regarded him as her brother, he truly treated her like a real little sister. Zhang Ming saw Yunko hugging him tightly without letting go, feeling a bit helpless. He didn't expect this little girl to be so clingy. After hugging him 3 or 4 times, she now just wanted to hide in his arms and not come out. After an entire day's hustle, Zhang Ming was indeed a bit tired. He opened his mouth and yawned, Sister, I'm so sleepy. How about we hug again tomorrow? Yunko shook her head vigorously in Zhang Ming's arms, protesting, No. I just want to keep hugging my brother to feel safe. Alright. I'm really at my wit's end with you. Anyway, I'm going to sleep. Zhang Ming dragged his small body with the even smaller body along. Step by step, they moved toward the bedroom. He needed to recharge his energy to face tomorrow's challenges. In the last world, he had a mother who was a doctor taking care of him meticulously. In this world, he was now responsible for taking care of a younger girl. What goes around comes around, who can escape fate? Zhang Ming fell onto the bed and just drifted off to sleep. Suddenly, he heard loud crashing noises next door, along with a woman's scream. Chapter 33, Brothers Cannot Be Bullied. Zhang Ming was somewhat annoyed by the noise. Yet, Yunko, who was curled up in his arms, showed no emotion at all, as if she was already used to it. Perhaps she simply didn't care. He raised his hand to push Yunko and curiously asked, What happened next door? Yunko seemed undisturbed. They fight and argue every night, it's nothing new. Zhang Ming remembered the second rule, if there was a disturbance, it must be stopped. With such a big noise, it was indeed disturbing the peace. With Yunko around, those strange things wouldn't really harm him. But he was very tired and desperately wanted a good night's sleep. Regardless of the rules, he had to stop it. Zhang Ming suddenly had a question and asked Yunko, what happens if they aren't stopped? Yunko casually replied, the male owner will become more and more irritable and then destroy everything around him. But don't worry, if he dares to destroy our room, he will definitely die. Just as Yunko finished speaking, the noise next door grew louder and louder. Zhang Ming could even hear the heavy sounds of banging against the wall. Are strange arguments always this fierce? At that moment, Zhang Ming unexpectedly heard some challengers' voices. Though they were trying to mediate, their voices were very timid, only daring to advise a little bit. Please stop arguing, you're disturbing others' rest. If we can't stop it, will we all die? Can't the people inside just talk things out? Why must they fight? Exactly, stop now, don't fight anymore. The outside mediation had no effect whatsoever and instead backfired. At that moment, Zhang Ming heard a loud and brutal banging on the door, and instantly felt that something was wrong, getting out of bed. Let's go outside and take a look. Yunko, somewhat confused, held Zhang Ming back and even said wickedly, let them fight, it would be best if someone died. Even if they really kill each other, they'll come back to life tomorrow. Zhang Ming turned to look at Yunko and suddenly had an idea. He gently said, help your brother with something, and I'll give you a gift afterward. They're making so much noise that I can't sleep. Can you help me deal with them? Upon hearing about a small gift, Yunko immediately perked up, her eyes filled with anticipation. Really, what is the small gift? Zhang Ming shook his head, maintaining the mystery, I won't tell you unless you're willing to help me. I don't like it when it's noisy while I'm trying to sleep. Without a second thought, Yunko nodded and agreed, okay. No matter what gift her brother gives, she would love it. Zhang Ming pinched her little cheek, his eyes filled with affection, you're such a good sister. Let's go. Zhang Ming led Yunko out of the room. Find the source of the sound. He saw the strange man was about to raise his fist to strike the 3 foreign challengers. Hastily shouted, stop. Zhang Ming's voice pierced through the corridor to reach the strange man's ears. At this moment, the strange man was already red-eyed and had lost all rationality. His face was filled with rage as he glared at Zhang Ming, viciously saying, all right. You all can go die. Let me have my fun today, the damn woman can't take a beating, so it's good that you all step in. After all, it's all just to vent my anger. Cloudco heard the strange man wanted to kill Zhang Ming, and rage ignited in her heart. She only knew that her brother couldn't be hurt, couldn't die, it was only him left. If her brother was gone, then she would be left all alone. Her eyes turned cold as she looked at the strange man, a strong killing intent in her tone. You actually want to kill my brother, it seems you don't want to live anymore. Cloudka sprinted like the wind to the strange man's front and crushed his neck with one hand. The strange man died on the spot, this time he was really dead, never to be revived. The other 3 challengers were stunned by this sudden change, frozen in place. They all thought they would die here, but did not expect Zhang Ming to help them. They wouldn't believe that the strange man was so kind, so the helper must be the Dragon Kingdom challenger. It was he who had the little strange man come to help. Could this be the demeanor and wisdom of a great nation? They looked at Zhang Ming and Cloudco with sincere gratitude. In the future, if Zhang Ming needed their help, they would definitely risk their lives to help. They silently vowed in their hearts. These 3 challengers were from Big Hair Country, Second Hair Country, and Baton Country. They sincerely said to Zhang Ming and Cloudco, "Thank you." Cloudco glanced at them coldly, disdainfully saying, "It was my brother who insisted I come, otherwise, you would have died long ago, weak toys. Do you think I wanted to save you?" The Baton challenger chuckled foolishly, "Yes, yes, yes, whatever you say is right." Zhang Ming walked over and kindly asked, "Did you get hurt just now?" They shook their heads, "We are all fine." Zhang Ming said, "That's good." Zhang Ming glanced into the room. Inside, there were shattered remnants all over the floor, and in the middle of the room lay a female strange, beaten and unconscious, with a bruised face. Zhang Ming turned his gaze away, smiling as he waved to Cloudco, "Then let's go first, sister, come, let's go home and rest." Cloudco bounced over to Zhang Ming and naturally took his hand. Yes, home to rest. She really liked the phrase going home. The 3 of them were left staring blankly at Zhang Ming's departing figure. Big Hair Country finally couldn't help but praise, "Didn't expect him to be so small, yet so kind, he saved our lives." The Baton challenger nodded even more and said, "He saved me twice, I used to have prejudices against him. Now I realize how shallow I was. If I can survive this time, I will definitely sing his virtues to the whole country." Second Hair Country patted the shoulder of the person next to him, "How could a person liked by the strange be bad?" The 3 of them returned to their rooms, heavy-hearted. They needed to re-evaluate this little challenger from the Dragon Kingdom. The global audience in the live broadcast room began to slowly change their views on Zhang Ming. Actually, the Dragon Kingdom challenger is quite nice, everyone should stop cursing him. If he hadn't brought the little strange man here in time, they would all have died. Zhang Ming is so kind. I really didn't like him before, I didn't expect he didn't care about international criticism and reached out to help other countries without holding grudges. Could this be the great love that the Dragon Kingdom advocates? Now I have seen it. Chapter 34, Do I Look Like a Ball to You? Every citizen of Baton Country, upon seeing Zhang Ming come out to help with Cloudco, at that moment, he thought he was simply unbelievably handsome. These 2 are simply saviors. It's him who helped us, we should discard our previous prejudices and be good friends with Long Kingdom. So this is the power of Long Kingdom. It feels really great to be protected by a big country. If Zhang Ming could come to our country for tourism, we would definitely welcome him. After Zhang Ming brought Yunke back to the room, Yunke buzzed around him like a little bee, constantly talking, "Brother, where's the gift you mentioned?" "Gift? Gift? I want a gift." Zhang Ming awkwardly scratched his head, actually, he didn't have time to prepare any gift at all. "Wait a minute, I'll find something." Zhang Ming searched the room, looking for some paper to fold Yunke some small trinkets. But there was no paper in the room at all. Yunke, seeing Zhang Ming running around like a headless fly, curiously asked, "What are you looking for?" "Paper, to make a gift for you." "Isn't it just paper?" "I have lots of it, just wait." Before Zhang Ming could react, Yunke had already rushed out the door in a whirlwind. As soon as she left, Zhang Ming clearly felt a cold breeze in the room. At this moment, Zhang Ming suddenly heard something behind him making strange sounds. He quickly turned around and saw a skeleton floating in the air, with long, flowing white hair. It was continuously spitting out black mist, human flesh. So hungry. So hungry. The skeleton is strange, with a medium-low danger level. Weakness, when away from mirrors, it moves slowly and its combat power decreases. Recommendation, use tactical evasion. The people of Long Kingdom, seeing the suddenly appearing skeleton head, couldn't help but feel worried. That little girl left, now only Xiaoming is left in the room, can he handle it? I think it's a bit risky, but with Xiaoming's intelligence, it should be fine, right? Go Xiaoming. I'll always support you, sister. This skeleton head is really ugly, it gave me a scare just now. At 11 p.m., inside the death apartment, Zhang Ming saw the system's suggestion and quickly ran behind the sofa. The strange skeleton followed Zhang Ming towards the sofa. Zhang Ming went left, and the skeleton went right. Around the sofa, they kept turning, like walking a dog. He couldn't fight, but that didn't mean he couldn't outrun it. One strange and one person, centered around the sofa, began a chase. The strange skeleton was completely annoyed by Zhang Ming. If that girl hadn't been around just now, this kid would have already been its prey. Now that Yunko had finally left, it could kill and eat him. But unexpectedly, this human was so cunning. He ran faster than a rabbit. Seeing that the skeleton couldn't catch him, Zhang Ming couldn't help but mock him. Old skeleton, stop chasing me, you'll never catch me, really embarrassing for a strange one like you. The old skeleton was furious at Zhang Ming's mockery. If you have guts, go to the mirror and see if I don't kill you in a second, you little brat, just wait to die. Die, you better run fast. At this moment, Zhang Ming turned around and suddenly saw an iron rod in the corner of the wall. He ran over quickly and grabbed the iron rod. Turning 360 degrees, he swung the rod and smashed the skeleton into the wall. A huge hole was made in the wall. Although the skeleton was unharmed, the insult was intense. Human, you're despicable. Ah! You actually dared to hit me. Seeking death. The skeleton quickly flew towards Zhang Ming again. Zhang Ming once again swung the rod and slammed it into the wall. Back and forth, dozens of times, just like playing baseball. The skeleton was spinning 365 degrees in the air, returning to the wall in various poses before bouncing back. The people in Long Kingdom's livestream couldn't stop laughing when they saw this scene. Is Xiao Ming playing baseball? Ha ha ha. His aim is really good, I think he could become a national athlete. I didn't expect Zhang Ming to be so strong. Could he be a young genius with super strength? It's common for strange creatures to be tricked, but this is the first time I've seen one being played with. Xiao Ming is the authority. The way this skeleton is flipping in the air is just too funny. Yunko, holding a pile of scrap paper, stood at the door and saw the skeleton being continuously tortured by Zhang Ming. They thought the two of them were playing a game, and immediately became unhappy, throwing the scraps of paper onto the table, refusing to continue. Brother has such fun toys, yet didn't call me, humph. How annoying. After saying this, she stomped her leg, crossed her little arms, turned her head to the side, pouting her small lips as if they could hang 10 pounds of meat. It was clear she was quite angry. Yunko loved to play the most and hated it when fun was going on without her. She thought Zhang Ming was hiding something good, wanting to keep it all to himself. Zhang Ming helplessly looked at Yunko. I am fighting against something strange, what do you see me playing with? It seemed that the bizarre way of thinking of humans could never keep up. Sister, if you want to play too, here's a stick for you, go play. Zhang Ming was eager to have Yunko take his place. Yunko's eyes immediately lit up. She smiled and ran over, I'm coming right now. Zhang Ming was also tired, handing her the stick in his hand. He just sat down on the sofa and went to rest. The skeleton creature wanted to take the chance to escape, but was quickly grabbed by Yunko by its long hair floating behind. I haven't played with you yet. You're not allowed to run. The skeleton creature screamed, I will go back into the mirror right now, and won't come out again, please let me go. Yunko couldn't bear to give up the toy she had finally gotten, she had to play enough before letting go. That won't do. Saying this, Yunko gave a strong swing, and with one hit, she embedded the skeleton creature directly into the wall, unable to move. Yunko walked over, saying plainly, useless toy, let me see if I burn your hair. As she spoke, a ghostly fire appeared in her palm. The skeleton creature's hair was instantly ignited, turning into a big fireball. The skeleton creature painfully pulled its head from the wall, running frantically towards the bathroom. In a panic, it shouted, help! Help! Please let me go! Yunko wouldn't let it escape so easily. She easily caught the skeleton creature, kicking it back and forth like a soccer ball. Having a great time, she kept sharing with Zhang Ming beside her. Brother, this ball is really fun, much sturdier than my old one. Is this a gift for me from you? I really like it. When the skeleton creature heard itself being treated as a gift to be given away, it felt like the sky was falling. I am also a scary thing that everyone fears, how could these two team up to insult me? This is too much bullying for a strange thing. Boo-hoo! Chapter 35, didn't they say strange beings don't need to sleep? Zhang Ming heard this and twitched his mouth, you kick a strange being, and can it not be sturdy? This ball, ugh! This skull is even on fire. Be careful not to catch fire. In his stereotype, little girls were supposed to be well-behaved and sensible. How could Yunko be like a little demon? Fortunately, this little girl was very well-behaved in front of him. However, when dealing with things other than him, it was basically all based on her own preferences. Sister! Be careful, don't burn down the room. We still need to stay here tonight. Yunko skillfully stepped on the skull, smiling as she said. Don't worry. This fire is set by me, if it doesn't listen to me, I will just put it out. Zhang Ming sighed, seeing the scraps of paper on the table. He started folding little animals for Yunko. Yunko turned her head, seeing Zhang Ming folding something. The skull ball beneath her feet immediately lost its charm. She stomped down hard, crushing the skull ball, kicking it aside, excitedly looking for Zhang Ming. The broken skull pitifully and cautiously picked up the bone fragments on the ground, rolling little by little towards the bathroom. Today would be a lifelong psychological shadow. I am a strange being played with like this. Do I not have my dignity? The members of the Long Country Trickster group, seeing the skeleton creature's plight, all burst into laughter. Who would have thought our little Ming can treat a strange being like a toy? This is a low-level strange being, very easy to deal with. Thinking our little Ming is small and easy to bully, who knew we'd bite a tough bone? Just now, I was afraid that Zhang Ming wouldn't be able to handle it. It seems I was overthinking. Zhao Hui saw that the girl seemed increasingly concerned about Zhang Ming in a strange way. This is good news for them. Let Zhao Ming treat this little girl well, she seems to like him a lot. With the girl's help, they are very likely to win this game. Since this soft approach works so well, it should be fully utilized in future missions. Rebel against the strange one is also a clever strategy. Yunko obediently squatted beside Zhang Ming, watching closely as he folded a plain piece of scrap paper into a lively little rabbit. When she saw the little rabbit placed on the table, she was extremely excited and quickly asked curiously, "Brother, what is this? It looks so cute. Round and chubby." Zhang Ming frowned, surprised that she didn't recognize the little rabbit. "It shouldn't be." Although he still had some doubts in his heart, he answered, "This is a little rabbit, have you seen one before?" Yunka shook her head in confusion. "No, I only know my ball, I don't know anything else. They all don't like me, only brother is willing to talk to me." Zhang Ming felt a little sour in his heart, fearing that before she could be taught anything while still human, she had already died. Zhang Ming reached out and rubbed her soft hair. "It's okay, I will teach you a lot of fun things in the future." Yunko hugged Zhang Ming's arm and started to act cute again. "Brother is so nice to me." Zhang Ming placed the folded little rabbit in her palm. Yunko happily held the paper rabbit with both hands, running around the room like crazy. "I have a little rabbit, it's so cute. Kiss. Hee hee." Zhang Ming sat on the sofa, watching this crazy scene. Will this really not disturb the neighbors? This whirlwind-like behavior is truly that of a forever childish child. Zhang Ming glanced at the time, it was already past midnight, and he was so sleepy. He walked to the bedroom and directly fell asleep. Forget it, let her make whatever noise she wants. The next morning, Zhang Ming suddenly felt a heavy pressure on his chest, struggling to breathe. Looking up, he was shocked. When did Junko fall asleep on him? His childlike body was almost flattened, no wonder he couldn't catch his breath. Yunka's position reminded him of the little cat he once raised, which also loved to sleep on him. Zhang Ming got up and gently moved her to his side, covering her with the blanket. At this moment, Yunka suddenly hugged Zhang Ming's arm and murmured sleepily, "Sleeping is really comfortable." In fact, the strange ones are not afraid of the cold, nor do they need to sleep. As for why Yunka fell asleep beside him, Zhang Ming believed it was because she felt completely relaxed and at ease, allowing her to sleep next to him without restraint. Having not eaten since yesterday, he was now a bit hungry. His eyes fell on the fridge not far away. Perhaps there would be food inside. Zhang Ming got out of bed and opened the fridge. The fridge was completely empty. However, a line of text appeared inside. Every morning at 7, you can go to the property office to collect food. Rules for collecting food. Rule 1, don't be late. If you miss the time once, you won't receive food afterwards. Rule 2, eat what you get, don't pick and choose, no wasting food. Rule 3, you cannot make eye contact with the staff, nor have any verbal communication or physical contact. If the property staff tries to initiate contact, immediately refuse and keep your distance. Zhang Ming thought the first two rules were very simple. But this third rule seemed a bit difficult. How can you collect something without making eye contact or speaking? It's impossible to have no eye contact or communication at all. But as long as he brings Junko along, it should be no problem. If any real trouble arises, he can just go confront the strange one, and that would solve the issue. The various countries' discussion groups were having intense discussions about the third rule. I think when we go to get food, we should cover our eyes with a cloth, so we won't make a mistake. If the salesperson approaches us first, that will be a problem. The weird ones are much more alert than us humans. This rule is just making things difficult for us. And we must go get food. If we miss it once, we won't have food to eat in the future. This is clearly a trap, pushing us to jump right in. How infuriating. It was only 5 o'clock. There were still 2 hours to rest. Zhang Ming continued to crawl back into bed to sleep. When he woke up again, it was already 6:30. Zhang Ming quickly pulled his sister Yunko up. "Sister, we need to go get food." Yunko looked up at Zhang Ming, confused. "Get what food?" "Of course, the food I eat." Yunko was dazed as Zhang Ming helped her out of bed and took her to the bathroom to get ready. Her hair was very long, and Zhang Ming even tried to make a simple braid for her. He didn't really know other hairstyles, so he just made do with this one. Yunko looked at this novel hairstyle and admired herself in the mirror for a long time. This hairstyle is so pretty. As the time drew near, Zhang Ming really didn't want to waste more time. He pulled her out of the room. Sister, do you know how to get to the property management office? Yunko flicked her big braid triumphantly and said, of course I know. Then a look of unease crossed her face, but there's a particularly strange aunt there, we need to be careful, she's really fierce. Chapter 36, the meat is so delicious. Zhang Ming didn't expect to see unease on Yunko's face. The salesperson can't be more dangerous than Yunko, right? If that's the case, then that would be trouble. He only had this one ace up his sleeve, it can't be wasted. Then hurry and take me there, or we'll miss it. Okay, follow me. I know a shortcut. In the end, Zhang Ming still arrived at the property management office before 7 o'clock. When Zhang Ming got to the property management office, there were already many challengers waiting to collect today's food. It was eerily quiet, and everyone was quietly standing in line. The atmosphere was a bit too oppressive. As Zhang Ming and Yunko just stopped and formed a line, all the challengers present looked at them with strange eyes. Some even whispered to each other. The Dragon Country challenger actually brought that demon child. Are we all going to die here today? I already witnessed the demon child's power yesterday, I really don't want to go through that again. How strange, how did they end up together? Could it be that kids from Dragon Country have some bewitched methods? Suddenly, a scream broke the silence ahead. Zhang Ming couldn't help but lean forward to look. He saw a challenger who had been decapitated, lying in a pool of blood. He heard someone in front whispering, he just accidentally looked at the eyes and got killed. Everyone ahead was being extremely careful, lowering their heads and moving forward little by little. They were scared of accidentally looking at the salesperson and bringing disaster upon themselves. But even so, there were still 10 challengers who fell victim to the strange deadly hands and died. Some lucky challengers managed to receive food. Zhang Ming curiously glanced at the food he received. What kind of food would the weird ones arrange for them? He took just a glance, and his stomach immediately turned uneasily. Their food was all served on a small dish. The meat on the plate was rotten and crawling with many wriggling white maggots. He could even smell the stench of rotting meat from a distance. This foul smell was incredibly pungent, nearly causing Zhang Ming's stomach acid to surge out. As for what kind of rotten meat it was, he couldn't tell right now. But just from the appearance, it was indeed very disgusting. Could he really eat this kind of food? The challenger who received the food, although disgusted, had to endure it. The people watching the global livestream saw the plate full of maggot-infested rotten meat and immediately vomited at the screen. How disgusting! Can our challenger really eat this food? There's no choice, the conditions are like this. If they don't eat, they will starve to death. Alas! How pitiful! This environment is really harsh. They have worked hard. We salute those who sacrifice for the country like them. If it were me, I wouldn't eat this even if I starved to death. Their lives are tied to the life of the nation, they can't afford to die of starvation. The people of Long Country also started to worry about Zhang Ming. Little Ming is still just a child, eating this must make him sick. But he has to eat, this time is different from before, there isn't a female doctor to help him look for food. How pitiful. I wish I could crawl into the screen and feed little Ming some good food. These monsters are strange. They bully our humanity. At the property office of the death apartment, Zhang Ming found the food he despised to be a delicacy for Yunko. Excitedly tugging at Zhang Ming's clothes, she pointed at the rotten meat on the plate and swallowed. Brother, there's meat. It looks so delicious. I'll go grab it right now, and we can eat together. Zhang Ming quickly took Yunko's little hand, gently persuading, no need to grab it, we'll have some soon. Yunko looked at Zhang Ming with bright eyes, really? Zhang Ming helplessly nodded, this little girl always wanted to snatch from others. Yunko clapped her hands happily, that's great. I haven't eaten in so long, I'm so hungry. Zhang Ming smiled and ruffled Yunko's hair. At that moment, a challenger in the middle of the group suddenly collapsed for no reason, twisting his own head off from his neck and died. Instantly, everyone was terrified and began to discuss in panic. He hasn't even had his turn yet, how did he suddenly twist his neck and die? What happened? It seems he just caught a glimpse of the monster in front. Is it indiscriminate killing? It appears he inadvertently made eye contact with the monster, and that's what happened. This sudden occurrence made everyone bow their heads lower, not daring to even think about looking up. They feared accidentally making eye contact with the monster and dying. Before long, it was the turn of the challenger from Turkey in front of Zhang Ming. Who would have thought that he would tie a strip of cloth over his eyes to avoid accidentally looking at the monster? But he didn't notice that while taking the plate, he accidentally touched the monster's hand. Instead, it backfired. The touched monster showed no mercy, grabbed the Turkish challenger's wrist, and with a slight twist, his hand was broken and thrown to the ground. The Turkish challenger screamed in pain, and the cloth over his eyes accidentally fell off, just in time to make eye contact with the monster. He only saw the monster's originally gray-white eyes instantly turn green. Then, his own eyes felt like they were burning in pain. This intense pain made him want to dig out his own eyes. He curled up his body, crying out, "My eyes! My head!" Perhaps the Turkish challenger did not know. But Zhang Ming, not far from him, saw clearly. The Turkish challenger, as if enchanted, inexplicably raised his uninjured hand and twisted his neck, dying. The whole time, the monster only broke his hand. And his head was twisted by himself. The people in the global livestream were terrified by this brutal scene. He killed himself. What's going on? This monster doesn't even need to make a move to kill. It must be related to those eyes. I just made eye contact with them on the screen. Will it kill me too? I'm definitely going to have nightmares tonight. The Long Country team also began to worry. Chief, this monster's danger level has reached extremely high. Same level as the little girl. We have to find a way to avoid this. Zhao Wei touched his chin and said, actually, the third rule is easy to avoid, as long as Zhang Ming can be cautious. He could only be more cautious, he actually didn't have a better plan. Zhang Ming watched the scene, his heart beating non-stop. To say he wasn't scared would be a lie, but more so he felt an odd sensation inside. The strangeness he was about to face could directly confuse people's minds. This was something he had never encountered before. Zhang Ming thought that even if he tried hard to avoid eye contact and body movements, it didn't mean the strangeness wouldn't come to actively touch him. He cautiously turned sideways, looking at the civil servant in the front. Dressed in a black uniform, her face was ashen and serious, without a trace of color. Her hair was styled up, she was a female strangeness. Just a quick glance from far away made Zhang Ming feel immense pressure. As long as they didn't make eye contact, there was nothing to worry about. The system in his mind conveniently reminded him. Civil servant strangeness, extremely high danger level. Weakness, eyes. Suggestion, remove the eyeballs. Chapter 37, Eyes Bursting with Juice. The system wants him, a human, to blind a strangeness with superpowers. Is that even possible? The strength difference is so huge. At this moment, he glanced at the silly Yunko beside him and suddenly got an idea. He turned his head and gently said to the curious Yunko, in a bit, brother, we'll go get food. If that saleswoman wants to touch me, you take the chance to jump on her and poke out her eyeballs. After we finish this, all the meat we get will be yours to eat, okay? Yunko heard there was good food and nodded vigorously. Isn't it just poking out her eyes? I love this, eat eyeballs. Eat eyeballs. Zhang Ming couldn't help but swallow hard when he heard her shout eat eyeballs. What this little girl said was truly shocking. Can this be said by a 5-year-old child? Zhang Ming laughed and teased, didn't you just say you were scared? Why aren't you scared now? Yunko had a pure and innocent smile, looking at Zhang Ming with bright eyes. Because brother is here, I'm not scared. I was scared alone, but now there are two of us, so I'm not scared. Zhang Ming felt Yunko was overly confident in his strength. Being trusted so much by a strangeness felt quite strange. Soon, it was Zhang Ming's turn to get food. Zhang Ming just gently lowered his head to avoid the saleswoman's eyes, and because the table was too high, he could only tiptoe and stretch his hand to the table, waiting for the plate to be placed in his hand. But after a long time, there was still nothing in his hand. Just as Zhang Ming was confused, he heard Yunka's laughter from above his head. Brother, I poked her eye, see how great I am. Zhang Ming immediately looked up and saw Yunka sitting on the saleswoman's neck. Her two soft little hands poking into the strangeness's eyes. Green goo was flowing from the saleswoman's eyes. In pain, her body twisted desperately, wanting to throw Yunko off immediately. But now her soft spot was grasped by Yunko. How could she escape quickly? Yunko was having a blast, shouting on top of the strangeness's head, I'm riding a horse. Ha ha ha. Riding a horse. You used to bully me, and now look who's riding you. Zhang Ming didn't expect her to still be in the mood to play at that moment. But he still had to praise her a bit. Sister, you're awesome. He smiled and gave Yunko a thumbs up. Yunko saw Zhang Ming praising her and got even more excited, shaking the saleswoman's head back and forth. The saleswoman tightly gripped Yunko's little legs, trying to throw her off. But Yunko was as sticky as a piece of tape. No matter how she tried, she couldn't get her off. All the challengers present moved back in terror. Everyone had different thoughts. This little child's strangeness could easily toy with the saleswoman. So terrifyingly powerful. And that child from Dragon Kingdom looks like the best of friends with it. Isn't this equivalent to Dragon Kingdom quickly finding such a strong backer? How can they compete with Dragon Kingdom in the future? They simply can't win, okay? The crowd in the Global Ghost Stories livestream saw Yunka riding on the salesman, acting all high and mighty, and at last felt relieved. I told you there are things that can deal with this thing. I suddenly realized this little weirdness is actually quite cute. Do you think it was that child from Dragon Kingdom who suggested this? It should be, otherwise, it wouldn't have acted like this. That child from Dragon Kingdom is quite crafty. Driving a tiger to swallow a wolf. It's not that I'm pessimistic. If things keep going this way, it would be unreasonable for Dragon Kingdom not to win. Zhang Ming took his piece of meat, lifted it to show Yunku. Sister, I've got the meat, do you still want to play? Yunka looked down at the rotten meat on Zhang Ming's plate, her mouth watering uncontrollably. Brother, wait for me a moment, it's not over yet, I'll be down soon. Then, under everyone's gaze, she dug out the salesman's bizarre eyes, put them into her mouth, and bit down explosively. The salesman fell to the ground in pain, unable to get back up. Ah! I want to kill you, kill you. You filthy wretch. Salesman's bizarre state, danger level reduced to low risk. Zhang Ming couldn't help but smirk. The eyes are the source of the strange power. Now that they're gone, it's basically finished. Yunko pretended not to hear the salesman's roar, which posed no threat to her whatsoever. She licked the green juice from the corners of her mouth and said excitedly to the salesman. If your eyes grow back again next time, remember to let me know. I want to dig them out to eat, your eyeballs are delicious. The salesman was so angry that he thrashed on the ground, trembling. You filthy wretch. A filthy wretch that no one will ever want. Yunko wasn't angry, she stubbornly retorted, you're the one who nobody wants, I have a brother, do you have one? Do you dare to make me kill you again, do you believe it? The salesman immediately shut his mouth. Sated after eating the eyeballs, Yunko happily walked up to Zhang Ming, turning back into that obedient little girl. Brother, next time there's such a good thing, you must bring me along. Zhang Ming sighed, pinching her little face, alright, I'll bring you next time. So? We've got the food, let's go home. Let's go home and enjoy a feast. Yunko bounced along, holding onto Zhang Ming's clothes, humming a little tune. The remaining challengers stared blankly at Zhang Ming leading Yunko away. Then they looked back at the salesman on the ground, holding his eyes, in so much pain he couldn't get up. They couldn't help but sigh, truly terrifying. This is the first time they've seen the weirdness suffer like this, they were quite enlightened. Zhang Ming's bandit-like behavior made people feel delighted. Who told these weird things to always bully us humans? It serves them right. Thanks to Zhang Ming, they received no obstacles and easily got their rotten meat. To survive here, they had to eat rotten meat. Each of them silently thanked Zhang Ming. If it wasn't for Zhang Ming creating such a scene earlier, they wouldn't have acquired food so easily. They couldn't understand how Zhang Ming got the little weirdness to listen to him so well. But they genuinely admired Zhang Ming from the bottom of their hearts. Despite being a child, in cunning wisdom, they still couldn't match up to Zhang Ming. Thus, it's clear that Dragon Kingdom's victory in the last Ghost Stories was definitely not just luck, but real strength. Over here, Zhang Ming carried a plate of rotten meat, bringing Yunko back into the room. He placed the meat on the table. Yunko rubbed her hands together, picked up the rotten meat, and stuffed it directly into her mouth. Even when maggots fell from the corner of her mouth, they were licked away and sent into her stomach. With no appetite to begin with, Zhang Ming was even less inclined to eat now. Seeing that Zhang Ming wasn't eating, Yunko thought such delicious food couldn't be enjoyed alone. She dug out a huge piece of rotten meat and held it up to Zhang Ming's mouth. Brother, this is really delicious. You should try it. Chapter 38, Brother is the smartest in the world. Zhang Ming weakly shook his head, I am a human and I don't like eating this. By the way, do you have any wheat flour buns or something? Food that humans can eat. Just the thought of eating this rotten meat filled with maggots for 19 days would drive him mad. Forget about eating it, even the smell was unbearable. Since he could eat normal food during the last mission, he should be able to this time too. Yunko heard Zhang Ming's words and showed a puzzled expression. What are those wheat flour and buns you mentioned? Zhang Ming couldn't help but sigh, realizing they didn't recognize these things at all. The food I like, you probably don't have it here. Forget it. I can make do with rotten meat. Zhang Ming tried hard to suppress his nausea, closed his eyes, and was about to pick up a piece of rotten meat to put in his mouth. Just as his hand touched it, the sticky and foul smell made him feel sick. Seeing Zhang Ming in such pain, Yunka suddenly felt a pang of pity. She quickly said, if you really don't like it, then don't eat it. Although I don't know what those two things you mentioned are, I am sure I know. Zhang Ming perked up, asking, who? Is there food I want to eat? Yunko nodded, maybe. Anyway, that old grandpa knows everything. I think he might know where those things are. Zhang Ming asked uncertainly, the old grandpa you mentioned, is he also strange? Strange ones are usually difficult to deal with. Yunke nodded again, a flower-like smile on her face. Brother is so smart, the old grandpa I'm talking about is just like me. At this moment, Zhang Ming suddenly remembered the first rule he learned when he arrived, respect the old and love the young. If he rushed over, wouldn't it be like walking into a trap? Zhang Ming felt a bit torn. His stomach growled because he hadn't eaten for a long time, and there was even a bit of cramping. Zhang Ming knew this was the aftermath of hunger. He needed to eat something right away, or he wouldn't be able to hold on. He glanced at the plate of rotten meat again. In the end, he helplessly yielded to Yunke, saying, okay. Then you take me to see. So Yunke asked Zhang Ming, do you know how to play chess? That grandpa really likes to play chess. If you lose to him, you will die. Zhang Ming thought for a moment, I know a little bit, just take me there. With the system's help, it shouldn't be too big of a problem. Zhang Ming wasn't really skilled at chess, but that didn't mean the system inside him wasn't skilled. As long as he could win food, who cares about cheating? System, can you help me? Yes. Yunke, being simple-minded, didn't understand what I know a little bit meant. But she confidently believed that her brother, being so smart, would definitely win against that old man. Okay, I'll take you. That grandpa is stingy, so be careful when you go. Zhang Ming nodded, okay. He was already prepared for a fight. Yunke quickly devoured the last bits of rotten meat on the plate. Just as she was about to grab Zhang Ming's hand and run out, she was immediately stopped by Zhang Ming. Sister, can we wash our hands first before we go? He could smell the awful stench of rotten meat from his fingers even from a distance. Thinking about how much he just ate, Zhang Ming had a moment where he felt like his lovely little sister had been contaminated. Yunke tilted her head, raising her hand, just in time to see some meat residue stuck between her fingers, and quickly licked them clean. She muttered, this delicious food must not be wasted at all. Zhang Ming sighed, took Yunke's hand, and led her to the bathroom to wash their hands before heading out. Yunke brought Zhang Ming to the door of the first room on the first floor. Yunke hadn't seen anything strange yet, and without knocking, she bellowed loudly at the door, Grandpa, I brought my brother to see you. Grandpa, hurry up and open the door. Before long, the door in front was opened. Soon, an old man with a long white beard, leaning on a cane, came out looking strange. Upon seeing Yunke, he deliberately showed a relatively kind smile. But in Zhang Ming's view, it felt a bit chilling. Sheep, danger level extremely high. No current weaknesses, likes playing chess. It is recommended to win against him in chess to have a slim chance of survival. Zhang Ming was taken aback, he didn't expect this sheep to be even more dangerous than Yunke. It seemed this time he absolutely couldn't confront him head-on. Because he couldn't win. Then, he remembered that his body could strengthen strange abilities. And it would be multiplied enhancement. Zhang Ming silently asked the system in his heart, how can I enhance Yunke's strength? The system almost mechanically replied. Danger level reduced to 10%. Zhang Ming immediately understood, no wonder the system didn't suggest assisting Yunke. Because he didn't have the ability yet. The sheep bent down and walked in front of Yunke, smiling as he asked. How did Yunke think to come play with Grandpa here? Yunke turned to Zhang Ming and sweetly said, my brother wants to eat wheat flour and steamed buns, do you have any here? The sheep then looked at Zhang Ming, and a flash of killing intent instantly flickered in his eyes. However, he soon feigned a friendly demeanor and said, of course I have it, but you know that if you want to get something from me, you must win against me in chess. Yunke had never received anything from here before. Because she didn't know how to play chess. She had seen others ask the strange for things before, but they had never won at chess. Not only did they not get what they wanted, but they were killed instead. Yunke brought Zhang Ming here because of her excessive confidence. She believed Zhang Ming was the smartest person in the world and would definitely beat this old man in chess. Zhang Ming smiled and stepped forward, saying to the sheep, I can play chess with you. If I win, I hope you keep your promise. The sheep laughed loudly, confidently saying, no one has ever beaten me at chess, but if you lose, your life will belong to me. Zhang Ming was naturally not afraid, all right. Whatever chess you want to play, I will accompany you to the end. The sheep stroked his white beard thoughtfully and said, let's play the most difficult chess in the world, go. How about that? At 9 in the morning, in the Dragon Country's Strange Talk Response Strategy Department. Zhao Hui, standing in front of the screen, was so frightened by the news that Zhang Ming intended to play Go against a strange being that he fell from his chair. Where did this kid learn Go? He knows nothing, isn't this going to his due? But he still unwillingly asked a member beside him. Did you investigate if Xiao Ming learned Go before? All the members of the Jin Nan group shook their heads in unison. No. Zhao Hui was nearly so angry that he almost fainted. He hasn't learned Go, and still wants to compete? This is really a young bull not afraid of tigers, no. My head is starting to hurt again. You all hurry up and find a Go master to help him cheat. The analyst said somewhat awkwardly, we can only send some simple commands, and there's a half-minute message delay. Besides, the nearest Go master is 100 kilometers away. Even with the fastest vehicle, it will take at least 15 minutes, I'm afraid it will be too late. Chapter 39, don't think about it any longer, you won't win anyway. Zhao Hui let out a deep sigh, realizing that without paying attention, this kid had caused such a huge mess. He wouldn't stay in the room properly and insisted on going out to find food. Now he had encountered a tough challenge. He was really angered by Zhang Ming 3 times a day. The analyst beside him softly comforted, Zhao Ming is not that reckless a person, maybe he does know how to play Go, but we just didn't find out. Zhao Hui calmed himself and sighed, alright. I'll listen to you. I was indeed a bit impatient earlier, this kid is just too worrisome. On the first floor of the death apartment. The sheep confidently squinted his eyes, looking at Zhang Ming with his chin raised. Go is indeed a remarkable skill, and to this day, he has never lost at it. It seems today's dinner will be this little guy. Zhang Ming also did not hesitate and nodded. I am willing to play chess with you. Upon hearing this, Yang Zi waved his hand, and a table with a chessboard appeared in front of them. Zhang Ming held the black pieces, while Yang Zi held the white pieces. Yang Zi pretended to be magnanimous and said, for the sake of you being a little kid, I'll let you go first. Zhang Ming picked up a black piece and obediently placed it in the center. The viewers in the global livestream were all focused on the chessboard, even some who didn't understand Go were watching with great interest. They never thought they would one day watch someone play Go in the world of strange tales. Is this little boy from the dragon country really experienced in playing chess? For a bite of food, he really isn't afraid of death. Of course, Go geniuses are nurtured from a young age. Plus, my little Ming Ming is so smart, he is definitely a good player. I find it unlikely, no matter how strong the kid is, he shouldn't compare to those old antiques who have lived for decades or even hundreds of years. Look at Zhang Ming's confident posture and little eyes, I feel this will be solid. I'm a bit worried about him, that white-bearded figure looks very sinister. As soon as Zhang Ming placed his first piece, a chessboard naturally formed in his mind. It guided him to the correct position. Go, as the name implies, is about surrounding the enemy's pieces to kill. In the end, whoever occupies more territory wins. At the start, the white pieces had a strong intent to kill, pressing Zhang Ming step by step. It even gave Yang Zi the illusion that he was about to win. Yang Zi took the white piece and smugly said, I'll take these 4 pieces. Let me remind you, if you keep playing like this, you'll lose. Even the Go masters watching the Dragon Country's livestream couldn't help but shake their heads at Zhang Ming's game. He's going to lose. Little Ming still has some skill but doesn't know how to control the game, he's just half-baked. Now he's being forced to escape everywhere, sigh. He can't lose. It's not over yet, I don't believe Little Ming would lose. Do you even understand Go? Little Ming is at a disadvantage, the situation isn't good. Hearing Yang Zi's proud words, Zhang Ming smiled slyly and said, it's time to close the net. He placed a black piece, and in an instant, a large number of white pieces became dead pieces. The white pieces lost. Just a moment ago, Yang Zi was full of pride, but seeing the situation on the board, his face instantly showed embarrassment. The white piece he was holding accidentally dropped to the ground. In disbelief, he held his head and shook it, muttering, impossible, how could my decades of skill lose to this little kid, impossible. At this moment, his inner belief in Go collapsed in an instant. He had never lost before. Now he was defeated by a nothing child. He never expected that his skills were this far behind. Standing next to Zhang Ming, Yunke didn't understand the board, but seeing Yang Zi's crazy expression, she guessed that her brother seemed to have one. She tugged at Zhang Ming's clothes, brother, did you win? Zhang Ming smiled and nodded, yes. I won. Yunke instantly clapped her hands in joy, brother won, brother is indeed the smartest person in the world. Zhang Ming patted Yunke's head, turned to Yang Zi, and said, you were too overconfident, thinking that I, as a little kid, didn't understand Go, so you underestimated me. Those 4 pieces were a trap, you took them, which fell right into my trap. The situation is changed, your white pieces have nowhere to escape, old man, I won, so it's time to fulfill the promise. The members of the Dragon Country's Jin Nong group breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Zhang Ming win. I didn't expect Little Ming to have such high Go skills at such a young age. He is so strong, he is absolutely a genius. Go is so difficult, yet in his hands, it's like playing. He not only tricked the opponent but even tricked us. I think he could easily join the national Go competition. Zhao Hui wiped the sweat from his forehead, when did this kid learn Go? You studied so well, what just happened was, sigh. Yang Zi sat in his chair, dejected, and said in disbelief, no way, let's have another round. That was just a careless mistake, not my true skill. He couldn't admit that he was worse than a child. Zhang Ming smiled and said, "If I win this round, you must promise me something." To prove his strength, Yangzi didn't care about anything else, and with determination he nodded, saying, "Okay, if you win again, I'll give you whatever you want." Humph. It was just his carelessness, this time I absolutely won't hold back. As a chess enthusiast, how could I lose to a child? If this gets out, where do I put my reputation and my old face? Seeing Yangzi so straightforward, Zhang Ming didn't hesitate either. "Alright, let's start." This time, Yangzi played as white and went first. Yangzi placed his piece, and Zhang Ming quickly followed without any hesitation. Yangzi's expression was clearly much more serious this time. Until halfway through, he suddenly stopped, holding the piece deep and thought for a long time, as if he were stumped. His face was grave. "I need to think this over, I can't fall into your trap." Zhang Ming didn't rush him, calmly watching the flustered old man across from him. No matter where the pieces landed, there's always a way to handle it. This game was a sure loss. Billions of viewers around the world watched as the old man with the white beard wore an anxious expression, his eyebrows almost stuck together, happily cheering. I can't understand the game, but I can see that old man's expression, it looks hard enough to peel potatoes. This old man with the white beard could make a meme out of his expressions, it's so funny. The old man in the neighborhood is nothing like that, just take control. Stop thinking, old man, hurry up and make your move, we're all waiting to see. Stumped, huh? Just previously you boasted about beating our Xiao Ming, ugh. If you don't make a move soon, the sky will go dark, anyway, you're sure to lose. Chapter 40, Another Double Loss. After thinking for more than 10 minutes, Yangzi finally prepared to make a move. Just as he placed his piece, Zhang Ming's subsequent move left him in even more difficulty. In just this one game, they had played for an hour and a half. In the end, Yangzi still lost. Yangzi's state of mind while playing chess was unstable, he looked dejectedly at the board in front of him. I was cautious every step of the way, yet I couldn't defend against that move of yours. I just want to know how you're so clever, it seems I really am getting old. Suddenly realizing, he figured it must have been that wrong move earlier that caused him to lose. He felt an instant wave of regret. While thinking, Yangzi rubbed his bald head, growing irritated, "No way. Let's have another game, I refuse to believe it. I must win. If I don't win at least one game today, I won't feel at ease." Zhang Ming didn't want to get tangled up in this and quickly wanted to take what he wanted and leave. So he directly said, "No matter how many games you play, you can never beat me." Hearing this, Yangzi exploded with rage, slamming his hands heavily on the table, causing it to crack instantly. His beard flew up, eyes blazing with fire, he shouted furiously. "I now command you to play chess with me. Do you know how long I've been playing chess? A full 70 years. In these 70 years, I've treated chess as my life. And you're just a child not even 7 years old, having beaten me 2 times. I can't accept this. Do you even see an old man like me? Ah. This is infuriating. I just want to ask you, how many years have you played chess? Dare to boast in front of me." Zhang Ming weakly extended a pinky finger, with an apologetic face he said, "Half a year, I've only played for half a year, hee. So, you're still my senior." "Hello, senior." In truth, he had said too much, today was actually the first time he truly encountered Go. Zhang Ming didn't dare to speak the truth, if he did, the old man in front of him would definitely get angry. In fact, he was already angry. Upon hearing that Zhang Ming had only learned Go for half a year, Yangzi felt he was completely defeated. Old blood almost spurted out. Half a year against 70 years was clearly a blatant humiliation. I've kept my composure for so many years, and it's been a long time since I've been this enraged. All of this was thanks to that brat in front of me. Today I was pushed to my limits so many times. I stretched out my hand, trembling, pointing at Zhang Ming, as if I were extremely furious. "You little rascal, do you want to drive me to my grave? No way, this time I'm not playing Go with you. Let's play chess, I don't believe you're good at that too." The audience in the global live broadcast saw the old man with white beard furiously glare at Zhang Ming, and even if they didn't understand Go, they realized how strong Zhang Ming's chess skills were. No way. Zhang Ming has only learned for half a year, and he's already this impressive? Is he a legendary chess prodigy? Just now, when Zhang Ming placed his piece, he really had a bit of Jiang Luer's aura. I've been playing Go for so many years, I've never seen a child play it so brilliantly. I'm afraid even the national children's Go champion can't compare to him. This old man is really persistent. He couldn't win at Go, so he's thinking about changing to chess. I hope he won't end up losing at chess too and end up crying. In chess, a subtle smile appeared on Zhang Ming's face. He really knows how to play chess. Even if he didn't know, he has the system, the ultimate cheat, so he could easily win every game. Alright. Let's play chess. Old man, I'll play whatever kind of chess you want, but but every time I win, you have to fulfill one promise, okay? I know that those who play chess have high morals, you wouldn't go back on your word, right? Yangzi didn't expect this little brat, who looked harmless and honest, to actually be so sly. He dared to use chess ethics against him. Lifelong love for chess, naturally, meant he wouldn't allow his beloved game to be tarnished. If he went back on his word, wouldn't that be saying he had poor ethics and wasn't worthy to play? This trick was incredibly sneaky. This time, Yangzi had to re-evaluate this little human child before him. His cleverness and wisdom are rare in the world. Losing to him in Go is no shame. But if he loses in chess, what would he do? No way. Chess is what he is most proficient at, he absolutely cannot lose. He gritted his teeth and nodded, I accept. As long as you win once, I'll promise you one thing. Zhang Ming's smile deepened. Old man, I'm afraid this time you will lose everything including your pants. Zhang Ming extended his right hand and politely said, let's begin. Yangzi waved his hand, and the table quickly transformed into a chessboard. This time, just like last time, they got stuck in the middle of the game again. Yangzi was anxious, sweating profusely. With a frown, he squeezed the chess piece in his hand, hesitating and not knowing how to move. He calculated several steps in his mind, feeling that none of them would work. This time he was even more cautious than last time. He put pressure on himself, he absolutely cannot lose at chess this time. This pause lasted a full 10 minutes. Zhang Ming was a bit bored and dozing off. The cloud that had been watching the game didn't know where it ran off to play. Come on, hurry up and play. Fortunately, this was just a casual game. If it were a tournament, there wouldn't be so much time to think. After Yangzi placed his piece, Zhang Ming quickly followed suit. Yangzi was extremely cautious, but in the end, Zhang Ming still won. Zhang Ming looked at the game on the table and smiled, thanks for the game. Seeing that he lost again, Yangzi waved his hand in anger, no way, let's do it again. Just like that, they played a total of 10 games, and Yangzi lost all 10. In the end, he was completely defeated and had no more energy to fight back. His hunched body appeared as if he had aged decades and collapsed on the chessboard. Yangzi was hurt in spirit by Zhang Ming, and kept murmuring, lost again, ah. I'm really so unfortunate. Having played chess for so many years, I can't even beat a child. All my lifelong glory has been ruined. Zhang Ming looked at the pitiful old man, chuckling softly. He kindly comforted him, actually, your chess skills are already quite advanced. Yangzi waved his hand, looking wronged, don't say that anymore. Don't say that. If you want to make me angry, just say it. I didn't expect to lose this badly at chess too. I don't ever want to play chess with you again. You're young and so ruthless, you don't know how to let this old man be. Having never lost at chess, now he was crying out in defeat. Chapter 41, The Dagger. The people in the global live broadcast saw Yangzi's heart shattered, in a pitiful and desperate state, and they were nearly dying from laughter. Only Zhang Ming could make such a strange being suffer this badly. The earlier chess games were indeed spectacular, even I, a chess enthusiast, want to analyze them thoroughly. Actually, this white-bearded strange being's chess skills are not bad at all, it's just that this time he encountered a real chess genius. You guys think Zhang Ming isn't afraid that the strange being will be angered and kill him? If it wanted to kill, it would have done it long ago. If Zhang Ming loses, he might really die. Strange beings think differently from normal people, who knows? This time Zhang Ming wisely didn't mention, Senior, I've beaten you 10 times, you have to agree to 10 requests. Yangzi waved his hand disinterestedly, fine, a bet is a bet. Just say what you want. Zhang Ming candidly said, give me enough steamed buns to last 19 days, along with some pork and seasoning. Sure, wait for a moment. With a wave of his sleeve, Yangzi filled Zhang Ming's table with the food he requested. Looking at the useless food, Yangzi said, take it away. Zhang Ming had been wanting to buy Yunke 2 nice princess dresses. After all, she is a girl. It's normal for her to like beautiful dresses. Seeing her wear those tattered, gray clothes every day, he felt a bit heartbroken. I still need 2 princess dresses that suit Yunku. Alright, I'll get them for you. Yangzi conjured 2 princess dresses on the table, 1 pink and 1 light blue. From Zhang Ming's perspective, they looked decent. After all, in a world of strange tales, he didn't have much to complain about. As long as they were new, clean, and didn't have holes, that was good enough. Yangzi impatiently said, there are still 8 requests left, hurry up. Mentioning the 8 remaining requests instantly made Yangzi feel a pang in his heart. How could he lose so badly? It hurt. Zhang Ming rubbed his chin and thought for a moment. I want a dagger that can protect me and even kill strange beings. Yangzi narrowed his eyes, warily looking at Zhang Ming, and sneered, you, a human, dare to think you can kill a strange being? Do you think I would give it to you? Zhang Ming quickly played the weak card, explaining, living as a human here isn't easy, wanting a dagger is just for self-defense. Even if it comes down to it, I am no match for you all. Zhang Ming's words quickly eased Yangzi's concerns. Indeed, with his small stature, even if he was given a dagger, he would definitely not be a match for a strange being. Fine, I'll give it to you, considering you have some talent in chess. A dagger with a red handle and a black blade appeared before Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming could even feel the powerful strange energy flowing within the dagger. He picked up the small knife, examined it carefully, and nodded, saying, "Not bad. Looks very sharp." In that moment when Zhang Ming picked up the knife, a trace of malice flashed in Yangzi's eyes. This dagger, both inside and out, had been refined with a large amount of strange power. If a human carried it around often, in less than half a day, they would be tainted by its strange power and die in pain. Having satisfied his request, how he died was no longer Yangzi's concern. The little brat will be smug for a while, but it won't be long before it's his death date. Just because I can't kill openly, doesn't mean I won't play tricks behind the scenes. Little did he know, Zhang Ming's body would not be affected by the strange power at all. Yangzi stroked his white beard, tilting his head. There are still 7 requests left, hurry up. Zhang Ming actually just wanted to come to find food, not thinking too much. As for the remaining 7 requests, I'll let you know when I think of them later, how about that? Yangzi was more than happy because he believed that Zhang Ming would certainly not survive the night. These 7 requests would soon become void. What a pity. This child's talent in chess. Yangzi nodded, okay, I'll wait for you. If not now, there will be no chance later. Yangzi thought proudly. What good is chess skill, ultimately it will still lead to death. Always the one who plays chess the best. Over here, all members of the Dragon Nation's Jin Nang team looked at the dagger shrouded in dark energy, feeling uneasy. That dagger has a problem, it's better to let Zhang Ming throw it away. What kind of good thing can something sent by the strange be? Chief, I detected that the dagger contains a huge amount of strange power, which could harmful to Zhang Ming's body. At this moment, Zhao Wei thought that there was actually strange power within Zhang Ming's body, and this power didn't pose any harm to him. I remember that the strange power won't have too much effect on Xiao Ming's body. At this time, an analyst still said with some unease. That's because the strange power in his body is very small, so there were no issues. But the strange power contained in that dagger is even comparable to that in a mid to low risk strange. Xiao Ming is still too young, I'm afraid he'll be contaminated. Generally, those who have been contaminated by the strange, even if they are lucky enough to come back, won't survive long. This problem he mentioned, Zhao Wei also had to take seriously. You make a valid point, while Zhang Ming's body can still endure, let him throw the dagger away immediately. Zhang Ming also received the message from the Jin Nang team. But he would not throw it away. He refused the suggestion from them. He looked at all these things in front of him and politely said to Yangzi, "Thank you, Grandpa, I will definitely come to you if there are any problems later." A glint of cold light flashed in Yangzi's eyes. Alright. Just don't know if you will still have that chance in the future. Zhang Ming looked out the door and called, "Sister, we are going home." As soon as he finished speaking, Yunke rushed back in like the wind. "Brother, we can finally go home, it was really so boring just now." Yunke turned around and saw so many things on the table, probably guessing that these were spoils. "Brother, did you win all of this?" Zhang Ming nodded. Yunke immediately praised Zhang Ming, "Brother is amazing, you are the first person to win something from Grandpa. So awesome. He. Let's take them home." With great strength, the buns and pork were easily lifted. Zhang Ming took the clothes and the dagger and followed out of the room. Before leaving, Yunke sweetly waved goodbye to Yangzi. "Goodbye, Grandpa, next time, don't play chess with my brother, it's not good for your heart." Yangzi nearly bit his teeth in anger at Yunke's words. His heart, already full of wounds, was stabbed hard again. He must avenge his humiliation. Human cubs, well done. After they left, Yangzi, in anger, crushed everything in the room. If it weren't for fearing to break the chess rules, he would really want to kill Zhang Ming. The people in the Dragon Nation's livestream could feel the heavy anger of the old man even through the screen. It's over, our Xiao Ming seems to have offended a particularly powerful strange. Lost, it's so funny to see him so furious. Defeated by others. After playing 10 games and losing 10 games, he still dares to yell there. Losing and smashing things, who are you scaring? Zhang Ming and Yunke returned to room 505. He looked at all the food on the table, finally feeling at ease. At least he wouldn't go hungry in the next 10 days and wouldn't have to eat such disgusting food. At this moment, Yunke spotted 2 very beautiful princess dresses among the spoils they acquired. Excitedly, she jumped up and down. Yunke carefully picked up one of the pink dresses, looking left and right. This dress was very beautiful, the most beautiful piece of clothing she had ever seen. At this moment, the smile on her face was brighter than ever. "Brother, these 2 dresses are so pretty. Are all of these for me?" Zhang Ming smiled and nodded. "Of course, I can't wear skirts, so they are all for you." Go change in the bathroom and see if they fit. Yunko grabbed one of the pink dresses and hopped into the bathroom to change. Worried about getting the new dress dirty, she carefully cleaned herself before daring to put it on. Standing in front of the mirror, seeing herself in the new clothes, Yunko felt not only happiness but also deep emotion. She had never worn such a beautiful new outfit before. The gray one she had previously was ugly, full of holes, and did not fit at all. It was even picked from the trash. If it weren't for Zhang Ming, she might never have the chance to wear new clothes. And she wouldn't see such a lovely and beautiful version of herself. Yunko sincerely thought. Having an older brother is great. Not only can I feel love I've never felt before, but I can also eat good food and wear pretty clothes. When I was bullied alone, I once imagined having an older brother to protect me. Now, I finally have a real brother. Yunko danger level 50%. Regard you as the closest family member. Zhang Ming heard the system prompt outside and raised his eyebrows. It seemed she really liked those two dresses. That's good. If she didn't like them, he could just go find that old man and swap for something she liked. Zhang Ming sat on the sofa, took out 2 steamed buns, and started chewing on them. Having not eaten for 2 days, even the dry steamed buns tasted sweet to him now. When he had finished eating most of it, Yunko slowly walked out of the bathroom in her pink princess dress. When Zhang Ming saw Yunko come out, his eyes lit up uncontrollably. Was this still the same Yunko who just crawled out of the trash heap? Indeed, people depend on their clothes, just as horses depend on saddles. Strangely, the same goes for Yunko. She looked good no matter what she wore. In clean clothes for the first time, Yunko suddenly felt very shy. Holding her dress, she softly asked Zhang Ming, "Brother, do I look good in this dress?" Zhang Ming generously praised her. "Of course you look good. My sister is so cute, she looks good in anything." Yunko's original shy and unconfident demeanor was instantly comforted by Zhang Ming's praise. Almost excited, she plunged into Zhang Ming's arms. This force nearly made Zhang Ming lose his balance. She held onto Zhang Ming tightly, not saying a word for a long time. Just when Zhang Ming wondered what was wrong, whether she was unhappy, Yunko suddenly said, "Thank you, brother. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know I could wear such a beautiful dress." Zhang Ming smiled slightly, reaching out to touch Yunko's long hair and whispering, "If you want new clothes in the future, just tell me. I'll ask that old man again. I still have 7 chances left." Yunko breathed in Zhang Ming's scent, feeling wrapped in warm cotton. Safe and comfortable. So this is what home smells like. No wonder so many strange beings and humans strive to have a warm home. Now she understood, a place with an older brother is home. Yunko asked Zhang Ming in her sweet, soft voice, "Brother, are we a family now?" Hearing Yunko's cautious question, Zhang Ming felt a bit sour in his nose and heart. Although he didn't know what kind of life she had lived before, he could roughly guess from their time together that life had not been easy, even for someone strange. The strange beings were so cold and wouldn't care about the life or death of an unrelated child. Zhang Ming confidently said, "Of course, we are definitely a family." Upon hearing Zhang Ming's answer, Yunko's face revealed a brightness she had never shown before. Then she bounced around Zhang Ming, jumping and dancing like a carefree butterfly. "I have a brother now. I have a family. Ha ha ha." Even the people watching the global live broadcast couldn't help but be moved by Yunko's heartfelt smile. Actually, the little girl is quite pitiful. No matter what, at least at this moment, the little girl is the happiest. If only she knew Zhang Ming would leave in 19 days, I wonder how sad she would be. At least during this time, she felt love, didn't she? If there weren't the challengers who harmed our country, I might feel happy for her. Yunko's innocent smile also made Zhang Ming unable to resist lifting the corners of his mouth. It seemed that the 2 pieces of clothing were worth the exchange. He walked to the table and put all the remaining food into the fridge. Then he sat on the sofa and picked up the dagger he had just won from the sheep creature. He examined it seriously. He reached out and gently stroked the blade. Thinking, with this weapon, it can be considered a form of insurance. If he encounters a powerful anomaly in the future, and Yunko is not by his side, he will have some room to resist. While he was pondering, a series of prompts suddenly appeared from the system. Anomaly power plus 100. Anomaly power plus 100. Anomaly power plus 100. The anomaly power within your body has accumulated to 1100, and you have gained the skill regeneration. This skill allows your body to recover quickly, and you can also help other lifeforms restore their functions. Injury treatment can be used indefinitely, resurrection can happen once a month. Your physical quality plus 500, comparable to a low-risk anomaly, reaction speed is 10 times that of a normal person. The system prompts ended, and Zhang Ming clearly felt the bizarre power inside the dagger continuously diminishing. Indeed, his body was actually absorbing the bizarre power from it. Although it did not absorb everything, at least a large portion was taken in. This wondrous phenomenon made Zhang Ming very delighted. It seemed he had more than one way to gain anomaly power. If he had known it would turn out like this, he should have asked for a few more weapons with bizarre power from the old man anomaly earlier, so he could absorb as much as he wanted. Not only that, but he also unexpectedly gained a regeneration skill. Doesn't this mean he won't have to fear injury anymore? Such a practical life-saving skill should come in multiples. Zhang Ming was a bit excited about what special skills he might acquire next. At that moment, in the strategic response department of the Long Kingdom's Strange Tales, Zhao Wei watched Zhang Ming continuously stroke the poisonous dagger, feeling both anxious and terrified. He was afraid that if he got contaminated, it would suddenly end badly. This kid is too reckless. He even dared to use what the anomaly provided. Didn't I ask him to throw that dagger away? Why is he still holding it? Doesn't he fear death? Other members of the Jin Nang team also helplessly said. We issued the order, but not long after, he rejected it, and there's nothing we can do. Chief, you know that this kid Zhang Ming doesn't listen to us 100%. Zhao Wei rubbed his forehead inside. Check his current physical condition. If his bodily functions are declining, let him quickly throw that broken thing away. The physical examiner looked at Zhang Ming's current health status. A look of disbelief suddenly appeared on his face. Report, Chief, Zhang Ming's physical condition is exceptionally healthy, as strong as an ox, and he is not affected by the powerful bizarre power within the dagger at all. Hearing this, Zhao Wei was shocked and stood up from his seat. He wasn't affected? With such heavy bizarre power, a normal person would have died long ago. Zhang Ming's body is incredible. Are you sure the machine isn't broken? The physical examiner shook his head and said firmly, absolutely not. If there was something wrong, Zhang Ming wouldn't be sitting there unharmed. An analyst approached with some documents in his arms. Report, Chief, we found that the bizarre power contained in the dagger Zhang Ming is holding is greatly decreasing. I speculate that maybe Zhang Ming is purifying or absorbing the bizarre power inside. Due to the special situation of Xiao Ming, the instruments currently cannot detect the true reason. This discovery is indeed enormous. If Zhang Ming can absorb the strange power within, it undoubtedly increases the probability of winning the game. In the future, it will also be the biggest bargaining chip. Once all the members of the Longhua Jin Nang Tuan realized this, they were all very delighted. Zhao Wei even laughed heartily. I said this kid wouldn't let us down, no wonder he rejected our suggestions, it turns out he has his own scale in his heart. Zhang Ming placed the somewhat dull dagger on his body to deal with emergencies. Today, he had been playing chess with Yangzi all day. Zhang Ming was a bit tired. Just as he was about to go to the bedroom to rest, several lines of blood appeared on the wall. New rules emerged. The property department has released new safety rules, please ensure everyone complies, or bear the consequences yourself. Rule 1, if you see a woman in red outside the window, do not open the window. Rule 2, if you hear a dog barking outside the door, please open the door immediately and give it food it likes. Rule 3, if an unknown figure appears in the room, do not look at it. Zhang Ming could clearly feel that these rules were much harder than the previous ones. The first and third rules were still understandable. However, the second rule was quite difficult because no one knew what kind of food the dogs in this horror world would like. The system did not provide any hints, which indicated that these three rules were all true. The Jin Nang Tuan from all countries around the world began discussing these new rules. The first rule is quite simple, the problem is what does the second rule's dog want to eat? Weren't some rotten meat collected in the morning? It should suffice for the second rule. This third rule's figure mentioned, it can't be that woman in red, right? Very suspicious. A challenger from the Maple Leaf country saw the figure of his wife outside the window and couldn't help but shed tears. Wife, how did you end up here? This is such a surprise. Did you come to see me? The wife's face outside also revealed genuine longing. Honey, it seems like I just came to find you. Can you open the window and let me in? Let's catch up. The challenger from the Maple Leaf country slowly walked towards the window. His heart had been bewitched, just as he was about to jump into his wife's arms. He couldn't even think, he was on the 7th floor, yet somehow his wife could stand outside the window, leaving him suspicious without realizing it. The citizens of Maple Leaf country and the Jin Nang Tuan were pacing anxiously in the live broadcast room, trying to wake him up. Even the challenger's real wife saw this scene and cried in agony. Hurry, stop. Outside is strange, you fool. Your wife cannot appear in the horror world, wake up. It's over. This idiot really opened the window, it's completely over. At the moment the challenger from Maple Leaf country opened the window. He was instantly killed by the strange thing from the window, blood spraying out from his neck. The scene was extremely bloody. The citizens of Maple Leaf country collectively collapsed, the challenger's wife fainted on the spot. The red-clothed strange ant was very cunning, it could become the person closest to the challenger to lure them into opening the window for hunting. After that, challengers from Jai Zigua, Taigua, and Ri Mangua, among others, were continuously confused by the strangeness and killed. In just a day and a half, out of 139 challengers, only 52 remained. At this rate, in less than half a day, all challengers would die. When Zhang Ming learned from his Jin Nang Tuan that many countries were failing one after another, his heart inevitably became very heavy. So many people have died. Is it about to be his turn? Just as he was about to lie down to rest, Zhang Ming turned his head and saw a strange figure outside the window that looked exactly like Gu Xin. It was even identical in clothing, physique, and even voice. The voice was still the gentle one Zhang Ming was familiar with. It even held a surprise of being found again. "Baby, mommy finally found you, quickly open the window and let mommy in. Mommy really, really misses you. Baby." At that moment, Zhang Ming did not know what was happening. Deep inside, he felt that the woman outside the window was indeed the female doctor, Mommy. Because he still remembered that before she left, the female doctor Mommy had said she would definitely come back to find him. Could it be that the woman outside was really the female doctor? To be honest, he really wanted it to be true. The embrace of the female doctor Mommy was always so warm. Thus, Zhang Ming, driven by some unseen force, walked to the window and reached out just as he was about to touch the glass. A sliver of awareness seemed to interrupt him, urging him not to open the window. Zhang Ming couldn't hear any sound. He desperately tried to wake up. The female doctor outside saw that Zhang Ming was slow to open the window. With a tempting voice, she urged Zhang Ming even more eagerly, "Yes, quickly open the window and reunite with Mommy. Mommy really wants her baby." At that moment, Yunke's voice suddenly rang out, snapping Zhang Ming back to reality. "Bad Aunt, you are hanging by the window to scare me, Bad Aunt. Go away. Don't hurt my brother." As she spoke, Yunke stood firmly in front of Zhang Ming. Awakened, Zhang Ming immediately looked warily at the woman outside the window. Because of Yunke's appearance and Zhang Ming's awakening, the female doctor outside had transformed into a strange figure in a red dress, her hair covering her face. A long white ribbon hung around her neck. She looked like a ghost hanging in front of the window. Zhang Ming looked down and saw her nails were 10 centimeters long and painted bright red. The red-dressed strange figure, danger level medium-high. Characteristics: do not open the window. If the window is opened, danger level rises to high danger. Can be suppressed by force. Just thinking that such a beautiful female Dr. Mommy could turn into such a grotesque thing made it hard for him to accept. Heartache turned to anger. This chapter has a small change. Chapter 44, The Gentle Divine's Favor. How dare this red-dressed strange figure deceive my feelings like this? The female Dr. Mommy is something you filthy creature can impersonate? In Zhang Ming's heart, the female doctor was sacred and inviolable. How dare you use her face to harm me? Trying to sow discord between us mother and son, a strike is needed. Zhang Ming believed it was an insult to the female doctor that the red-dressed strange figure was trying to harm him by pretending to be her. He had always remembered her kindness. The red-dressed strange figure saw that she could not trick Zhang Ming and became even more frantic, banging on the glass. The sound was impatient, as if she were about to break through the window at any moment. "Open the window! Open the window! Let me in, Yunke, or I will kill you." Zhang Ming looked at Yunke and said, "Let's open the window. I really want a hit." Yunke looked at Zhang Ming in confusion, as if saying, "Brother, don't be impulsive. Brother, let's not open the window, it's very fierce." Hearing the red-dressed figure threaten to kill, Yunke immediately shrank back in fright. At this moment, Zhang Ming suddenly realized that Yunke showed extreme insecurity in the face of all other strange figures. This was very abnormal. The strange figure outside was of a lower level, and Yunke could easily crush it, so why was she afraid? The red-dressed strange figure outside boldly shouted that she would kill Yunke. This was clearly blatant bullying. Zhang Ming felt very uncomfortable listening to this. This time, he must make Yunke stand tall and let her know how powerful she is. The red-dressed strange figure was excited to hear Zhang Ming wanted to open the window. Her voice was hoarse and crazed. "Yes, open the window and let me in, quickly open the window." Zhang Ming stood on tiptoe and placed his hand on the window switch. He looked at the red-dressed strange figure's eager expression and found it somewhat funny. Did she really think that if he let her in, there would be good things to eat? Strange figures were much more naive than humans. All the people in the Dragon Country live broadcast room were almost shouting themselves hoarse from outside the screen. "Do not open the window. Do not open the window." So many people were just killed by this strange figure. What if Zhang Ming becomes like the other challengers? Confused, he would have never acted so recklessly. It's a shame we can't see that eerie face in red. I bet it's a real beauty. Even at this moment, you're still worrying about that, you old lecher. Calm down. We've been watching little Ming for a day or two. When has he ever suffered a loss? In other countries' livestreams, the spectators saw Zhang Ming actively open the window and thought he had no real ability, facing the eerie creature outside. He even willingly presented himself. Look! No matter how good at deceiving the Dragon Country kid is, when faced with the Yuri, he still can't resist. This time it's a mental temptation. Even with the Yuri's help, what does it matter? He'll just comply. I'll just silently watch Dragon Country get eliminated. I thought Dragon Country was the most special. Who knew it couldn't escape the fate of being deceived by the Yuri? Regardless of whether he succeeds, he at least brings us a bit of legend, doesn't he? In room 505. As Zhang Ming reached out and opened the window, the frenzied red-clothed Yuri immediately flashed its red claws, aiming to quickly crush his neck. Zhang Ming would never give the opportunity for harm. His body quickly dodged, easily evading the attack. The red-clothed Yuri grasped at nothing but air. Seeing it failed, it anxiously crawled in through the window. Beside him, Yunko, seeing Zhang Ming in danger, felt anxious and, without thinking much, jumped onto the red-clothed Yuri. With her little legs tightly locking the Yuri's head. Her little hands fiercely tugging at its long black hair. The red-clothed Yuri had never experienced such humiliation. It thought, clearly very afraid, Yunko actually learned to resist. Good job. Just you wait, I'll deal with you, you despicable thing. The red-clothed Yuri yelled, trying to shake Yunko off. Yunko thought, since I'm already on its neck, why not be even more vicious? You always liked to scare me and were always trying to eat me, humph. Today, I want to see who eats whom. After she finished speaking, she opened her mouth wide and directly bit down on its hair, pulling and tearing. The red-clothed Yuri screamed in pain. Yunko, get off me. Didn't you want to be a good child? This isn't being good at all. Watching from the side, Zhang Ming suddenly became interested in the Yuri's face. Sister, lift its hair, I want to see what its face looks like. Okay. Yunko easily lifted the hair away. Zhang Ming took just one glance and waved his hand in disgust, so ugly. No wonder it has to cover its face. The red-clothed Yuri had no facial features, just a huge mouth. Inside that mouth were countless densely packed teeth, enough to trigger a phobia in anyone who looked at it. When all the spectators in the global live stream truly saw the face of the red-clothed Yuri, they were covered in goosebumps. No wonder it has to cover its face, it looks far from fabulous. Its mouth resembles some kind of sea creature. In the past, when watching horror films, when I saw those ghostly women with disheveled hair, I could still fantasize they were beauties. Now, that fantasy is completely shattered. Little Ming was right, it really is quite ugly. The female Yuri was extremely unhappy to hear Zhang Ming call her ugly, even very angry. Having survived for so long, no creature had ever called her ugly. Just you, a human, dare to say I'm ugly, you really don't wish to live anymore. If it weren't for the little girl on its back, you would have died long ago. Dead human, you just wait. Human. Today, I will definitely kill you. After angrily saying that, it gently coaxed Yunko. Yunko, I know you've always been a good child, quickly let go of me. You shouldn't be so close to a human, that will only harm you. Be good. I command you to kill this human right now. Yunko, who had been happily playing around, upon hearing the order to kill Zhang Ming, felt like her brain had triggered a keyword. Instantly, her face dropped, and she looked coldly at the red-clothed Yuri beneath her. You vile thing, you actually want to kill my brother, you're seeking death. Yunko slightly exerted force. The head of the red-clad monster suddenly fell to the ground. Yunko quickly jumped down from its body. The red-clad monster was not completely dead. Without a head, its body could still stand, pulling out a spiked whip from its back. It fiercely swung the whip to the ground. A loud crack echoed. Yunko's resistance and defense completely angered it. Because before this, Yunko had never disobeyed any of its requests. Everything changed because of that human child, how despicable. The headless red-clad monster let out a sharp and furious cry from its chest. The sound was so harsh it felt like it would swallow Yunko alive. You dare to kill me for a human? Have you been itching for a beating since I haven't whipped you for so long? You worthless thing, do you really think that putting on new clothes can change the fact that you are a piece of trash? Today I'll teach you a lesson, so you know what kind of rubbish you are. When Yunko saw the spiked whip, his brain instantly felt like it had been stimulated. He hurriedly shook his head in fear, crouching on the ground, hugging his head, trembling all over, his voice becoming incoherent. Don't hit me, Yunko was the most obedient and polite child, don't hit me. I will listen. Don't hit me. Seeing Yunko, who was a higher-level monster, so afraid, the red-clad monster felt even more pleased, a sense of superiority rising within. So what if it was a higher-level monster? As long as it played a little, wouldn't it still have to obey? Looking down contemptuously at little Yunko, it laughed mockingly, now you know to beg for mercy, but it's too late. Just as the red-clad monster swung the whip to strike Yunko, Zhang Ming had already taken out a dagger and plunged it straight into the red-clad monster's belly. He looked up firmly, unafraid, protecting Yunko behind him. With a stern voice, he yelled, "I will not allow you to harm my sister. You dare to hit her, I will fight you to the death." Chapter 45, I am not unwanted. Zhang Ming understood that when Yunko was small, this thing must have violently beaten him. Otherwise, why would Yunko be afraid of all the monsters here? With such strength, it should have long ruled this area, and nothing would dare to offend it. This timid Yunko must have been caused by the red-clad monster. When the originally fearful Yunko saw Zhang Ming's body blocking the front, he suddenly felt much less scared. That's right. I have an older brother, he will protect me, why should I be afraid? At this moment, Zhang Ming was like a warm ray of sunlight, shining on his withered and lonely heart. It brought life back to his heart. It felt as if a gentle deity was redeeming his broken soul. Now, he was not an unwanted child, but a monster with a home. The red-clad monster was wrong. Feeling sharp pain in its belly, the red-clad monster turned to Zhang Ming in surprise. It never expected to be hurt by a human child one day. It was so furious that it almost laughed. When did humans dare to climb over? I see you're looking for death. Well, I'll teach you a lesson first and then teach you again. The red-clad monster swung the whip, ready to strike Zhang Ming. Before the whip even touched Zhang Ming, Yunko suddenly stood up ominously, crossing over Zhang Ming, grabbing the whip with one hand, and pulling it away with force. Seeing the whip taken away, the red-clad monster couldn't fully suppress this demon Yunko in its mind. It became flustered immediately. Its tone softened considerably. Yunko, I know you are the best child, good children shouldn't defy adults or grab things. Give me the whip, understand? Yunko didn't want to listen to the nonsense anymore and retorted, let me tell you, I am not an unwanted doll, I have an older brother, I have family. You can hit me, but if you dare to hit my brother, it will be your end. As soon as he finished speaking, Yunko swung the whip without hesitation, striking it heavily against the red-clad monster. Due to the pressure of a higher-level monster, the red-clad monster had no room for resistance at all. Every whip from Yunko can almost hit the gaps in the bones, causing painful cries. The red-cloaked Eerie finally couldn't help but plead for mercy, stop. Don't hit me anymore. Yunko's strength on the whip grew heavier. Crack. 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 Before, you saw me as too small, constantly suppressing and threatening me. Sometimes you even abused me, always saying nobody wants me. Now that I have someone who wants me, doesn't that mean I can turn around and abuse you? In the end, Yunko used all of her strength. She vented all her previous anger. Only when the red-cloaked Eerie was on the brink of death did she stop. Before, the red-cloaked Eerie was always the one whipping others. It was only now that she realized how painful it is to be whipped. The pain reached the marrow. Yunko, don't kill me. I promise I will never hit you again. Spare me. I beg you. Please let me go. Yunko looked coldly and said, you just shouted you wanted to kill my brother, you have already held a grudge. Only by killing you can my brother be completely safe. The red-cloaked Eerie turned and slowly crawled towards Zhang Ming. When she wanted to plead with Zhang Ming, she was kicked away by Zhang Ming. Don't plead with me, I have no standing to forgive you for my sister. The red-cloaked Eerie looked at Zhang Ming in pain, only you can save me, help me. Never had she thought she would one day beg a human for mercy. This human is so skilled, able to make Yunko protect him so wholeheartedly. If she had known this kid was not to be trifled with, she wouldn't have come just now. Regret filled her heart. Zhang Ming ignored her and instead looked at Yunko, sister, how you were bullied before, return it 100 times over now. Remember, no Eerie or human can bully you again. Yunko changed from her previous meekness, showing an evil smile. Brother, I will listen to you. Bad auntie, I am no longer the old me, so accept your punishment. The red-cloaked Eerie shook her head in fear and shouted, no. Yunko, I truly know I was wrong, spare me. Zhang Ming leaned against the wall, laughing as he said, I don't think you really know you were wrong, you just know you are about to die. Yunko did not hesitate, manipulating the whip and using the countless sharp spikes on the whip to shred her body. The red-cloaked Eerie was completely dead. The crowd in Longwa's live broadcast room saw the red-cloaked Eerie's lifeless body, and they couldn't help but exclaim. This little Eerie's strength is so strong, truly looks can be deceiving. Xiao Ming actually wanted to bring in the red-cloaked Eerie to beat it up. I'm afraid that Eerie must regret encountering Xiao Ming until its dying breath. Ha ha, it deserves it, who told it to bully Xiao Ming? The first rule dealt with effortlessly. People from other countries watched as Zhang Ming and Yunko teamed up to easily wipe out the red-cloaked Eerie. They were quite surprised. The Eerie that killed our challenger was just killed like that. Others challenged the rules, but this kid from Longwood directly eliminates the rules, how interesting. I can't even imagine, if I have such a powerful Eerie friend, wouldn't the world of strange tales be easily navigated? This kid from Longway can even trick Eerie's, a competitor like this is too terrifying. I can't afford to mess with them. What the heck? Our challengers are still struggling to outsmart the Eries, while he just kills the Erie directly. Impressive. At 9 o'clock in room 505 of the death apartment, Yunko was still not satisfied and directly refined the red-cloaked Erie's corpse, leaving not even ash behind. At this moment, she felt an unprecedented lightness. The previous Yunko was very timid, understanding nothing, always following what others said. Now with family guidance, she learned how to protect herself and her family. Chapter 46, Behind You. Zhang Ming walked over and gently held Yunko in his arms, comforting her. Were you scared just now? Yunko looked up at Zhang Ming and sweetly said, "Thank you, brother, for protecting me just now, otherwise, I would have been bullied again. From now on, whoever dares to bully us, I will definitely kill them." Yunko genuinely cherished Zhang Ming. I can't imagine how devastated it would be if Zhang Ming got hurt. Let alone if Zhang Ming died, that would be a catastrophe beyond measure. So, the older brother can't get hurt or die. There is only one older brother, and if he's gone, there's no more. No one will ever treat me well again. Zhang Ming smiled and shook his head, saying, "You protected me. I should be the one thanking you." The strange figure in the red clothes is completely dead now, and nothing will crawl through the windows anymore. Zhang Ming turned his head and glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already 10 at night. A lot had really happened today. From playing chess with Yang Zi to encountering the strange red-clothed figure. These things had already left him feeling a bit exhausted. Zhang Ming gently pushed Yunko aside and bent down to pick up the dagger that had fallen to the ground. At that moment, he realized that the strange power that was once inside the dagger was now gone. Could it be that the confrontation with the strange red-clothed figure earlier had used up the strange power within the dagger? Without the strange power, the dagger was nothing but a useless weapon. Because ordinary weapons couldn't harm the strange forces. Zhang Ming wondered if he should go visit Yang Zi again tomorrow to get some weapons. Soon, he remembered that Yang Zi seemed very wary of him asking for weapons. To really get something good from Yang Zi, the strange power must be stronger. Only with absolute power suppression would Yang Zi dare to comply. The most important thing was to reduce Yunko's danger level as soon as possible. He had been so focused on confronting the strange red-clothed figure that he hadn't noticed if Yunko's danger level had decreased. Zhang Ming quickly used the system to check Yunko's danger level. He found it had already dropped to 45%. If he worked a little harder, it would soon drop to 10%. It was only a matter of time. Zhang Ming looked down at Yunko and said, "Big brother is going to rest now, do you want to join me?" Yunko thought about being able to sleep in Zhang Ming's arms and immediately agreed without hesitation. "Meishum, big brother's embrace is so warm, I like resting with you." Hearing this, Zhang Ming couldn't help but smile gently. "Then how about I tell you a story later?" Zhang Ming imitated the way the female doctor had once comforted him to put Yunko to sleep. This should help Yunko feel more at ease. Yunko was thrilled at the idea of hearing a story, clapping his little hands, and looking at Zhang Ming with wide eyes. "Yes. Big brother, what story will you tell me?" Zhang Ming thought seriously for a moment and decided that an old story would be best. After all, his mind wasn't filled with many stories. How about Snow White? Yunko gave Zhang Ming all the emotional support he needed, shouting, "That name sounds so interesting, I want to hear it, I want to hear it." Zhang Ming smiled, "Let's listen while we lie on the bed." So, they both climbed into bed. Yunko snuggled tightly in Zhang Ming's arms, while Zhang Ming gently patted him on the body, telling the story of Snow White. Yunko was completely absorbed in the story. As Zhang Ming told the story, he gradually drifted off to sleep. Yunko still kept his eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling. He knew Zhang Ming had fallen asleep, but didn't disturb him. Instead, he mimicked Zhang Ming's actions and gently patted his body to make him sleep more peacefully. Although he looked very small, he was completely aware of everything. Zhang Ming, like him, was just another child who needed care. He was only a little taller. At this moment, a large number of fans of the brother-sister pairing flooded the global livestream. The scenes of them saving each other in the world of strange tales are so heartwarming. I have a sister too, I can really feel their bond. Actually, family love is just as touching as romantic love. Their relationship is the purest I've ever seen, with no interest, only emotions. The older brother protects the younger sister, and the younger sister can also protect the older brother. It's so touching. Zhang Ming slept through the night without any dreams, and woke up at 6 the next morning. Zhang Ming groggily climbed out of bed, not seeing Yunko. He got out of bed to look for her in the living room. Suddenly, he felt a dark shadow quickly drift past him, accompanied by a chilling breeze. Still in a daze, Zhang Ming was instantly scared stiff. He didn't delve into what exactly was behind him. But his clever mind quickly suspected that this was the strange appearance representing the third rule. As long as he didn't look back, there should be no problem. Finding Yunko was more urgent. It was almost 7 o'clock. It was time to collect the food. He didn't eat, but Yunko seemed to really enjoy the rotten meat. Zhang Ming could close his eyes and call out, "Yunko's sister." Hearing Zhang Ming calling her, Yunko, who was in the bathroom fixing her hair, quickly ran out. "Brother, you finally woke up. Please help me make my hair pretty. I've been messing with it for ages and can't get it right." Yunko anxiously tugged at her messy hair and looked at Zhang Ming helplessly. Ever since Zhang Ming styled her hair simply yesterday, she loved it and wanted to do it herself. Now Yunko was becoming more and more beauty conscious. Zhang Ming took Yunko back into the bathroom. "Come on, I'll help you with your hair." He picked up a comb nearby and started to style her hair. The group had sent him some tutorials on how to style hair. Zhang Ming followed one of the styles and gave Yunko a bun. With 2 big buns on her head, Yunko looked even more like a traditional doll, very festive. Seeing that her hairstyle was quite different from yesterday's, Yunko tilted her head. She couldn't help but reach up to touch the 2 buns on her head, a happy smile spreading across her face. "Looks great. Brother, you seem to know everything." Zhang Ming felt a bit shy from the compliment. "I don't know everything. I want to ask you a question. Have you noticed that something seems to have appeared in our room?" Yunko immediately nodded, naturally pointing behind Zhang Ming. "I noticed it last night. Look. Right behind you." Zhang Ming's heart instantly raced to its peak. His back felt cold. The third rule states, do not look at the shadow. So Zhang Ming fought the urge to turn around and didn't look. He found it strange that the mirror in front of him didn't reflect the shadow at all. Generally, strange things could be seen in the mirror, just like with Yunko. With confusion, Zhang Ming said to Yunko, "Why don't we try to get rid of it?" Yunko looked puzzled. "Why get rid of it? It's fun floating around the room. I don't see it wanting to hurt us, so I just left it alone." Zhang Ming's mouth twitched slightly. She wasn't scared. He was scared. "Kid. You think everything is fun, but it will only get you hurt." Zhang Ming smiled and continued to persuade, "We're about to go out, it's not good to leave it in the room. I don't like things appearing in our space at all." Chapter 47, Whatever brother wants me to do, I will do. Yunko listened very well to Zhang Ming. She waved her hand at the shadow behind him. "You leave. Don't come back anymore. I don't want to play with you." The shadow behind Zhang Ming quickly vanished. "Brother, it's gone." Zhang Ming cautiously turned his head to look, seeing nothing. Maybe it really did leave. He glanced at the time. There were still 20 minutes until 7 o'clock. Hurrying, he pulled Yunko to run outside. If they didn't hurry, they would miss the food collection time. "Brother, where are you going?" Zhang Ming smiled and gently patted her head. "Don't you really like to eat rotten meat? We're going to collect it. If we miss it today, we won't be able to get it anymore." Remembering the delicious food from yesterday, Yunko's eyes instantly lit up. "Is there more good food today?" Zhang Ming said nothing, leading Yunko to the property office. Today, the crowd was clearly half as many as yesterday. You could see how intense last night's battle was. Moreover, the staff couldn't execute the rules because of an eye injury. Throughout the entire food collection process, there were no casualties at all. The global audience saw this rare harmonious scene in the live broadcast. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah! Ultimately, we must thank the child from the dragon country. Yes. If he hadn't cut off the source, there surely would have been another bloody battle this morning. There are still 18 days left. How are we supposed to live? I think humans will eventually be exterminated by these bizarre games. If only every day could be this peaceful." Yunko looked at the rotten meat on the plate and couldn't help but scoop a big chunk and put it in her mouth. She smacked her lips in enjoyment. Delicious. Zhang Ming looked at her dirty, food-filled mouth and couldn't help but laugh. "Slow down, all this is yours." Just as he finished speaking, a challenger from the Bigford country suddenly shouted. Zhang Ming instinctively turned to look at the sound. He saw the body of the challenger from the Bigford country instantly turn into a pile of bones, scattered all over the ground. A shadow floated out from the bones. That shadow quickly entered another challenger's body from a different country. The shadow devoured at an alarming speed. In less than 2 seconds, a perfectly healthy person became a pile of dry bones. The scene was jaw-dropping. In the global livestream chat, there were cries of despair. That shadow is simply too terrifying. Anyone who sees the shadow basically ends up dead. These rules are so cruel. Another loss. In less than 3 days, so many people have died. For those who haven't seen it, quickly close your eyes, maybe you can escape a disaster. At this moment, it was already too late for Zhang Ming to close his eyes and not look. The shadow, almost without reaction, instinctively teleported in front of Zhang Ming and entered his body to plunder. But Yunko quickly grabbed the shadow and casually threw it aside. Yunko looked coldly at the shadow and warned without mercy, "Do you want to die?" Hearing Yunke's warning, the shadow could only escape with its tail between its legs due to the suppression of level. The system in Zhang Ming's mind gave a prompt. Shadow anomaly, current danger level is high. Characteristics, extremely fast, closing your eyes can effectively immunize you. Special reminder, the shadow grows very quickly, in 2 days, it will reach extremely high danger. Eliminate it before it fully develops. Almost everyone who had seen the shadow was completely consumed, with Zhang Ming being the only exception. Zhang Ming looked at the 4 or 5 corpses on the ground and fell into deep thought, feeling a strong sense of crisis in his heart. Not only did this shadow level up quickly, but it could also appear at any time and place. If Yunke were not by his side sometimes and he was caught off guard, wouldn't he be done for? If it grew stronger afterwards, it might even be a challenge for Yunke. He must eliminate it while it's still weak. He looked down at Yunke and asked, "Sister, have you seen this anomaly before?" Yunke tried to recall but ultimately shook her head and said, "No, it should be new. Anyway, some unfamiliar creatures appear here every once in a while." Hearing this, Zhang Ming's brows furrowed even tighter. Doesn't this mean that no matter how many days he stays here, he will encounter anomalies? These anomalies in this place are endless, they are impossible to kill all. Looking at it this way, the difficulty of this instance is hell level. Zhang Ming had previously researched the content of past bizarre games. In an instance, at most 3 kinds of anomalies would appear. Yet he had just arrived here for a few days and encountered 5. And more difficult anomalies would surely appear later. The other country's strategy teams heard Yunke's words and immediately went into a level 10 alert. Doesn't this mean that in these 20 days, our challengers have to deal with endless anomalies and rules? So terrifying. The world of bizarre stories is becoming more and more lawless. I'm afraid this time we might really be wiped out. Tell the challengers this news, so they can be more vigilant, the future of the nation depends on them. Compared to other countries, the Dragon Country's strategy team was somewhat more relaxed. Chief, with that little anomaly around, Xiao Ming should have no problem. Still, it's better to be more careful. Zhao Wei realized the difficulty of the game and was not daring to be careless at all. Teach Xiao Ming more about how to strengthen the strange favorability. Our only breakthrough has always been that little strange. At this point, Zhang Ming tentatively brought it up. Do you want to kill that strange creature? Yunke recalled the shadow earlier that indeed threatened Zhang Ming's life. Everything that might harm my brother should not exist in this world. With bright eyes, I looked firmly at Zhang Ming. If brother wants to kill, I will go kill. The people of Dragon Country felt an inexplicable sense of fate hearing Yunke's words. I've only seen people who dote on their sisters, this is the first time I've seen someone who dotes on their brother. I can see now that Yunke is completely devoted to Xiao Ming. Little Strange really loves Xiao Ming. Sigh. Such feelings I will envy for a lifetime. In other countries' live broadcast rooms, it was impossible not to be envious. As long as the Little Strange is there, children of Dragon Country can completely ignore any rules. When will we get such an honor? Only Zhang Ming can please the strange. Our challengers either please them or go to their death. How can you say this game can still be played? I'm now considering whether to immigrate to Dragon Country. Dragon Country is already strong, now with this monster Zhang Ming, it won't be long before it surpasses all countries and stands at the top. In the corridor, Zhang Ming didn't expect Yunke to agree so quickly. Let's go, we will find it now. The system had just obtained information about the shadow, and locating its position was not difficult. Chapter 48, Devour. When Zhang Ming learned that the shadow was now on the 7th floor, he couldn't help but be surprised. Such speed is indeed astonishing. It had barely been 2 minutes, and it was already on the 7th floor. Let alone the lives it had claimed along the way. Zhang Ming looked at the rotting meat in his hand that he hadn't eaten yet, stretched it out to Yunke. Let's eat first. Only after we eat will we have the strength to catch the bad thing. He couldn't possibly catch the strange creature while holding this stuff. Yunke took the plate and began to gobble it down. In just a moment, she had swallowed all the rotten meat. Following the principle of not wasting, she licked the plate clean with her tongue. Cleaner than washing it. Zhang Ming watched from the side with a degree of admiration. After eating, Yunke threw the plate aside. When Zhang Ming checked the location of the shadow again, he found it had already darted up to the 10th floor. He didn't dare to delay any longer, pulling Yunke into the elevator. During the wait in the elevator, Zhang Ming thought a lot. If closing one's eyes could stop the shadow's theft, wouldn't that mean the shadow could only enter a person's body through their pupils? It gnaws from the inside out. But if he fights with his eyes closed the whole time, wouldn't that be very troublesome and mainly feel insecure? System, is there a way to be immune to the shadow without closing my eyes? Yes, just keep your eyes open. What? The system wouldn't be malfunctioning, would it? With doubts, he asked the system again, if I don't close my eyes, I'm not going to die? No, your body is special. If you can't kill it, you can try to absorb it. The shadow is currently just a spirit. To become a physical entity, it must constantly devour more power. Once the shadow becomes a physical entity, you will lose the chance to fully absorb it. Zhang Ming was shocked when he saw the system's explanation in his mind. Directly absorbing the strange creature? How amazing! This body may look weak, but it turns out to be so strong. Zhang Ming guessed that after absorbing the strange creature, the strange power within him should also get an enhancement. If this is true, Zhang Ming was feeling a bit impatient. No wonder before, the mirror couldn't reflect the shadow's form because it never became a physical entity. The elevator had unknowingly reached the 10th floor. Zhang Ming checked the position of the shadow again and found it had jumped to the 11th floor. The speed of movement was too fast. Zhang Ming could only guess where it would stop next. So he went directly to the 13th floor, planning to wait for the rabbit by the tree. Zhang Ming stepped out of the elevator, with Yunko hiding in the corner of the corridor. He was sure the shadow would come to the 13th floor looking for him. Because the strange beings were very sensitive to humans and would never let go of this piece of fat meat. Zhang Ming had never been to the 13th floor. The layout of the 13th floor was the same as that of the 5th floor. Soon, the smell of blood in the air grew heavier, making it hard to breathe. From afar, eerie cries and screams could be heard. Zhang Ming's heart gradually sank. It seemed that this shadow not only hunted humans but also devoured the strange beings. No wonder its speed of advancement was so fast. It was clear that the method of increasing the shadow's strange power was very unique and domineering. Other strange beings gradually increased their strength over time, but this one purely robbed the power of others to quickly become stronger. It was just like the evil paths in martial arts films. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before the shadow would have a physical form. Then they would completely lose the possibility of killing it. At that moment, the signal light on his neck began to flash incessantly. It was a message sent from Longhua. Xiao Ming, close your eyes. Close your eyes. Zhang Ming pressed the reject button. That's right, he once again rejected the advice from the Jin Nan group. He knew without thinking that the members of the Jin Nan group were now extremely anxious. But so what? To enhance one's own strength, one must take risks. He still understood the principle that opportunity coexists with danger. When the shadow found him, Zhang Ming could noticeably see the shadow gradually forming a physical outline. It was no longer just a simple blurry black shadow. As the shadow approached, Zhang Ming quickly shouted, "Sister, catch it!" Yunko also acted quickly, catching the shadow's neck in a flash. The shadow was no longer as easy to grab as it had been, it slightly changed shape and easily slipped away from Yunko's hands. As Yunko looked at her empty palm in surprise, the shadow quickly approached Zhang Ming again. Once again, it instinctively wanted to enter Zhang Ming's body for plunder. Yunko tried to grab it, but it was already too late. Clearly, this time, the shadow was much faster than before. Even Yunko didn't react in time and it directly burrowed into Zhang Ming's body. Instantly, Zhang Ming felt his organs being violently torn by something inexplicable. This bone-deep pain made him involuntarily hunch over and kneel on the ground. He would not be infected by the strange powers, but that didn't mean he wouldn't be harmed by them. The members of the Jin Nan group in Longhua saw the shadow enter Zhang Ming's body, and everyone stared at the screen in shock, not daring to be distracted. The strange being is continuously devouring Xiao Ming's body. Xiao Ming's body is rapidly deteriorating. The strange being has entered his body, it won't be long before Xiao Ming, like other challengers, becomes a mere skeleton. If only he had closed his eyes earlier. Xiao Ming is too worrying. Zhao Wei looked at the dire situation and angrily slapped his thigh, pacing restlessly in the room. He really treated our warning like a breeze, now if he dies, it's all over. This kid is so disobedient. If he were in the army, this would be defying orders, he would be expelled sooner or later. Really, if he doesn't drive me to madness today, he won't be satisfied. Zhao Wei felt no pity at the moment Zhang Ming's body collapsed, it would be a lie to say he wasn't pained. In a time of national crisis, how could this be a joke? The people of Longhua felt both heartbroken and devastated when they saw Zhang Ming kneeling weakly on the ground. Xiao Ming, what's wrong? Hurry and stand up. He looks like he's about to collapse. Shut up. Don't say anything negative now. As long as Xiao Ming is not dead, there is still hope. I will not believe that Xiao Ming is going to die. If he had closed his eyes just now, he might still be alive. The people from the United States, Pickled Veggie Nation, and Cherry Blossom Nation were even more ruthless, taking the chance to mock Zhang Ming. Finally going to die, and he really thinks he is special, that he doesn't have to follow any rules. Look. This is the punishment for not following the rules. If Dragon Country loses, I can dance for 3 days and 3 nights to celebrate. Catering to the strange is useless, because there will be more powerful strange beings to deal with you. You two, Karamis, really think you can kill a powerful strange being? You're underestimating yourselves. On the 10th floor of the death apartment, Zhang Ming knelt on the ground, painfully hugging his body, sweat pouring down. The dark shadow was crashing back and forth inside him, trying to get out. Zhang Ming tightly closed his eyes, desperately trying to suppress it. His body outside showed no damage, but inside, he had long been torn apart by the shadow. If it weren't for the powerful regeneration ability, constantly repairing and restoring him, he would have likely already died. Chapter 49, Repeated Torture, Yet Not Dead. Beside him, Yunko, no matter how unfeeling she usually was, could see that Zhang Ming was in great pain. Terrified, she squatted on the ground, tears almost spilling out of her eyes. With a heavy crying tone in her voice, "Brother, what's wrong? Don't die. Brother!" Not knowing what to do. She had never encountered such a situation before. Zhang Ming did not want to make Yunko too worried, so he could only endure the pain and gently touch her little face. Forcing out a smile that looked worse than crying, he said, "I'm fine. Don't worry." As soon as these words came out, Yunko couldn't hold back any longer, tears of blood flowed from the corners of her eyes, and she began to cry loudly. She had never seen Zhang Ming in such a weak and painful state. It felt as if the gentle and good brother was about to disappear, just like those humans she had seen before. "Brother, I will definitely save you." At that moment, she thought of Yang Zi, the old man must know everything. He surely had a way to save Zhang Ming. "Brother, I will take you to find Grandpa, he must have a solution." Yunka knew that to get Yang Zi's help, the price would certainly not be small. Because aside from Zhang Ming, no other being had ever gained anything good from there. She had already decided that no matter what Yang Zi asked her to do, she would agree. As long as she could save Zhang Ming, she wouldn't care about anything else. Zhang Ming grabbed Yunka's hand, gently shaking his head. "You just stay here with me, don't go anywhere. I will be fine." Seeing how much Yunka cared for him, Zhang Ming felt warm in his heart. He didn't want Yunko to look for Yang Zi because it wasn't necessary. If she really went to find that old sly fox Yang Zi, he might not help and take the chance to harm him instead. He didn't want to complicate things. The power of the dark shadow crashing inside him was no longer as strong as it had been at the beginning. It should not take long to calm down. But this process was extremely painful. He had to endure it. Yunko, hearing Zhang Ming say this, was anxious beyond measure. "You're in this state, how can you be fine?" Zhang Ming really couldn't go on, he could only softly coax, "Be good. Just listen to me." As soon as he said these words, Zhang Ming had no extra strength to speak, seriously battling the shadow within him. Yunko also did not insist on finding Yang Zi but quietly stayed by his side. Even though she was anxious like fire. The regeneration ability allowed Zhang Ming's damaged organs to heal countless times. The dark shadow had no way to escape his body and could only cause destruction. Zhang Ming could even hear the shadow's painful, twisted, noisy roar in his mind. "You human, let me out. If you don't let me out, I will definitely smash your body to pieces. Why is my power getting weaker and weaker? Human, what have you done to me?" Zhang Ming could also sense that the shadow within him was gradually fading away. It seems his suppression has really succeeded. Zhang Ming coldly laughed and communicated with the shadow inside him using his thoughts. "From the moment you entered my body, did you ever think it would end like this?" The shadow was unwilling to let the strange power it had finally devoured be used by a human. Humans, such fragile beings, were only meant to be plundered. Unwilling to become a human's prey, it roared, "I won't take long to become the strongest weirdness. You ruined my plan, and I will make you pay the price." The shadow moved more violently within Zhang Ming's body. Even if it exerted all its strength, the regenerative power could quickly help Zhang Ming heal. However, this process would inevitably be extremely painful. Zhang Ming clutched his violently aching body, his expression somewhat distorted. "Stop struggling, you can't escape. Dragon Country's Bureau for Dealing with the Strange." The body examiner for Zhang Ming stared at the screen, seeing Zhang Ming's internal metrics jump around like a disco, rising and falling. It was shocking. So bizarre? He had never encountered such a situation where a person's blood pressure and heart rate fluctuated so erratically. It was like it was vibrating. He quickly reported this special situation to Zhao Wei. "Chief, Zhang Ming isn't dead, his various indicators are alternating between normal and abnormal at an incredibly fast speed." Zhao Wei looked at the screen before quickly reaching a terrifying conclusion. It seems his body is oscillating between healing and being severely injured. His body is very different. No wonder the shadow didn't kill Zhang Ming instantly like it did with others, because Zhang Ming's healing speed is much faster than the shadow's killing speed. When Zhao Wei said this, he couldn't quite believe it himself, but the facts were so ridiculous. This is the only way to make sense of it. In the corridor of the death apartment's 13th floor, Zhang Ming resisted for a full hour before the shadow gradually faded from his body, and the pain also disappeared, as did the chaotic and furious voices in his mind. The shadow was completely refined by him. The moment the pain vanished, Zhang Ming fainted. Beside him, Yunko quickly embraced Zhang Ming in fear, tears streaming uncontrollably from her eyes. "Brother, what happened to you?" In the days spent with Zhang Ming, she had long gotten used to having him by her side. Having seen the light, how could she adapt to the dark? As she buried her head in his embrace, crying, she seemed to feel Zhang Ming's breath. This discovery filled her with joy. "He's not dead. Ha ha. Brother isn't dead." Yunko even felt a strange power flowing within Zhang Ming's body. But now, she couldn't think of anything else, she just wanted to take Zhang Ming back to their home to nurture him. Hoisting Zhang Ming's soft body onto her back, she headed in the direction of home. Zhang Ming's body lay limply on her back. On the other side, the Dragon Country's elite team sighed in relief upon seeing Zhang Ming's vital signs stable. "Chief, Zhang Ming is still alive, this is simply a miracle. Anyone who had been entered by the shadow wouldn't escape the fate of death. Currently, only little Ming Ming is intact. And that shadow seems to have vanished. Little Ming Ming's body is currently a bit exhausted, he just needs to rest a little to recover." Zhang Ming's extremely strong healing ability left Zhao Hui in a daze for a long time. He couldn't understand what kind of powerful force would allow someone to be severely injured countless times and then heal quickly. This was more miraculous than any medical wonder. Yunko gently placed Zhang Ming on the bed and carefully covered him with a blanket. Then she lay by the bed, watching Zhang Ming with her eyes wide open. Thinking of how Zhang Ming had almost died just moments ago, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and cry. "Silly brother, don't ever dare to do that again. I'm not going to care about you anymore." Zhang Ming slept the whole day before slowly waking up. After waking up, his head ached, as if the angry voices of dark shadows were still echoing in his ears. As he calmed down, he discovered that it seemed like there was a lot more inside him. Strange power plus 2000. Accumulated strange power is 3100, gain skills 1 word command and space domain. Chapter 50, Words Become Laws. 1 word command skill lets you speak a single word command, words become laws, the power is linked to strange power, how to use it, you will understand on your own. Space domain drags enemies into your unique independent space, where your strange power doubles. Sure enough, the higher the task difficulty, the more rewards one receives. This time he had gained 2 more skills, and both were attack skills. This meant that he would not be so passive when facing the strange in the future. He definitely wanted to try these 2 skills when he had the chance. Yunko, who had been watching by the bed, saw Zhang Ming wake up and immediately leaped into his arms, crying loudly. "I thought you were really going to die, wah wah wah, brother, you must not do such dangerous things again." Yunko's tears stained a large part of his clothes red. Others didn't know and thought he had killed someone, with so much blood on him. Strange beings do not easily cry like humans, any tears they shed are red. Zhang Ming reached out to gently stroke her hair and said softly, "Look, I'm just fine. Stop crying." Every time Yunko thought of the scene when Zhang Ming fainted yesterday, her tears couldn't stop flowing. "Wah wah wah, it's so good you woke up, if you hadn't, my tears would have dried up." Zhang Ming didn't know how to comfort the crying little girl, feeling a bit at a loss. "Little sister, how about I fold you some small animals later? Or if you want something, just tell brother, and brother will get it for you." Yunko climbed out of Zhang Ming's arms and wiped her tears hard with her sleeve, making her round face all red. Zhang Ming couldn't help but chuckle softly. Yunko sobbed, "I just want you to be safe and sound. It was my fault yesterday for not capturing that bad thing in time, almost costing you your life. I'm sorry, I promised to protect you well." During the time Zhang Ming was unconscious, she blamed herself the whole time. If only she could have been faster, it was all her fault for not protecting her brother well. Thinking of this, Yunko couldn't help but burst into tears again. Zhang Ming saw that Yunko, who had seemed calm, had collapsed again. He sighed, feeling helpless yet doting. "Why are you crying again?" He reached out to gently wipe her tears from her face and said softly, "I'm your brother, how could I blame you? You did nothing wrong. It was brother who insisted on going. Even if I had truly died, it wouldn't have been your fault. This silly sister, I'm fine now, why is she still feeling guilty?" Zhang Ming didn't expect that his words not only failed to comfort her but made Yunko cry even harder. "I don't want brother to die. Brother, don't die." Zhang Ming suddenly felt a headache. He had never comforted a child before and didn't realize children could be so hard to appease. He gently picked Yunko up, putting her in his arms and swaying her, speaking even softer, "Stop crying, brother won't die. Don't worry. Stop crying, see, I'm just fine." Zhang Ming didn't expect that his actions yesterday would make Yunko so sad. Strange emotions could actually be so rich. The people in the Dragon Country live broadcast room saw Zhang Ming not only survived but had enough energy to comfort a child. Their worried hearts also finally calmed down. Xiao Mingming actually survived such a dire situation, it's a miracle. Yesterday, under such dangerous circumstances, he managed to live, so impressive. Does this mean that from now on, all the strange beings won't be a threat to Zhang Ming? I don't know why, seeing the little girl crying in despair, I feel sad too. Upstairs, that's because you also don't want little Ming to die. Their feelings are even closer than real siblings. I am hurt, my sister has never been this sad. Meanwhile, in the Sakura Country livestream, the comments are filled with unwilling wails. He didn't die? What's going on? I clearly saw his body completely taken over by something strange, how could he not die? I want to report Long Country for cheating. Otherwise, why did everyone else die, but he didn't? What is this Long Country? Like an unkillable cockroach, it looks so weak but just won't die. My wish was dashed again. At this moment, a few people from Long Country entered the Sakura livestream, full of mockery. Stop meddling in other people's business. You lost in less than a day for the second time, the defeated nation should stay quiet. Your good days are coming to an end. If you lose 2 more matches, your entire island will be submerged. So worried about us, and you should count how many days you can still bark. In room 505. Zhang Ming coaxed Yunko for a long time before she calmed down. Yunko sniffled a few times, her eyes puffy and red. Mumbling to Zhang Ming, she said, I want a little rabbit, you make me one. Zhang Ming smiled and quickly agreed, okay, no problem. But I haven't eaten for a day, can I eat first before I make it for you? Yunko nodded, hum. Zhang Ming let go of Yunko, lifted the blanket, got out of bed, and walked to the fridge. He took out 2 steamed buns and a piece of raw pork. The pork was raw and couldn't be eaten directly. Zhang Ming suddenly thought of the new skill he had just obtained, and decided to try it out. Using the one-word technique. He looked at the piece of pork on the table and uttered one word, cooked. The raw pork surprisingly transformed into cooked meat. He could even smell the unique aroma of the pork. He poked the surface with his finger, it was warm. In almost an instant, the meat was ready. Zhang Ming was thrilled inside, what an amazing skill, it felt like having magic. What a skill that realizes thoughts instantly. He loved it. Standing next to Zhang Ming, Yunko also smelled the delicious aroma and curiously leaned over the table, asking, brother, what is this? It smells so nice. Zhang Ming tore off a small piece of meat and held it up to Yunko's mouth. This is cooked meat, give it a try. Yunko opened her small mouth and put the pork in, she wrinkled her brow as it was very different from the rotten meat she usually ate, hard and tough. It didn't taste good. Yunko struggled to swallow the meat and silently turned around to run off and play. Zhang Ming could tell she wasn't interested in his meat and said nothing. He took out some seasonings to sprinkle on it, although it wasn't as tasty as meat boiled in a pot. He was very satisfied that it was cooked. It was much better than others eating rotten meat. Zhang Ming ate 4 buns and a large piece of meat before feeling full. His appetite was much larger than before. Perhaps it was related to the strange power within him. Chapter 51, I am also from Long Country, why don't I have magic? The magical scene of turning meat into cooked meat soon caught the attention of the Long Country team. Chief, did I see it wrong just now? Little Ming only said one word, and the meat became cooked. How many secrets does Little Ming have that we don't know about? I never expected to see magic from a TV show appear in real life. Zhao Wei didn't believe that Zhang Ming simply said one word to cook the meat, he watched the scene repeatedly. Even he, who was always a materialist, couldn't help but ask, could he really be a fairy coming down to earth? I have never seen such a situation, could his strange powers be at this level? In the death apartment. After dinner, Zhang Ming picked up the scrap paper that Yunko had found earlier and folded a paper rabbit for her, as well as some other small animals. Yunko looked at the many cute little things on the table. I really liked it. I kept pestering Zhang Ming to teach me. Brother, please teach me how to fold. Zhang Ming thought there was nothing else to do, so he agreed. Okay, but you must learn seriously. Yunko looked at the little paper frog in her palm, filled with longing, and said, these animals are so cute. Brother, if I learn, can I fold as many animals as I want later? Zhang Ming nodded, yes, if you learn, you can fold as many as you like. Too bad these are paper animals, not real ones. Yunko heard this and was overjoyed, clapping her hands with eagerness, I want to learn. I want to learn. Zhang Ming taught with great care, and Yunko learned even more diligently. If she didn't understand something, she would actively ask. Zhang Ming had rarely seen such a serious look before. Yunko was very smart, and soon folded a chubby little bunny. Then Zhang Ming taught her how to fold a paper crane. He taught once, and she learned it. Even Zhang Ming couldn't help but praise, so smart. How can my sister be so smart? Yunko smiled so widely that her eyes turned into crescents, and her little tiger teeth showed, very cute. Zhang Ming looked at the lively Yunko, and at that moment, he seemed to forget that she was strange and thought she was just an ordinary human girl. Yunko proudly waved her paper crane, showing off, "Look how beautiful I folded it." Zhang Ming nodded in agreement, "It looks very nice." Soon, the two of them had folded many paper cranes and little bunnies. Zhang Ming looked at so many delicate little toys and thought that if they could move, they would look even better. So, he tried a little trick and combined his index and middle fingers, pointing at the paper on the table, "Move." Then the magic happened. The paper cranes on the table began to fly up, flapping their wings just as Zhang Ming had imagined. Even the little bunnies and little frogs seemed to come to life, hopping around cheerfully. Before this, Zhang Ming could only use strange powers to make them float, but couldn't make these paper animals move like real ones. Yunko looked up with bright eyes at the flying paper cranes. Her mouth hung open in surprise, repeatedly shouting, "Wow! Wow! Wow! So beautiful! Brother, do they have life? How can they move by themselves?" The little white bunny she had before never moved at all. But this time, the paper animals could actually move. It was too wonderful. Just like the fairy tale world that her brother told her about that night. Zhang Ming stood aside, smiling as he watched the wonderful scene in front of him. "They weren't sick, I just gave them life." Yunko, hearing this, looked at Zhang Ming with a gaze full of admiration. "So, brother, you are the creator that Grandpa mentioned. You are amazing, I love it here." Zhang Ming didn't expect such praise, and it made him feel a bit shy. "I'm not a creator, I just used a little trick to make them move. It might not be long before they stop moving." He was still exploring this new skill. As for when they would stop, he couldn't say for sure. Yunko felt a bit sad hearing that the origami wouldn't move for long. She tugged at Zhang Ming's shirt corner, acting cute, "But, brother, can't you make them move forever? They look so good when they're moving." Seeing her act cute, Zhang Ming couldn't help but pinch her smooth little face and said gently, "They have to rest when they aren't moving, just like I do." Yunko thought that Zhang Ming was different. He had to lie down every night to restore his energy. She quickly accepted this setting. Realizing the truth, she scratched her head. "Brother is right, little animals need to rest when they are tired." Having calmed her down with this little trick, Zhang Ming secretly sighed in relief. Billions of people watching the global live broadcast saw Zhang Ming's amazing trick. The level of surprise is no less than a Mars collision with Earth. Is it my eyesight that's failing, or am I poisoned? I can't believe I'm seeing paper-folded things flying in the sky. No, it must be because I stayed up too late last night. The Dragon Country is too magical, no wonder it is called the mysterious ancient country of the East. The rumor that people from Dragon Country can use magic seems to be true. I finally understand. It must be that he has a mysterious Eastern power that allows him to thrive in the world of strange tales. I want to go to the Dragon Country and learn magic. So beautiful. So unbelievable. I want to learn too. A person who can't even be killed by the bazaar must have some kind of mystery about them. Not to mention foreigners, even the locals of Dragon Country have never seen this kind of spell. If they did, it was only in a TV show. Now foreigners are turning our little Ming into various mythical figures. It's quite ridiculous. It does seem ridiculous, but it's the truth. I am also from Dragon Country. Why can't I use magic? I want magic. Little Ming is still too comprehensive. Who knows? Little Ming is like a god sent down to save us. Looks like we need to hurry up and build a grand temple for Little Ming. There's only one living immortal like this. Once it's built, I will also go burn incense, wishing for big wealth. Zhang Ming sat on the sofa, watching Yunko joyfully chase after paper cranes and little rabbits, feeling inexplicably relaxed inside. Though Yunko is strange, her thoughts are exceedingly simple. Happy is happy, unhappy means either causing destruction or crying endlessly. Her expressions are all written on her face. In these past few days, he has almost figured out Yunko's temperament. He can see that Yunko cherishes these paper crafts very much. Even while playing, she controls her strength, afraid of breaking them. Even if she catches a paper crane, she will immediately let it go to let it continue flying. At this moment, Zhang Ming realized that an hour had passed. These paper animals seem to have endless energy, always moving. Could it be that these paper crafts won't stop until his command is given? Realizing this, Zhang Ming felt very happy. The skills given by the system truly are not useless. Just the one-word spell is so powerful. What if he uses spatial powers? Would it be even more formidable? Zhang Ming felt a bit afraid to think about it. It's a pity there are no other strange beings here for him to test his magic. Chapter 52, The Black Dog Cannot Die. After the Shadow incident, only 10 challengers remain. America is also among them. Just as Zhang Ming sat on the sofa feeling bored, he suddenly heard barking outside the door. He quickly realized that the second rule's strangeness seems to be appearing. later than he had imagined. But what does the dog in this strange tale world like to eat? Rotten flesh? However, the rotten flesh was all eaten by Yunku. Yunko, who was still playing, also heard the dogs barking. She irritably scratched her head and muttered unhappily, "Why is this dog still barking outside? Didn't we already kill it?" Zhang Ming turned to Yunku and asked, "Sister, from what you just said, you've seen this dog before?" Yunku obediently nodded and said, "Yes. Yesterday at noon, after I carried you back, not long after, it was barking nonstop outside. I found the noise too loud and worried it would disturb your rest, so I just squished it to death. But I didn't expect it to appear again today. Isn't it strange that it didn't die?" Hearing this, Zhang Ming furrowed his brow. "It's true, this apartment is so large, it can't be just one dog? Another possibility is that dogs simply cannot be killed. The most important thing right now is to quickly send the dog away." Zhang Ming walked to the refrigerator and cut out some pork from inside. Holding the meat, he opened the front door. As soon as he opened the door, Zhang Ming saw a large black dog, showing its sharp teeth, pouncing at him fiercely. Fortunately, Zhang Ming reacted quickly and dodged in time. He was not bitten. He casually threw the pork he was holding in front of the black dog. Upon seeing the meat, the black dog cautiously sniffed it. After thinking that it could eat, it began to devour its food greedily. The whole process of eating was still very well behaved. Black dog, strange, danger level, low. Characteristics, immortal, likes to eat, never picky, holds grudges. Zhang Ming lowered his head, looking at the black dog in front of him. Its personality was quite similar to a dog in the real world. After the black dog finished eating, it should have left on its own. But to his surprise, after eating, not only did it not leave, when it looked up and saw Yunko, its eyes suddenly turned red, and it bared its teeth, making a growling sound to ward off enemies. Woof, woof, woof. Then it started barking wildly at Yunko, chasing and biting. Yunko, seeing this, just like last night, easily pinched the black dog's neck and lifted it up. With a gentle pinch, the black dog turned into black smoke and disappeared. Just as Yunko thought everything was over, suddenly, a black dog identical to the first appeared again, chasing after Yunko and trying to bite. Yunko continued to kill it. In less than 2 minutes, the black dog appeared again. It still chased Yunko and bit. It was like a dogskin plaster, no matter what, it couldn't be shaken off. Zhang Ming quickly realized that the black dog was holding a grudge against Yunko for killing it once before, so it kept chasing him. Yunko had killed the black dog several times, but it couldn't be killed. In the end, he was completely helpless. He was chased all over the room by the black dog, which kept making squealing sounds. "You damn dog, stop chasing me. Didn't I say I won't kill you anymore?" The billions of viewers in the global live broadcast room watched Yunko being chased by the black dog and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Could this dog be the transformed Ping Tugu, holding such a grudge? It seems no matter how powerful someone is, they're still afraid of dogskin plasters, endlessly harassing. This black dog is so strange, it can't be killed? The world of strange tales is inherently absurd, so it's normal to encounter something like this. In the 505 apartment, Zhang Ming watched as Yunko was chased by the black dog and realized this wasn't a good situation. So he pointed at the black dog and shouted, "Stop." The black dog, still entangled, suddenly stopped, its head hitting the ground with a thud, like a dog eating feces. It couldn't move at all. Zhang Ming walked over, picked up the black dog, opened the door, and threw it out. When the black dog's paws touched the ground, Zhang Ming lifted the seal he had placed on it. The black dog had never encountered a situation where its body suddenly couldn't move, so it hurriedly tucked its tail between its legs, cursing and running away. Even though it was scared, it still stopped every 2 steps to turn back and bark at Zhang Ming. It looked very unwilling but didn't dare to do anything to Zhang Ming. It sounded very vulgar. This shows just how much the black dog holds a grudge. The billions of viewers in the global live broadcast room saw how easily Zhang Ming solved this strange problem that even Yunko couldn't solve, and they were somewhat surprised. Wait, even the dogs in the Strange Tales world are listening to Zhang Ming now? So strange, why does the black dog only bite the small anomaly and not Zhang Ming? All the anomalies are siding with the Dragon Country kids, how will other countries compete? As expected of the first strong country, it's different. Our Kimchi country will never admit the strength of the Dragon Country. Zhang Ming closed the door and saw Yunko sitting on the sofa, withdrawing into himself. He walked over. "Were you scared just now?" Yunko nodded, looking down at her small hands with a feeling of grievance. "I didn't expect it couldn't be killed. It pissed me off, it chased me for so long, damn it." Thinking back to being chased by the dog just now, Yunko wished she could dismember the black dog right now. It's just a pity, the black dog can't be killed. Zhang Ming habitually ruffled his hair and comforted her, "Don't worry about it, it's just a dog." Zhang Ming didn't expect the second rule, which was so confusing, would be the simplest. Not long after he sat down, the loudspeaker in the building suddenly blared with a creepy, rhythmic DJ ghost music. The music, like a demonic sound, made people's minds dizzy. Zhang Ming instinctively covered his ears because it was so loud. It was so loud it gave him a headache. When he looked up at the wall, he saw the new rule. Now is square dancing time, please go to the square to watch the elderly people dance. Those who don't go will be regarded as disrespecting the elderly. Here are the rules for watching square dancing, everyone must comply. Rule 1, no matter how they dance, you must praise. Never let the elderly feel unhappy. Rule 2, you must join the square dancing army and dance with them, take it seriously, and do not get distracted. Rule 3, if there are any strange beings invading and not letting the aunties dance, please immediately join them to resist the aunties from dancing. Zhang Ming saw these rules and instantly felt a headache. One moment he had to follow the dance, the next he had to resist. Haven't they lived too long? Are they just playing around? If he joins in resisting the aunties, wouldn't that go against the rule of respecting the elderly and loving the young? The power of the square dancing aunties, they all see it clearly. Not to mention this is a world of strange talk, it's probably harder to deal with than the aunties in reality. The system quickly provided a prompt. Rule 3 is wrong, the aunties are numerous and each of them has a high level, if you don't follow them, you will die. Seeing the system's prompt, Zhang Ming instantly felt like the sky was collapsing. This meant he was about to face not just one strange being, but a group. A group of very powerful and face-saving old antiques. What should he do about that? He can only counter as he faces each challenge. Chapter 53, Praising is Death, Not Praising is Also Death, What do you all want? The passionate young people in the Dragon Kingdom livestream felt uneasy as they saw these 3 rules. Alright. Even the world of strange talk can't escape the rule of the square dancing aunties. The combat power of the square dancing aunties is evident, I wonder how this Zhang Ming will break through. This DJ music is quite eerie, it's not as good as our most dazzling national style. Once, those square dancing aunties took over our court, and we were angry but dared not say anything. Yunko heard the loud music from outside and didn't feel uncomfortable. Instead, she happily said, "Brother, it sounds lively outside, they must be dancing again, let's go take a look." Even if Yunko didn't go, Zhang Ming still had to go. After all, the rules were here. In fact, Zhang Ming didn't want to see any square dancing at all. Because it was too noisy. He stood up, holding Yunko's hand. "Okay, let's go take a look." When Zhang Ming took the elevator to the first floor, he saw 30 strange aunties in red clothes dancing square dance in the yard. Each of their movements and expressions looked like a one-to-one replica. Each danced very stiffly, almost like robots. The dim sky, along with their pale and bloodless faces, made it feel like entering a graveyard. It was terrifyingly gloomy. Then, 10 challengers also emerged one after another. Zhang Ming turned back to look at them, feeling an instant familiarity. The Blue Planet people looked more comfortable. These eerie beings retreat. 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 Those strange aunties, seeing them come out, wore smiles like they were donning happy masks. Their eyes wide open, not showing teeth, their mouths nearly raised to their ears. Zhang Ming couldn't feel any joy on their faces, only a sense of weirdness. They seemed like dolls that couldn't express emotions. The global livestream audience felt their eerie smiles sending chills down their spines. So scary. That expression looks like a smile, but it's clearly trying to scare people to death. Did you guys notice their faces look like those eerie dolls from horror movies? They are all dressed in bright red clothes, and their dancing looks so awkward, even scarier than horror movie characters. In the Death Apartment courtyard, a group of red-clothed aunties saw the challengers coming and excitedly surrounded them tightly. Leaning forward to get closer, they chattered, "Did we dance well just now? Right. Do we look good? Do we look good? Look." Zhang Ming felt their voices like a bell ringing, echoing harshly. The aunties are eerie and have extremely high danger levels. The characteristic has a certain ability to read minds. Remember, when complimenting, be sincere without a hint of selfishness, or you will surely die. With the system's timely reminders, he could only feel joy in his heart, smiling and continuously praising, "So beautiful, you all dance beautifully. Like immortals in a wonderful scene. Such graceful postures, only you possess. I'm afraid even the greatest dancers in this world cannot compare to you." His praises were heartfelt and sincere. He always kept the system's reminders in mind, making an effort to control his urge to complain. To genuinely praise them, he deliberately imagined them as beautiful dancers, which tricked this group of old slicksters. Without this approach, he wouldn't have been able to praise them at all. Zhang Ming's series of flattery made them all feel like they were floating on air. Some older ladies even covered their faces, lost in self-indulgence, saying, "I never thought my dancing skills had become this amazing." Older lady number 1 was so happy that her mouth almost stretched to her ears. You are the only one who truly compliments us, unlike them, who don't understand appreciation and want to drive us away. They really don't understand art. Little child, you really spoke to the core of the older ladies. Older lady number 2, in high spirits, even reached out to touch Zhang Ming's face, her voice sounding sweet. I always said children never lie. I really like this kid. Seeing Zhang Ming's flattery was so effective, other challengers started to give it a try. The challenger from the United States was the first to stand up, frantically praising their dance skills. Sisters, your dance is amazing. In all my life, I have never seen such beautiful dancing. You look like beautiful angels from the sky, descending to the earth. Your dance is unmatched, it captivates people. As the older ladies heard his praises, their expressions grew darker, even their once high smiles started to fade. In the older ladies' ears, his words carried a different kind of mockery. Though he said they danced wonderfully, deep down, they believed this young man was dishonest and was belittling them. Older lady number 3 could no longer endure it and swiftly turned around, driving her entire arm through the US challenger's belly, then quickly pulled it out. The US challenger looked at them with confusion in his eyes as he was dying. It was as if he was asking why they wanted to kill him. He hadn't said anything wrong. The older ladies disdainfully spat on his face, saying in disgust, "You deserve to die." The once lively atmosphere became icy cold after the US challenger's death. The older ladies' previously cheerful expressions drooped. What kind of looks are these? Why have you suddenly stopped praising us? Or do you think we, these old weirdos, are unworthy of your sincere compliments? Halfway through her words, she smiled at Zhang Ming, appearing to like him. Children are good, they don't lie, unlike you adults who are full of lies. Except for Zhang Ming, the expressions of the other challengers were somewhat grim. Another child from the Dragon Nation. Why are the children from the Dragon Nation so good? So many weirdos love them. Older lady number 3 raised her hand and randomly pointed at the challenger from the US, firmly saying, "You, tell us whether our dance is good or not." At this moment, the US challenger thought that these older ladies liked to hear the truth. So, confidently, he spoke, "Your dance is very stiff and not graceful, the only redeeming quality is that it is tidy. Besides being tidy, there is no beauty at all." Zhang Ming listened to his daring words from the side, silently praying for him in his heart. "Companion, have a good journey, take care, we won't send you off." Before the US challenger could finish, all 30 older ladies attacked him at once. Each one delivered punches and kicks, directly ganging up on him. In the end, they turned the US challenger into a pile of meat sauce, showing no mercy. The older ladies swore as they beat him. "Dare to say our dancing is not good. Unseeing fools, how can you say we are bad? The last one who said we danced poorly is long dead." The people of Fute and the citizens of Me saw their own challengers lose so badly, feeling very sorrowful, more confused, they thought it was unfair and complained in the live broadcast. Just now, the kid from Dragon Country praised so much, why is he fine? To kill our challenger, there must be a reason. Exactly. Clearly our challenger also praised well, why must he be killed? Praise and get killed. Don't praise and also get killed, what do these twisted beasts want? Everyone is equal, why this discrimination? I think the kid from Dragon Country should die too. Chapter 54, What? With one sentence, you have become an odd ballad. These crowds had no clue about the hidden meaning behind the rules, yet they were busy judging. If they really understood, they wouldn't have been eliminated. Afterwards, In Country, Shilan Country, and Mengjia Country, due to not genuinely praising the odd auntie, were severely punished by the strange ones. They all died. Except for Dragon Country, the other 3 countries urgently joined forces to discuss countermeasures. Countries rarely unite, unless they encounter problems that all of them struggle to solve. Praise will get you killed, not praising will also get you killed. What exactly is the problem? There must be an intrinsic rule, we just haven't found it yet. Why don't we ask Dragon Country how they solved it? So far they are the only country that survived. Badgeton Country, your suggestion is very useful, let's send a message to Dragon Country now, hoping to get their help. The unpredictable nature of the odd auntie left everyone puzzled. So various national think tanks sent inquiries to Dragon Country. They all hoped to receive help from this Eastern Dragon. When Zhao Wei received these inquiries, he also regrettably replied. Actually, we are also looking for a breakthrough in these rules. As for why Xiaoming was able to easily gain the recognition of the odd ones, we too are puzzled. Don't worry, once we find out the reason, we will inform you immediately. Zhao Wei truly did not know how Zhang Ming praised the strangeness without being killed. Other countries receiving Dragon Country's answer all felt it was a pity. Clearly they know but don't want to tell us, I think they don't want us to win. I don't believe Dragon Country would do this, because Dragon Country really has helped our country a lot, the large shelter in our country was built with their help. This gratitude is remembered by all our people, perhaps they truly do not know. Could it be that the kid from Dragon Country figured it out himself? So their think tank doesn't know what's going on? If that's the case, the IQ of the kid from Dragon Country is too strong. Dragon Country is truly a terrifying existence. Just a 6-year-old child can carry the fate of an entire country. Among them, Badgeton Country's think tank suddenly thought of a method, which was to have Badgeton Country's challenger actively seek help from Dragon Country. Here, Ali from Badgeton Country secretly moved away and quietly asked Zhang Ming in Chinese, "Respected child of Dragon Country, can you tell me how you praised just now that made them so happy?" Zhang Ming turned to look at this tall challenger from Badgeton Country and pointed to his heart with his index finger, genuinely praising. "It's that simple, and I truly like their dance." Upon hearing this answer, Badgeton Country quickly understood the meaning. So the answer was this simple? Then what he had racked his brains over just now was what? When he came back to his senses, he hurriedly bowed deeply to thank Zhang Ming. "Thank you, otherwise I wouldn't know what to do." Zhang Ming waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. As long as my answer is useful to you, it is worth it." The people of the Batik Kingdom looked at Zhang Ming with newfound respect. They didn't expect the child from the Dragon Kingdom to be so young, yet have such a broad mind. If it were any other challenger, they surely wouldn't help him. The people of the Batik Kingdom felt grateful for Zhang Ming's help to their country. "Thank you for the help from the Dragon Kingdom. We will always remember the kindness of the Dragon Kingdom child. The generosity of a great nation is what we should learn. In the future, if the Dragon Kingdom encounters difficulties, we will definitely help. Thanks to the Dragon Kingdom, you will always be our friends. The Dragon Kingdom child is so smart, this should be his 3rd time helping us." The sensitive-eared weird aunties also heard Zhang Ming's words. Their liking for him grew several times. This kid knows how to appreciate, unlike those people, who are so vulgar they shouldn't even be alive. Ali remembered Zhang Ming's answer and sincerely praised these weird aunties. The weird aunties were overjoyed by Ali's praise. Thus, Ali escaped a disaster. They actually knew Ali asked Zhang Ming before doing this. The only reason they didn't kill him was entirely because of Zhang Ming's status. They liked this kid too much. They couldn't hurt the little one's feelings, which would make him lose interest in square dancing. From the beginning with 139 people, now only 3 remained. They were from the Dragon Kingdom, Batik Kingdom, and Nibwa Kingdom. The challenger from Nibwa Kingdom loved these weird aunties' strange dances. It was precisely because their country's unique dance resembled what the weird aunties danced. So, loving the house and its crow, he luckily stayed. The weird aunties thought they had heard enough kind words, and it was time to practice. Auntie number 1 couldn't help but grab Zhang Ming's small hand and said kindly, "Since you all like our square dance so much, come dance with us." Due to the rules, Zhang Ming had no reason to refuse. Zhang Ming said, "Okay, I'm not very good at square dancing, so if I dance poorly, please don't laugh at me." The aunties saw Zhang Ming being so humble and quickly waved their hands. How could that be? On the side, Yunke saw Zhang Ming really wanting to dance and hurriedly pulled at his clothes, shaking her head with worry. "Brother, don't go dance, it will be dangerous." The weird aunties saw Yunke being so ungrateful, and their previously smiling faces instantly turned cold. "How can you talk like that? Dancing with us is a pleasurable thing, how could it be dangerous?" Yunke, closest to Zhang Ming, deeply sensed his worry and softly comforted, "It's okay, we're just dancing a square dance, nothing will happen." At this time, Yunke leaned her mouth close to Zhang Ming's ear and whispered, "If you dance with them, many weird ones will come to beat us." Auntie number 2 stepped forward, disapproving of Yunke's words, and said fiercely, "You must not say that. If you don't dance with us, it means you look down on our dance, and I'll kill you anyway." This little weirdo made it sound like dancing the square dance would cost lives. It was simply slander. If it weren't for the fact that this little weirdo previously liked watching them dance. With just this remark, she would have long been killed. How could they tolerate her blabbering here? Yunke was so yelled at by the auntie that she no longer dared to speak, only looking at Zhang Ming with worry. Zhang Ming gently patted Yunke's head and looked at the aunties, saying, "If I join and dance with you, does it mean I am now one of you? If we encounter danger, I hope the sisters will protect us." Chapter 55, Who danced the zombie dance so beautifully? The weird aunties covered their faces upon hearing Zhang Ming call them sisters. The corners of my mouth could hardly hold back. I was called sister by such a small child. Could it be that dancing in the square really makes you younger? Being called sister for the first time, I'm so happy. Zhang Ming looked at the group, hiding their faces, lost in their own world, his mouth twitched slightly. "Can someone tell us what is happening? Sisters, what happened to you?" Aunt number 1 finally snapped back to reality, cleared her throat awkwardly, and said with her head held high, "Of course, we will accept everyone who loves square dancing. Those strange ones the little girl mentioned are just unappreciative people who don't understand art and will never make a difference. You completely need not care. As long as you learn well and gain our approval, we will ensure your safety. After all, this little child is quite likable. Little boy, you are our first confidant, and naturally, you will receive the best treatment. Remember to call us sisters often, we love to hear it." They have danced square dance here for 100 years, and Zhang Ming is the first person who made them feel so comfortable. They haven't felt such genuine happiness in a long time. To them, Zhang Ming is like a cherished friend, a rare mentor. There are often fine horses but not enough mentors to guide them. Look! Even children like their square dance now. Those who understand nothing should all disappear from here so they don't obstruct their view every day. With the reassurance from the strange aunties, Zhang Ming's heart finally felt at ease. Zhang Ming revealed a sincere smile. He said, "Thank you, sisters, I will definitely learn square dance well." With another sister, they each couldn't suppress the corners of their mouths from rising. This child is too clever, the more we look, the more we like him. Aunt number 1 chuckled and said, "You will definitely like it." Even all the people in the global livestream could see the strange auntie's favoritism towards Zhang Ming. These strange ones seemed to really like Zhang Ming, constantly circling around him. Right, our challenger is almost becoming a background figure. It can only be said that the emotional intelligence of challengers from the Dragon Kingdom is really high. Just by calling sister, sister, they have them bewildered. Women, who doesn't want to be called a bit younger? Looking at the wrinkled faces of these strange ones makes me feel nauseous, let alone calling them sisters. I can't even bring myself to call them aunts. The psychological quality of children from the Dragon Kingdom is much stronger than that of us adults. The strange aunties took Zhang Ming to the center of the yard. They let Zhang Ming follow them and learn. The loudspeaker in the building rang out again. Zhang Ming began to study the aunties' square dance moves earnestly. Due to the second rule, Zhang Ming was fully focused on learning the dance steps, not daring to get distracted even a little. He was small, dancing that zombie dance was incredibly soft and cute, like a little figurine. Originally awkward and stiff dance steps, after Zhang Ming danced them, not only did they not look bad, they became particularly charming. It even made the other strange aunties laugh heartily. The little boy dances really well, he has talent. I also think he has talent. It's the first time I've seen a child dance square dance, it feels different. What do you think, should we recruit a few strange children to dance with us? That would make it livelier. Your idea is fantastic. Square dance needs to be cultivated from a young age. And the challenger from Mudberg was next to Zhang Ming, suddenly feeling a strong urge to go home. Little did he know, his thoughts were quickly caught by the strange ones. One of the strange aunties suddenly glared at the challenger from Mudberg. "You dare to lose focus while learning to dance? Do you not want to live?" The challenger from Mudberg immediately realized he had made a big mistake and hurriedly begged for mercy. "I just miss home, I absolutely did not mean to lose focus. I will learn to dance properly now and won't dare to be distracted even a bit." These strange aunties only like square dance, apart from that, they care about nothing else. They are not the products of human death. It is a product of the rules of the strange talk world. Naturally, there is no concept of home. The challengers from the mud swamp country naturally could not expect a shred of sympathy from us. Here, square dancing is the most important. If you're distracted, you disrespect the square dance. After saying this, the strange old lady walked over and directly stabbed the mud swamp country challenger in the abdomen, killing him instantly. His death was quite gruesome. The strange old lady didn't care about his life at all, coldly stating, "Being uncommitted to learning is a death penalty." Next to her, the Bajitan country resident tried hard to ignore the scene, focusing entirely on studying. The people from mud swamp country saw the horrific state of their challenger, feeling immense heartbreak and panic. "Our challenger is gone, why is it so hard to win a fight? What if another disaster strikes? Our country will really be finished. We have to believe in the government, they will definitely help us. Don't panic." The viewers in the Dragon Country livestream, seeing only Zhang Ming and the Bajitan country contestant left, couldn't help but sigh. "I guess this victory will be ours again. Don't be fooled by Xiao Ming's small size, he is a very reliable man. I will always support Xiao Ming." In terms of human relationships, Xiao Ming does really well. Xiao Ming looks so cute when he dances the square dance. I love it so much, I want to save a clip and watch it every day. Just as they were dancing the square dance joyfully, a group of various strange beings rushed out from the hallway. Some had their arms and legs in the wrong positions. Some crawled on the ground like dark spiders. And there were middle-aged strange beings wearing jerseys and holding basketballs. The only thing they had in common was their deep dark circles under their eyes and bloodshot eyeballs. Their expressions were filled with rage. They shouted incessantly. "It's so noisy. We want a rest, you old ladies. This is our time to play ball, please clear the space. Stop dancing. It's so loud. You're just using your high rank to bully us. Every time this moment comes, you all perform this ugly square dance, it's simply polluting our eyes." It seems the strange dance of the old ladies had become so ugly that even the strange beings couldn't stand it anymore. Yang Zi, living on the first floor, also came out to watch the commotion. When he saw Zhang Ming among the strange old ladies, he was shocked. This kid didn't die? Not only is he alive, but he also has the strength to dance the square dance. Impossible. Definitely impossible. The strange power within the dagger should have easily killed a low-risk strange being. As a human, he shouldn't be unaffected. Even if he had luck and survived, he should at least be disabled. How could he still be standing there fine? Yang Zi found this hard to understand. He somewhat regretted, thinking that if he had known this kid was so hard to kill, he should have done something more to the food back then. Seeing so many strange beings appear in the yard quickly changed his mind. Chapter 56, Do you not understand the hints given to you? Yang Zi hoped these strange beings would create a bigger ruckus, then take the chance to kill that kid amidst the chaos. With his current power, killing a human would be as easy as crushing an ant. That way, he would never have to see that detestable human kid again. In the entire death apartment, he was the top chess player. Every time he thought of still owing Zhang Ming 7 requests that had not been fulfilled, he felt worse than eating feces. Shame, truly shameful. The group of noisy strange beings quickly noticed Zhang Ming and Ali among the old ladies. They were extremely surprised and shocked. There are actually humans here? Once the shock ended, only anger was left. How dare humans dance with these old ladies? Do they not want to live? The few strange beings stationed at the front pointed at Zhang Ming and shouted angrily. You two humans, come out. Don't you know you can't dance here? If you don't come over, don't blame us for being ruthless. At this moment, a system prompt timely appeared in Zhang Ming's mind. Most of these strange beings are low-risk strange beings. There is only one extremely dangerous and strange thing. The strange old ladies united together, directly crushing these anomalies. Zhang Ming saw this news, and his brain quickly started working. No wonder these old ladies dance without fear here. If they didn't have some strength, they would have been driven away by these anomalies a long time ago, too scared to continue dancing. Zhang Ming looked at the group of anomalies not far away, acting wild and fierce, showing no intention of coming out at all. If he came out, confused with them, he would likely die a very ugly death. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the old lady anomalies would probably deal with him right away. Because they have mind-reading abilities. Right now, the old lady anomalies are the real power. He wasn't that foolish to seek death. Ali, not far from Zhang Ming, looked at him motionless, appearing dazed. Suddenly, he felt anxious, not knowing what to do. Those anomalies looked so powerful, and the situation was getting worse. In terms of numbers, the old lady anomalies were definitely not the advantageous side. If they continued standing here, not only would they violate the rules, but they might also be swallowed by the group of anomalies. The global audience had never seen so many anomalies at once, densely packed like zombie plants. Looks like they've run into tough opponents this time? Isn't Rule 3 supposed to get them away from the old lady anomalies? Why are those two still in the group, looking foolish? They probably don't know what to do either. They must be scared stiff. If they were really scared, they probably wouldn't have made it this far. Do you think the old ladies can handle so many anomalies? This is my first time seeing so many anomalies. If I were there, I would probably wet myself. The group of anomalies could no longer tolerate Zhang Ming and Ali not coming out, their expressions growing even angrier. You humans look like you want to find death? Don't think these old ladies will protect you, they can hardly protect themselves. Hurry up and come over, this is your last chance. Ali, hearing the threat from the group of anomalies, felt a bit helpless, turning his head to Zhang Ming, seeking help, asking what to do. Zhang Ming just shook his head and remained silent. Actually, his meaning was very clear, he was telling him not to act rashly. Ali saw Zhang Ming shake his head and thought he didn't know what to do either. He kept swaying left and right. If he made the wrong choice this time, not only would he lose his life, but the country would suffer too. After all, he was cautious to the extreme. Moreover, the advisors from Bajitan country urged him to follow Rule 3 and join the group of anomalies. They even analyzed that the number of anomalies exceeded those old ladies significantly. The old lady anomalies couldn't resist for long at all. If he didn't want to seek death, he should quickly go to the group of anomalies. At this time, Old Lady 1 also realized what was on Ali's mind and chose not to kill him directly. Instead, she looked at Ali with extreme mockery. We old folks can't match the young ones, if you want to go, then go. We won't drag you down, young man, hurry up. If you don't go now, you'll be dead. In the end, Ali still made up his mind and walked toward the group of anomalies. No matter if people, rules, or the anomalies said that joining the opposing group was the most correct choice. The old ladies saw Ali stepping closer to the other side, a look of evil delight spreading across their faces. Human. We've long noticed you don't sincerely enjoy square dancing. Next, you will pay a good price for the wrong choice you made. Zhang Ming watched Ali's back, opening his mouth to call him back. But old lady one stopped him, asking with a loving expression, "Why haven't you gone with him?" Seeing Zhang Ming not moving an inch and firmly standing beside them, she felt very gratified inside. This human kid is very wise, not bad. Zhang Ming smiled, his black eyes shining brightly, simply and sincerely saying, "I like dancing to square dance, I don't like you. As long as I can dance with the sisters, I am very happy." The old woman looked at Zhang Ming with a gentler expression. "In the end, only this child truly understands us, and we will never let him be harmed." Old woman number 2 squatted down and pinched Zhang Ming's small face. "Follow us, and you will never suffer. These old folks, still have some skills, otherwise, we wouldn't have stood here for over 100 years. Those weird ones who haven't even grown their fur are not even worth a single one of our little toes." Old woman number 2's words quickly reached the ears of the Bajitan National Guild. They immediately realized their mistake. The entire guild erupted into chaos, frantically sending withdrawal messages to Ali. "It's bad. We were wrong, hurry up and get Ali back. Don't let him go to the group of weird ones. Chief, it seems like everything's too late now. Our challenger has already gone. One wrong step, a disaster follows. It's over." Inside the world of ghost stories, Ali received the guild's signal, but it was too late. The over 100 weird ones in front of him drooled as they saw the human approaching. They whispered among themselves, "I heard human meat is really tasty? I must try it today. This human really came out. I've never eaten human flesh before, if I can just taste a little, I'll be satisfied. Eat him. Eat him." Terrified, Ali quickly turned and ran back towards the old women. But how could a normal person run faster than the weird ones? One of the weird one's arms stretched like an endlessly extendable piece of clay. It swiftly reached around his neck and coiled tightly. Ali immediately felt suffocated, his body was suddenly thrown into the air uncontrollably. At that moment, his fear reached its peak, and his body trembled violently. Because his throat was tightly strangled, he could barely speak clearly. Don't kill me." His pain only excited the weird ones more. Ali's body was heavily thrown into the middle of the weird ones. All the weird ones surrounded him like a swarm of hungry ants, gnawing on his flesh. Chapter 57, The Old Woman versus the Zombie Horde. In less than a minute, Ali's body was completely devoured by the weird ones. Not even a single bone was left behind. Even the red blood on the ground was licked clean by them. These weird ones acted as if they hadn't eaten for hundreds of years. Zhang Ming watched this brutal and terrifying scene, swallowing nervously. This is too cruel. A person is eaten alive, with not even a scrap left. The system only told him that if he didn't follow the old women, he'd die. But it never mentioned that if you joined the weird ones, you'd die so horribly. A sense of relief flashed through Zhang Ming's heart. The people of Bajitan were watching as their challenger was devoured by the weird ones, leaving nothing behind. They instantly collapsed. We had already come so far, why couldn't he survive? Ali! Our hero just died like this. Why didn't that Dragon Country kid go save him? He clearly could have saved him. Dragon Country says they're a big country? They don't even have a shred of compassion. We're all humans, why couldn't they help? I used to really like him. The people of Dragon Country saw that their live chat was blaming Zhang Ming and got even angrier. It was clearly his own choice to go. Why are they blaming us? We helped you so much before, and now you're not even grateful, blaming your own country's failure on us? Where's your face? You were always saying Dragon Country was the best friend, and now that we couldn't help you, you're attacking us? A bunch of shameless people. That little shake of his head was a hint. The Bajitan challenger's stupid, didn't get it, died, and now they're blaming us. Don't pay attention to them, they're just too dumb to live. The Bajitan National Guild watched as Ali was torn apart. One by one, they regretfully took off their hats and covered their faces as they wept. It was our fault. If we had followed the children from the Dragon Kingdom, we might have survived. The chief painfully admitted his mistake. After all, it's our command failure, I accept the punishment unconditionally. One of the members, looking puzzled, said. No, wait. Even if the children from the Dragon Kingdom had stayed close to the strange lady, they might not have one. Another member quickly agreed. Exactly. This ghost story game is way harder than all previous games, and there are only 30 strange ladies. How could they possibly compete against a group of hundreds of strange things? Even if the quality isn't good, the sheer numbers could overwhelm them. The decision-making of the Dragon Kingdom's children also has flaws. In my opinion, no matter which side they choose, the outcome will not be good. The chief, hearing his members' analysis, said, so, this ghost story game means no country can win, right? All the members nodded, yes, so we shouldn't blame ourselves. The difficulty is right here, any plan leads to a wrong ending. The chief of Baton felt a bit better inside. Even so, their country still lost, and he would still face punishment. But thinking that the Dragon Kingdom would soon fail just like them, he felt less burdened. The Dragon Kingdom is recognized as the world's #1 superpower. They felt both wary and helpless, and not to mention they had to try hard to please them. This was just the opportunity to weaken their national power. The Dragon Kingdom's think tank also saw Zhang Ming's situation and was very worried about the environment he was in. Chief Zhao, do you think Xiao Ming will pass this crisis smoothly? Now, only our Dragon Kingdom remains. This is the first time I'm facing so many strange things all at once. I fear it could be very unlucky. Zhao Hui looked calmly at Zhang Ming on the screen. Did you all notice that Zhang Ming shook his head at the challenger from Baton? The members replied, yes, what's wrong with that? Zhao Hui stroked his chin and continued. After so many collaborations, we have some understanding. I can see he was just warning that person not to act rashly. But that person didn't understand Zhang Ming's hint, went anyway, and then died. Putting the whole thing together shows he has a plan in mind. He is so smart that he must have already thought of a way to deal with this. Moreover, if the strange ladies really wanted to kill him, he wouldn't have survived this long. From a different angle, if the strange ladies were not powerful, this organization would have ceased to exist a long time ago. That's why he firmly stands with the strange ladies. These are insights I gained after failing in Baton. But Xiao Ming probably figured all this out the moment he saw the rules. He's too clever. See? He will definitely get through this crisis. All the members felt impressed by Zhang Ming's wisdom after hearing Zhao Hui's analysis. Inside the ghost story world. After those strange groups finished eating Ali's corpse, they all quickly rushed towards the strange ladies. Their hoarse voices kept roaring, "You are too noisy. We are going to drive you away now. Once we drive you out, this courtyard will belong to us." The strange ladies looked at these reckless strange beings and mockingly sneered. "With you mundane ones, do you even qualify to fight us for anything? It seems the lesson we gave you before wasn't enough. Today we must teach you properly." Strange lady number 1 pulled Zhang Ming and Yunke behind her to protect them. "You all stay well hidden." 30 strange ladies stood in a row, forming a super barrier together. As long as a strange thing with a danger level lower than theirs touched the barrier, they would instantly vaporize. Zhang Ming witnessed the true strength of the strange ladies. He couldn't help but swallow. They are so strong, it seems I chose the right thigh to hug. Yunke, seeing those strange beings being killed one by one, clapped excitedly beside her. "Sisters, you are amazing. Go for it. Kill those annoying ghosts." Having witnessed the strange ant's power among the sheep not far away, he wanted to take advantage of the gap before the strange aunties completely merged to deal with Zhang Ming. If those strange aunties merged, he would have no chance. From now on, he would no longer be bound by the 7 demands, living freely. Yang Zi quietly teleported behind the strange aunties. Seeing Zhang Ming's small body, he sneered inwardly. That day he couldn't kill you because of the rules. Today, you won't escape. He raised his hand, and the strange power within him shot directly at Zhang Ming. Chapter 58, A Word Determines Life and Death. Yunke immediately noticed Yang Zi to the side and quickly turned to barely block the attack aimed at Zhang Ming. But her level was lower than Yang Zi's, and she was ultimately thrown 10 meters away, lying on the ground completely still. She was dead. Yes, Yunke was dead. She had no chance to resist at all. In the world of strange tales, being one level higher means crushing. Before Zhang Ming could react, he saw Yunke lying lifelessly on the ground. His heart felt as if it was being torn apart, unbearable pain. He couldn't help but howl, "Sister." He wanted to rush over and check on Yunke's injuries. Zhang Ming hoped to use his regeneration ability to restore her to her former self quickly. Yang Zi looked at Yunke's corpse and sneered. He didn't expect that little strange being would give up its life for a human. What utter stupidity. Yang Zi charged up again and attacked Zhang Ming. "Human child, I don't believe another strange being will help you block again." The citizens of Long Country watching the livestream saw that even Yunke couldn't withstand Yang Zi's attack. They were completely panicking. Even the little strange being cannot resist that strange being. What should Xiao Ming do? Xiao Ming won't fall at this critical moment, right? No. I believe Xiao Ming will come up with a way. He's so smart, it will be fine. Ba, bless us. At that life and death moment, Zhang Ming suddenly remembered he still had 7 demands he hadn't made. No matter if it would work or not, he used it anyway. "From now on, do not harm me." As soon as the words were out, the strange power that Yang Zi had just charged up was suddenly forced back by the rules. Yang Zi's expression gradually cracked. He waved his arms towards Zhang Ming. No matter how he exerted power, it wouldn't work against Zhang Ming. Clearly, there was endless strange power within him, yet he felt utterly powerless. Damn rule. If it weren't for that little strange being, this kid would have died long ago. What bad luck! Yang Zi realized that from now on, he would never have the chance to attack Zhang Ming again. Zhang Ming didn't have the time to care about all that. He hurried to Yunko, gently lifted her up, and used his regeneration power to heal her. He didn't know how long he had been healing, but Yunko showed no signs of waking up. He anxiously called out, "Yunko, sister. Wake up!" No matter how he called, Yunko just wouldn't wake up. Zhang Ming was on the verge of tears. Could it be that the regeneration power within him had failed? Strange beings don't have breath, heartbeat, or pulse like humans. Zhang Ming had no way to judge what exactly was wrong with Yunko. At that moment, Yang Zi saw Zhang Ming holding Yunko, heartbroken, and his previous frustration from not being able to exert power eased a little. As long as Zhang Ming wasn't happy, he felt very happy. That kid had made him suffer too much. He couldn't hold back his anger anymore. He didn't mind rubbing salt into his wounds. "Human cub, stop shouting, even if you break your throat it won't help, because she's already dead." Ha ha ha. Dead. Forever dead. Isn't that painful? When Zhang Ming heard Yang Zi say this, he coldly smiled and replied, "Thanks for the reminder." This time, he used resurrection to bring Yunko back to life. When Yunko regained her senses, she groggily opened her eyes and saw Zhang Ming's worried gaze. "Brother! You're not hurt, right?" Zhang Ming looked at Yunko, who was immediately concerned about his injuries upon waking, and his heart ached even more. This foolish little sister, has she already forgotten that she died once? If it weren't for his regenerative ability, he might have lost this sister forever. Seeing that Zhang Ming was fine, Yunko suddenly burst into tears and tightly hugged his neck. "Brother, I thought you were dead." Woo woo woo. Zhang Ming held Yunko tightly, repeatedly comforting her back. Gently reassuring her, "It's okay. Don't be afraid. Brother will protect you, don't be afraid. Yunko danger level, 10%. Already prepared to give everything to you." Zhang Ming saw the system's reminder and thought to himself, perhaps he could help Yunko become stronger in the future. From now on, there should be no strange creatures that can bully them. How wonderful. Yang Zi, standing aside, stared at the resurrected Yunko with a dazed and foolish expression, murmuring in disbelief. "Impossible. Impossible. I clearly killed you just now. What kind of creature are you, human? You were killed by me, how could you possibly come back to life?" He had never seen any strange creature that could die and come back to life. Could it be that his level had dropped? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Zhang Ming stood up and said, "Yang Zi, I was careless earlier, I didn't expect you to use such a sneak attack. It seems I was too merciful, leaving myself such a big disaster. This time, you failed to kill me, and you will never have the chance again. Now, I'm going to make my fifth request, listen carefully." Yang Zi seemed to have seen through Zhang Ming's thoughts, shaking his head in fear, "No. Please spare me." Yang Zi tried to use the teleportation technique to escape, but was stopped by Zhang Ming's command. "Stop. Yang Zi, you can't escape." Yang Zi felt as if something was wrapping around his feet, making it impossible to move. "Yang Zi, I want you dead." Yang Zi trembled in fear, a sharp pain coming from his body. "I don't want to die. I don't want to die. You still have 4 more requests to make, killing me now is not worth it." Yang Zi watched helplessly as his body slowly began to fade, until it completely disappeared. Yang Zi's disappearance shocked people all around the world. Damn! Have the superpowers of Dragon Country kids become this terrifying? With just a single sentence, a highly dangerous strange creature was completely wiped out, not even a trace left. This strange creature is so stupid. Zhang Ming didn't even want to do anything to him. He found trouble for himself. He brought about his own death. Zhang Ming had leverage over him, and yet he was still restless. Scientists seem to have tested that the intelligence of strange creatures is much lower than that of humans. So satisfying. A single sentence kills a high-level strange creature, who would believe it? The elderly women still dealing with the strange creatures also noticed what was happening with Zhang Ming's side. They were even more shocked. A human had easily killed a highly dangerous strange creature. Am I going crazy or seeing things? This Yang Zi, they knew him, and he was not someone to be trifled with. In the strange creatures group, only his level was the highest. To reach a highly dangerous level, a strange creature had to work for decades. Yang Zi had lived for so long in the world of weird tales, and it wasn't an easy feat. The first old woman had no more thoughts of resisting the strange creatures. She looked at Zhang Ming with a scrutinizing gaze, a bold guess forming in her mind. Could it be that this human child is actually a strange creature transformed? And one that has reached a super dangerous level? Thinking of this, the first old woman was greatly shocked. Fortunately, she hadn't attacked this human child earlier, otherwise they might have ended up like Yang Zi, with no burial place. She understood the rules restricting Yang Zi. For decades, no one has ever been able to defeat the goat. Whoever can win against the goat must have extraordinary intelligence and strength. Also, just now, that girl Yunko was clearly dead. This human child somehow managed to easily bring her back to life. The power to resurrect is not something an ordinary person can achieve. Even we, who are quite powerful in our own right, cannot revive the dead. But this human can. He is clearly just a human child. Could it be that there are unknown creatures in this world that are more powerful than humans and the strange beings? This time, the strange ant was no longer able to look down on Zhang Ming even a little bit. Beside her, strange ant number 2, seeing her good sister lost in thought for so long, hurriedly nudged her. My dear sister. Things are getting urgent, what are you thinking? Hurry up and help. There are more and more strange beings over there. Strange ant number 1 snapped out of her endless thoughts. Turning her head, she saw a dark mass of strange beings rushing toward them. She couldn't help but curse under her breath, these brainless ones. Strange ant number 5, feeling a bit overwhelmed, shouted to her sisters behind her, Sisters, we can merge now. Hurry up and merge, let's kill these pesky things. With one command from the ant, the 30 strange ants stacked themselves like a tower of blocks. The first layer had 5 people, followed by layers stacked one after another. In the end, they formed a tower as tall as a 4-story building. Yunko looked up at this scene, surprised and almost unable to close her mouth. This was her favorite performance to watch. Every time the ants stacked themselves to fight against the strange beings, she would watch with wide eyes. Sometimes, she would even excitedly clap her hands. This time was no exception. She jumped up excitedly, Sisters are so amazing, so tall. It's so beautiful. It was this childlike purity of Yunko that allowed her to survive time and again amidst the chaos of strange beings. Zhang Ming also looked up. He didn't expect to see such a spectacular performance in the world of horror stories. No wonder they were called the dance ants, they could perform such high-difficulty extreme moves. Even the soldiers from the third world country exclaimed at their impressive skills. Even the global audience watching live couldn't help but marvel. 30 strange beings, only 5 on the bottom, and they can support this height, amazing. This reminds me of a motorcycle doing tricks with 20 people. Humph. Compared to us from the third world country, you guys are just children, you still need practice. What kind of ants are these? We young people can't match their strength and energy. Could it be that in the world of horror stories, the older you are, the stronger you become? It's the opposite of our blue star. So many strange beings can't kill these old ones, their strength is evident. In the yard of the death apartment. After the strange ants stacked themselves well, they quickly transformed into a gigantic figure. Giant ant strange being, danger level, strongest extreme high risk. Extreme high risk and lower levels of strange beings are directly crushed. Zhang Ming was shocked. How much time has passed? They were clearly a group of ordinary extreme high risk strange beings. In such a short time, their level had risen to the strongest extreme high risk. This power surge was several times greater. The strongest extreme high risk looked even more powerful than extreme high risk. The ants merger jumped from extreme high risk to 2 major levels. The strength of the strongest extreme high risk is 100 times that of extreme high risk. They just used a special method to temporarily reach this level. Zhang Ming couldn't help but swallow hard, 100 times. No wonder even the extreme high risk goat would be wary of the ants. Because they are truly strong. Zhang Ming steadied his emotions and continued to watch the strange ants. He saw the giant ant's enormous mouth continually inhaling air. Until her mouth puffed up bigger than a frog's. After filling her mouth with air, a foul-smelling breath continuously sprayed towards the mass of strange beings that looked like grasshoppers. All the strange creatures in the bizarre crowd were poisoned layer by the dense breath. The corpses piled up high. The breath of the giant ant could be called a deadly biochemical weapon. In just 5 minutes, all those strange creatures were completely wiped out. The people watching the live broadcast globally were wide-eyed in shock. Before, I only saw the strange killing people, it's my first time seeing the strange killing strange. The combined giant ant is simply a pesticide spraying machine, no, it works faster than pesticide. Those low-level strangeness seem to treat their lives as if they cost nothing. Why fight hard when you clearly know you can't win? I just don't understand. Rule ghost talk, probably they're all products driven by rules, or maybe, the apartment can't hold so many strange creatures, so there needs to be regular cleaning, these are just my wild guesses, who knows? Zhang Ming looked at the yard full of strange corpses and felt a little frightened inside. He hadn't seen many human corpses, but he had seen quite a few strange ones. Once the strange crowd was completely wiped out, the giant ant quickly and tacitly split into 30 strange creatures again. Ant number 1 put her hands on her waist and spat angrily at the pile of corpses. Pa! With you all, you want to stop us from dancing in the square? Do you even check if you have the strength? After scolding, Aunt number 1 turned around and smiled at her sisters, saying, "The dirty things that were in our way are gone, let's continue dancing." Zhang Ming and Yunko were pushed by the ants to the previous area. Because the battle just now was too intense, there was not much space left for them to dance. Zhang Ming pointed at the mountain of strange corpses in front of him and couldn't help but say, "Sisters, it seems these corpses are taking up our space." Without any hindrance, the tone of the ant's strange replies was unusually cheerful. "You don't need to worry about this, in less than half a minute, a cleaner will come to clear it." "Cleaner? Does this apartment still have cleaners?" "Oh. Right, it does." Zhang Ming suddenly remembered that on the first day he came here, the rules mentioned cleaners. Even Yunko had mentioned there was a cleaning ant. The cleaners would handle challengers who hadn't found their rooms. Since he found his room too easily at that time, he didn't pay much attention. Sure enough, it wasn't long before a strange creature in a maid outfit came out of the building holding a vacuum cleaner. The large pile of corpses on the ground was easily sucked inside by the vacuum cleaner in her hand. The cleaner worked incredibly fast. In less than 2 minutes, the entire yard was restored to its original state. This amazing cleaning ability made Zhang Ming have to admire it. Chapter 60, Moonbrand Power Bank. Cleaning strange, danger level, extremely high risk. Features, loves garbage. As long as it deems something as garbage, it will catch it at any cost. Weakness, the taken vacuum cleaner. Zhang Ming saw the hint and couldn't help but complain. Why is it another extremely high risk? Any special strangeness has a level that is never below extremely high risk. After the area was cleaned, Aunt number 1 put her gray-black hand on Zhang Ming's head, smiling cheerfully, with a hint of flattery. "Human child, see? Now it's clean, right? Come on, you probably didn't dance enough earlier, let's continue." Zhang Ming nodded and followed them, continuing to learn how to dance in the square. He didn't know how long they danced. Zhang Ming was indeed a bit tired, but still didn't stop his movements. The ants quickly noticed Zhang Ming's fatigue and were very touched inside. Does this child really love square dancing to this extent? Even when tired, he insists on going on, such perseverance. Aunt number 1 saw he was tired but didn't force him to continue dancing. She directly said, "Child, if you are tired, go back and rest. Seeing you so enthusiastic about dancing, we will still call you the next time we dance. This kid can easily kill extremely high-risk strangeness and can even come back to life, he can't be offended." Since the strange ants have already decided to let them go, Zhang Ming had no reason to refuse. "Then sisters, I will take my younger sister home first, you enjoy your dancing." The ants waved kindly at him, "Go ahead. Rest well, you look exhausted today. This human child is really charming, when he calls for his sister, I feel like I've returned to my younger days. Old 14, do you see if the wrinkles on my face have disappeared?" The global livestream audience watched in awe as Zhang Ming walked into the apartment unharmed, unable to hold back their gasps. Just one, the Dragon Country kid passed. Damn it! Another Dragon Country survivor. What a surprise, those strange ants let Zhang Ming go so easily. This level from the ants is the hardest of all time. The strength of the Dragon Country child is amazing. When can our country's challengers be as strong as Dragon Country? I burn incense every day. In the Dragon Country livestream room, billions of viewers felt emotional tears as they saw Zhang Ming completely escape danger. Thankfully, he passed. So many strange creatures attacked just now, I was almost scared to death. Now only the lone sprout from Dragon Country is left, he must survive. Long live Xiaoming. Did you guys notice just now, that small strange creature was clearly about to die? I don't know what method Xiaoming used, it recovered so quickly. I saw it too, so magical, could it be he really has some divine power? There must be. Anyway, our village treats him like a deity. No need to think, we won again this time. Zhang Ming took Yunker back to the door of their room. As soon as he opened the door, a small object hit his head. Zhang Ming looked up and saw. What a sight! Those paper-folded things were flying and crawling all around the room. After such a long time, the spell he cast on them showed no sign of disappearing. Their endurance has also increased, hasn't it? Zhang Ming thought they would stop automatically when he left, but it seems he thought too much. Yunker looked at the paper cranes flying in the air, laughed cheerfully, and ran into the room, chasing after them. She said with great surprise, "Brother, they're still moving." Zhang Ming entered the room and shut the door behind him. He glanced at the clock on the wall, it was already 5 in the afternoon. He ignored Yunker who was running around and went straight to the fridge, taking out a bun. Hot. Soon, the bun in his hand was steaming hot, just like one that had just come out of the pot. After eating 3 buns, Zhang Ming felt full and comfortably lay down on the sofa to rest. Today was really too dangerous. His mind was still a bit confused. Now he could finally take a good rest. After all, there wasn't much fun to be had in the room. Zhang Ming could only close his eyes and sleep, replenishing his energy. But he hadn't rested long before Yunker pulled him up. "Brother, wake up. Look outside, it's beautiful." Zhang Ming woke up helplessly and stood up from the sofa. He let Yunker pull him to the window. "Sister, I want to sleep, can you calm down a bit?" Yunker pointed excitedly at the window. "Brother, look outside." Zhang Ming looked up and saw a giant red moon hanging in the sky. The red moon was like blood, casting a red hue on Zhang Ming's face. Even the buildings outside were bathed in a layer of red from the moon. It looked like they had been splattered with fresh blood. This stimulus made Zhang Ming feel a subtle unease in his heart. He had never seen a moon like this and couldn't help but ask, "What is this?" Yunker, seeing Zhang Ming didn't understand, slightly tilted her head, smiling sweetly. "It's a red moon. It appears once every month, only for one night. On this night, all the strange creatures in the apartment must stand by the window, watching the red moon rise until it sets. Isn't it beautiful?" Zhang Ming turned his head and saw Yunker gazing out at the moon, feeling a bit puzzled. "Why do you all have to keep watching it?" Yunker put her hand behind her back, playfully saying, "It seems that brother has things he can't do? I thought brother was omnipotent." In Yunker's heart, Zhang Ming was truly an omnipotent existence. Knowing that he had died once, it was Zhang Ming who brought him back to life. Only the most powerful beings can achieve resurrection. Brother is the pillar of support. Hearing Yunker's teasing, Zhang Ming scratched his head and said, "Brother is also an ordinary person, how could I know everything?" As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Ming saw Yunker's originally black pupils gradually turning red. A look of worry quickly appeared on his face as he reached out, grabbing Yunker's shoulders and shaking her. "Sister, why have your eyes turned red?" Yunker laughed carelessly and said, "It's nothing, brother, don't worry about me. I'm just absorbing the power of the moon, part of our power comes from the red moon in front of us." Upon hearing that it was nothing, Zhang Ming felt relieved. He turned his head, mimicking Yunku, staring at the red moon. Strange power +1. Strange power +1. Strange power +1. Zhang Ming also felt his body continuously absorbing the power of the red moon. How could this be? Could it be that he was also strange? Such a strange thought just popped up, only to be quickly extinguished by him. If he were strange, he wouldn't have come here as a challenger. He wouldn't have body temperature or a heartbeat, nor would he feel hunger. So what exactly was he? Zhang Ming fell into confusion. Before he knew it, he had stared at the red moon for an entire night. During this time, the members of the Jin Nang group and people worldwide saw Zhang Ming's pupils turn dark red. Moreover, Zhang Ming's dazed expression as he stared at the red moon seemed possessed. He really isn't afraid of death at all, doesn't he know that humans shouldn't appear under a red moon? Chapter 61, Can't we get a break? Didn't they say that those illuminated by the red moon would rot and die? How does he look completely fine? I told you, this kid from Dragon Country must be up to something. Look, his eyes changed color. It could also just be a reflection of light. That little strange girl next to him also has red eyes, it's so scary. Is that kid from Dragon Country still human? How can he not fear the red moon? I suspect he is strange, he's so eerie. The members of the Jin Nang group were also worried about Zhang Ming's body, constantly checking his physical condition. They found no abnormalities. "Chief, Xiao Ming is fine, there are no signs of him being eroded by the red moon, you can rest assured." Yes, I also found that his body seems to be getting stronger. It's hard to explain, but it feels like his body is constantly absorbing something. This red moon is formed from strange powers, he really doesn't fear it at all. Zhao Hui rubbed his chin. His body is very special, that he hasn't been affected by the red moon is already quite rare. The damage the red moon does to humans is not something a mere dagger can compare to. He's completely fine, it's unimaginable. Keep a close eye on Xiao Ming's condition, if anything happens, report immediately. One member, timidly stepping up, proposed a bold idea. Xiao Ming's body is too unusual. Do you think he might be strange? Otherwise, why would his body absorb strange powers like this? If he really is strange, once the mission is completed and he returns home, our people might. Before he could finish, Zhao Hui grabbed a file from the table and threw it at his face, leaving a long bloody mark. Don't say he's not strange, even if he is strange, so what? Don't forget who is fighting for us on the front lines. Can you think before you speak? Let me tell you, even if Xiao Ming is a ghost or a monster, he is still a hero of our dragon country. I don't want to hear any more comments that harm our national hero. You must be new here. Get out of here immediately. You are fired. The member cried with a sad face, incredulously arguing, I just accidentally said the wrong thing, you can't fire me, that's so unreasonable. Zhao Wei didn't show him any mercy and called his trusted aide, Old Wang, go handle his departure paperwork right now and make him leave. Also, find out his background. The people of the nation really liked and adored Zhang Ming, and everyone along the road spoke a good word about him. Zhao Wei believed that anyone who opposed Zhang Ming was either a traitor or a spy. He knew there were indeed too many people abroad who were dissatisfied with Zhang Ming. They wished Zhang Ming would die immediately. Old Wang nodded slightly and took the member out. The other members in the office saw him being taken away. They felt secretly pleased. Letting you say bad things about Xiao Ming, you deserve it. Anyone who makes contributions to Long Country, regardless of their status, would receive the respect they deserve. The people of Long Country would never harm the national heroes who have contributed to the country. This is a beautiful quality they inherently have. Inside the world of strange tales. The red moon set. Zhang Ming was so sleepy that he could barely open his eyes, yawning uncontrollably. The red moon had finally left. He had stood the whole night. The strange power within him had grown to 4,500. During this time, he had gained a total of 1,400 strange powers. Unfortunately, he had not activated any new skills. He couldn't help but ask the system in his mind. System, how much strange power do I need to accumulate to catch up with the medium-high danger? 20,000 strange powers are enough. What? My goodness. 20,000, how long will it take to accumulate that many? It looks like I need to work even harder in the future. I also need to be able to deal with strange things and have my assistants do things for me. Otherwise, I really won't be able to do anything. When the red moon set, Yunke's eyes returned to their original state. Zhang Ming could clearly feel that the strange power within Yunke was a bit denser than before. But it was only a little denser. He turned his head and smiled at Yunke, standing under the moonlight all night. How do you feel? Yunke stretched and casually said, very comfortable, it can eliminate all fatigue, I'm full of energy. When Zhang Ming heard the word fatigue, he couldn't help but yawn again. I also stood all night, but unlike you, I just want to go to bed now. Sister, you can play by yourself. I'm going to take a nap. Yunke exclaimed, full of energy, okay. I'm going to see if those little rabbits are still moving. Finally, I can play well. He. Zhang Ming looked at her lively appearance. He sighed with a tone of indulgence, be quieter, I still want to sleep. Yunke bent down, caught a bouncing little white rabbit, smiled happily, covered her mouth with her hand, and made a playful expression. Her bright eyes seemed to vow, I will definitely be quiet. Zhang Ming hadn't slept for a whole day and night, so tired that he wanted to just lie down and give up. But in the end, he still managed to crawl into bed, and as soon as his head touched the pillow, he fell asleep within 3 seconds. His whole body relaxed. Sometimes Zhang Ming wondered if staying up late every day would affect his height. He didn't know how long he had slept when he was disturbed by barking outside. He frowned and buried his head under the covers, trying to block out the noise. It was of no use at all. The barking outside grew louder. In the end, he had no choice but to seek help from Yunke. Sister, hurry up and deal with that dog, it's so noisy. Sure enough, after a little while, the barking stopped. But it only stopped for a minute, then it started barking furiously again. Zhang Ming, annoyed, got out of bed, his hair messy as he walked out of the bedroom. He understood now that unless he dealt with the black dog outside properly, he would not sleep well for the next few days. He was still a 6-year-old child, and sleeping was very important to him. As Zhang Ming walked into the living room, he saw Yunke standing at the door, looking pitiful. Watch him. That fragile little look, as if feeling guilty for not helping brother with things. Brother, that dog is too strong, I can't kill it no matter what. Yunke ran over, pulling Zhang Ming's sleeve and said, are we going to be bothered by that dog forever? Zhang Ming smiled, ruffling his slightly messy long hair, reassuring, how could that be? I'll handle it. Chapter 62, Poor Dog. People in the global live broadcast room saw that Zhang Ming not only wasn't angry for being woken up, but was instead gently comforting Yunke. Instantly, they felt that Zhang Ming had an amazing temperament. What kind of treasure boy is Xiao Ming? He is really so kind and gentle. If my brother could always talk softly like this, we wouldn't have any sibling conflicts. Clearly only 6 years old, yet has the demeanor of an adult, amazing. No wonder he wins. Zhang Ming walked to the door and opened it. That black dog again tried to pounce on Zhang Ming, ready to bite. Once again, it was easily dodged by Zhang Ming. The black dog's red eyes were filled with malice, its nose wrinkled, and it made threatening grumbling sounds. Still not giving up, it wanted to bite Zhang Ming again. Seeing this, Zhang Ming shouted directly, sit. The black dog seemed to be controlled, immediately stopping its attack and sitting in front of Zhang Ming. Even so, the black dog still had a defiant look, wanting to pounce on Zhang Ming. But its body wanted to move yet couldn't move at all. Now only its head and tail could move. Zhang Ming sat on the sofa, resting his head on his hand, weakly saying, "What a fuss in broad daylight. Can't even rest. Bark again. I'll lock you up, forever in this position, a stone statue guarding our door every day." Upon hearing Zhang Ming's blatant threat, the black dog not only didn't quiet down, its gaze held mockery. It barked wildly at Zhang Ming once again. As if saying, "What can you, a mere human, do to me? I am an indestructible dog." The barking hurt Zhang Ming's ears. Annoyed, he raked a hand through his messy hair and yawned widely, dark circles under his eyes. Leaning on the sofa, he lazily said one word, "Quiet." The noisy dog barking instantly stopped. Zhang Ming felt that the entire world had quieted down significantly. Seeing that the situation was resolved, he stood up and said to the black dog, "My spell is very powerful, only I can undo it, and you will forever be here, a statue that doesn't bark." After saying that, he went back to the bedroom to continue sleeping. The black dog opened its mouth wide, wanting to bark furiously, but couldn't make a sound at all. Frustrated, with its tail drooping, it kept shaking its head. For a low-intelligence animal, being forced not to move or bark, and unable to express emotions, was simply more painful than death. Yunke watched this annoying black dog being easily subdued by Zhang Ming. Her admiration for Zhang Ming deepened even more. Almost all the weirdness in the apartment couldn't do anything to this black dog. Yet her brother could easily make this stinky dog unable to do anything with just 2 sentences. Yunke proudly walked up to the black dog, extending her finger and poking its nose. "Stinky dog. Do you know who you've messed with? That's my brother. Why pick on my brother of all people? Look. You can't even move now or bark out loud, how pathetic. I'll tell you. As long as my brother doesn't speak, you have to sit here forever, with such a strange long lifespan. How long will this last? Who told you to scare me just now? Bah!" Yunke truly showed off the typical behavior of being a bully backed by a powerful person. People in the global live broadcast room, seeing Zhang Ming easily subdue this vicious dog with just 2 sentences, found it quite fascinating. Zhang Ming's dog training ability is more powerful than the world's most famous dog trainers. I have never seen that vicious dog get subdued by just a few words. It will obediently listen to you. That dog clearly looks very unwilling. Why can it still endure and keep moving? People can't do that. What did Zhang Ming say just now about some secret? Do you know what that is? No, he must have many secrets in him that can't be explored. Inside apartment 505. Without the disturbance of barking dogs, Zhang Ming slept straight until the next morning. After a good sleep, he stretched lazily from the bed. Finally, a good night's rest. He glanced at the clock, it's 5 o'clock, still early. He could nap a little more. As long as there were no rule prompts appearing, he was free. Zhang Ming slept for another hour, but he was woken up by the hunger in his stomach. It was indeed time to eat. He got up from the bed and washed up in the bathroom. Only then did he walk to the refrigerator. He took out 4 steamed buns and a piece of meat. Just as he was about to heat them up, he turned and saw Yunke squatting in front of the black dog playing. The black dog was covered in all kinds of paper-folded animals, which was quite amusing. Yunke had transformed the black dog into a colorful dog. Yunke grabbed another paper rabbit and carefully placed it on the black dog's nose. Then she firmly glued it on. Because if it wasn't glued, the rabbit would run away. Yunke used her sweet child's voice to say something threatening. "Little black dog, you can't knock off my rabbit, or I will pull your ears." The black dog, who was being pranked, showed no anger at all. Its ears drooping with paper cranes, its expression as if life was no longer worth living. It used to be a powerful dog, now look at what it's been turned into. It couldn't move, nor could it bark. Even trying to explode and escape wasn't an option now. It could only let Yunke do as she pleased on its body. After gluing the rabbit, Yunke happily squeezed its big face. "Little black dog, you are so cute, but you are not cute at all when you bark and bite everywhere." After pinching its face, she pinched its ears. She even walked behind the dog to lift its tail, looking at its backside. As if she wanted to study the black dog from head to toe. Zhang Ming watched Yunke playing so happily, and couldn't help but smile as well. His mood was very pleasant now. He sat on the sofa with the heated food. Seeing Zhang Ming coming over, the black dog perked up like it found a savior. Its eyes were fixed on Zhang Ming, shining like a pool of clear water. Its tail wagged faster than a propeller. The expression on its face was even more obsequious. If it could move now, it would have licked Zhang Ming already. The black dog was also free of the fierce attitude it had the day before. Yunke had a playful heart, it was easy for her to tame the black dog. Zhang Ming took a bite of the steamed bun and said to the black dog, "Are you going to keep barking and biting in the future?" The black dog quickly shook its head, its tongue sticking out long, leaving a pool of drool on the floor. It was drooling over the food in Zhang Ming's hand. Zhang Ming broke the bun in half and placed it near its mouth. Just when the black dog was about to take a bite, Zhang Ming quickly moved it away and ate it himself. With a smug expression, he said, "Want to eat?" "No way, who's the one that disturbed my sleep yesterday?" The black dog watched as the food near its mouth disappeared. With a wronged look, its eyelids drooped as it stared at the food in Zhang Ming's hand. As if it was being bullied by Zhang Ming. The expression was as innocent as it could be. Seeing Zhang Ming about to finish the food, the black dog desperately shook its head. The drool was almost forming a river on the floor. Zhang Ming stood up and took a piece of raw pork from the fridge. He said to the black dog, "If you want to eat my food, you have to learn to be obedient. Not only must you listen to me, but you must also listen to my sister, understand?" Zhang Ming knew it understood. This dog had a clever mind, after all. The black dog quickly nodded, showing its loyalty. "All right, you can move now." After saying that, Zhang Ming threw the meat on the ground for it to eat. The black dog didn't react immediately, the spell placed on it had been lifted, and still sitting there foolishly. Zhang Ming saw this silly look and kicked the fat little butt with his foot. Chapter 63 No More Wandering. Woof! The black dog stumbled for a moment and immediately realized that not only could it move, but it could also bark. Excited, it stopped eating meat and ran wildly around the room. Like a frenzy of joy after liberation. After enough crazy running, it finally came back to eat the meat on the ground. It seemed that being trapped all day yesterday had really driven it crazy. The black dog had a big mouth, and in just 2 bites, it gobbled up all the meat on the ground. After eating, the black dog didn't growl and bark at Zhang Ming like before. Instead, it circled around Zhang Ming's body. Straining to stretch its neck, it looked at him, barking happily. This time, the barking was not harsh but seemed to be ingratiating. Yunko, watching from the side, noticed that several paper cranes had fallen off the black dog's body. She picked up a paper crane to continue sticking it on. "Little black dog, it's not nice for the paper cranes on you to fall off. I'll fix it up for you and make you look pretty." The black dog, seeing Yunko coming over with a paper crane, looked as if it saw something terrifying. Frightened, it quickly hid behind Zhang Ming. It lay down, whimpering pathetically. "Don't come near. I don't want you to stick those weird things on me. They look horrible." Zhang Ming reached out and patted the black dog's forehead, smiling at Yunko, saying, "It seems to have gotten the lesson it needed, don't make it suffer anymore." Seeing Zhang Ming's expression, Yunko reluctantly put down what was in her hand, walked up to the black dog, and actively hugged its neck. Affectionately, she buried her head in the black dog's fur. After spending the whole day with the black dog yesterday, she found that she really liked this dog. Fluffy, very cute. Her brother had said that little bunnies were also fluffy. She thought the feeling of a little bunny should be just like the black dog in front of her. So Yunko invited the black dog. "Little black dog, let's be friends." Zhang Ming was surprised to hear Yunko's words. He didn't expect that a stubborn little girl like Yunko would one day actively reach out to make friends. Was this considered progress? The black dog clearly didn't want to acknowledge her, pulling its neck away with a sulky face and continuing to lean against Zhang Ming's thigh. It didn't want any contact with Yunko at all. Human children were indeed annoying, but this strange child in front of it was even more annoying. All night yesterday, it was either ridden like a horse or pinched and poked in various places. Its ears had been tugged hundreds of times. This was outright abuse. The most annoying part was that there wasn't a single spot on its fur that looked good, it was all covered in paper. If it walked out of this room and other strange beings saw it in this embarrassing state, it would be the laughing stock. Everything was thanks to this brother and sister duo. That was why it didn't want to have a good face toward them. Zhang Ming helplessly said to Yunko, "It seems it doesn't want to be friends with you." Yunko felt a bit unhappy when she heard this. "Why doesn't it want to be friends with me? I clearly played with it for a long time last night, it seemed really happy." Zhang Ming shook his head and smiled. He knew best who played with whom. Zhang Ming thought Yunko might not have much experience in making friends, she usually just did whatever she wanted. She wouldn't think too much. So he couldn't help but remind her. If you want to make friends, you have to be more sincere. How about taking off all the things on you first and trying it out? It seems it doesn't really like that piece of folded paper. The black dog perked up its red eyes upon hearing Zhang Ming's words. This human understands well. Oh. Yunko asked with some confusion, why doesn't it like it? These paper cranes are my very favorite toys. I gave them all to the black dog, yet it doesn't like them. As she spoke, Yunko's eyes fell down. She looked a bit hurt. Zhang Ming always knew that Yunko was a pure-hearted and kind child. He reached out and patted her head, saying, "Not all creatures like paper cranes. Every life is different, you cannot impose your own preferences on others. To become good friends with the black dog, you need to learn what it likes. Quickly take off those paper folds. Yunke listened to Zhang Ming's advice and asked, somewhat unconvinced, brother, can this really work? Zhang Ming nodded, of course. So Yunke obediently took down all the paper folds from the black dog's body. As soon as the paper was removed, it felt like being freed, some flew away, and some jumped away. The black dog immediately felt much lighter in its body. It actively licked Zhang Ming's hand to show gratitude. This human child truly understood things. He didn't let the dog continue to suffer. Zhang Ming reached out and scratched the black dog's chin, and the dog seemed to awaken its instincts, comfortably squinting its eyes to enjoy it. How comfortable. I never knew how nice it was to be scratched on the chin. Yunke, seeing the black dog getting so close to Zhang Ming, curiously asked, brother, you're amazing. How did you make this dog so obedient? Teach me, hurry. Zhang Ming said, just like I did, place your hand on its chin to scratch it. If it enjoys it and doesn't resist, it shows it wants to be close to you. Yunke copied Zhang Ming's action and placed her hand on the black dog's chin. This time the black dog still did not resist. It continued to squint its eyes, enjoying the moment. Seeing that Zhang Ming's trick worked, Yunke beamed with a smile, it really works. Thank you, brother. Zhang Ming squatted down, gently stroking the black dog's forehead, and said softly, big black dog, we mean you no harm. Would you like to stay with us as our playmate? That way, you won't feel lonely in this world anymore. The black dog seemed touched by Zhang Ming's words, staring blankly at Yunke and Zhang Ming. Lonely? I never thought about this question. What is loneliness? I only knew how to disturb others, and seeing those strange, flustered faces made me happy. But am I truly happy? No friends to play with, no family to protect me. As a strange dog, I don't know how many years I've wandered here. To avoid boredom, I could only keep disturbing others. To obtain that bit of pitiful attention. If I had a companion, would I no longer have to wander? Woof woof woof. I am willing. I am willing. The black dog seemed to understand and jumped up, constantly rubbing its head against Zhang Ming and Yunke's bodies. Its tail wagged nonstop, looking extremely happy and joyful. Yunke was taken aback by the black dog's sudden warmth. Brother, it seems to really like us. Is the little black dog willing to be our friend? Chapter 64, What is on the 145th floor? Zhang Ming smiled and nodded, yes. It's already our friend. We must treat it well and not tease it like yesterday. Do you understand? Otherwise, the black dog will get angry and won't want to play with us anymore. Yunke tightly hugged the black dog's neck, nodding vigorously, as if trying to memorize Zhang Ming's words. Yes, little black dog, I really like you. I will treat you well. The black dog could clearly feel the affection from Zhang Ming and Yunke, lifting its head and smiling broadly. So, this is what it feels like to be liked. For the first time, being actively taken in and accepted, I must cherish this relationship deeply. With the black dog as a new companion, Yunke almost didn't want to let go. She even took out her treasured rotten meat to feed the black dog. Zhang Ming watched them playing happily, feeling a weight lifted off his heart. With the black dog by Yunke's side, she probably wouldn't feel lonely anymore. After all, in 10 days, he would have to leave here. He couldn't imagine how Yunke, this little crybaby, would cry then. The global streaming audience also keenly noticed. The cloud has changed. The cloud is more humane than before. I think so too. It's cuter and gentler now, actively making friends is a change. A family of 2 has now become a family of 3, that's nice. Actually, this black dog doesn't seem to have any problems except being noisy. That's because it can't attack Zhang Ming, so it has no choice but to submit. At this moment, as Zhang Ming smiled and watched Yunke play with the black dog, a distant voice appeared in his mind again. Among all challengers, now only one from the Dragon Kingdom has triggered the hidden mission. Mission objective: within the remaining time, the challenger must go to the 145th floor, find the key in the corresponding room, and obtain the important item inside the room. This item can teleport the challenger away. If the item is not obtained within the time limit, the challenger will be eternally trapped in the death apartment. It seems to be a new mission. I knew it. How could they let him leave this place so easily? 145th floor. It's really high. Before going to the 145th floor, he must figure out what kind of place it is. He thought Yunke might know something. Zhang Ming waved to Yunke, sister, come here, I want to ask you a question. Yunke put down the black dog and ran to Zhang Ming. With a grin, she said, brother, feel free to ask any question. Zhang Ming pointed upstairs and asked, I just want to know what the 145th floor is like. When Yunke heard 145th floor, her happy expression instantly faded, and her eyes seemed to dodge. Brother, why are you suddenly asking about the 145th floor? Don't you know? There's nothing above the 100th floor. I have always lived on the lower floors and rarely go up. Zhang Ming was even more confused. If there's nothing above the 100th floor, why would the mission specify that he must go to the 145th floor? Could it be that Yunku also doesn't know what's on the 145th floor? If that's the case, that would be troublesome. I just want to go to the 145th floor to find something. That item is very important to me. Upon hearing Zhang Ming insist on going to the 145th floor, Yunku quickly grabbed his clothes, shaking her head and saying, "Brother, you must not do anything foolish. You can't go to the 145th floor." Zhang Ming, like a curious child, asked again, "Why can't I go?" Yunku leaned close to Zhang Ming's ear and whispered, "I heard that above the 100th floor live big monsters. They are especially powerful, even stronger than the aunties, so we better not go." Zhang Ming of course wouldn't listen to that. If he doesn't take the risk, the mission will fail, and it's not just about the safety of the country. He will also be forever trapped here. He looked at Yunko with determination. "Sister, I must go to the 145th floor. Can you tell me more details about the 145th floor? I need to reference it." Yunko took a deep breath, supporting Zhang Ming's decision no matter what. "Okay, if you want to go, I will follow you. Wherever you go, I will go. Actually, I've never been to the 145th floor, what I just said were all things I heard from other entities. But I do know one thing, most entities do not dare to go to the 145th floor. I heard that the 145th floor is different from all other floors, it changes endlessly, and none of the entities that went in have come out." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ming scratched his chin, feeling a bit troubled. Especially when it comes to unknown things, it's even harder to grasp. Listening to Yunko, it was all quite confusing. Zhang Ming asked again, "Yunko, do you know how many floors this whole building has?" Yunko shook her head in confusion, "I don't know. There is no entity that knows how many floors this building has. The death apartment has no height." When the people of the Dragon Kingdom heard Yunko's explanation, they were all very worried. No height? How is that possible? Aren't you afraid a gust of wind will knock it down? That place is a world of strange tales, anything is possible. It sounds like the mission is extremely difficult. Can one person handle two entities? Is that really possible? I think it can work. Those upstairs shouldn't be blindly confident. When will this ever end? It's too hard. My brain feels like it's going to explode. People from other countries were watching Zhang Ming's misfortune. 145th floor, so high, it's like trying to escape from reality. This is even higher than the tallest building in the world. I want to see if this time the children from Dragon Country can bring victory to their own country again. On the side of the Dragon Country strategy team, hearing Yunka's description, they fell into silence. Even Zhao Wei didn't know what to do. But he vaguely felt that this hidden task was different from any before. Let's not talk about how high the 145th floor is. Just the key in the room, these two vague things, have already left people confused. With so many rooms, are they supposed to search one by one? I'm afraid those strange things won't give him the chance to search one by one. Chief, I thought of a way. A member stepped forward. Zhao Wei gestured with his hand, "Go ahead. Do you remember that black dog? It's immortal, let it go and scout the way." Zhao Wei still had some concerns and said, "That black dog's level is very low, it might get trapped inside before it even gets up there. Your method is unreliable. Quick, think of other methods. You all think of a few, there are always more methods than difficulties. But I will tell Zhang Ming about your suggestion. To win, all factors must be considered. On the 5th floor, room 505 of the death apartment. Zhang Ming received the message from Dragon Country. They mentioned the black dog. The black dog's physique is indeed the most special among all the strange things. Although its danger level is only low risk. It is of the lowest type. But it cannot be killed by anything, which is the biggest advantage for surviving. Only its intelligence is lacking, it might go to the 145th floor and never return.